Good morning and welcome to the Incora County Ground for the for day one. Oh yeah, turn that down. Go on. All right. As long as I can hear you. Sorry, I don't get my my sound out of that box, so you're right, Tim. Great start. I've just deafened Nick Webb.
Good morning, Dave.
BBC Wales. How are you? Apart from being there, I said, how are you?
Thursday. Very good morning. Shan Masood is on his way out to the middle.
We've seen that a few times. Yeah, just one change of piece as far as I'm aware. Certainly for Derbyshire, Ryan Sidebottom comes in for Nick Potts, and for Glamorgan, one change.
One change, Derbyshire specialist Tom Cullen, who won the match with an unbeaten half-century in 2019, comes in for Callum Taylor. So fewer bowling options for Glamorgan, but they've got Andrew Salter and Marnus Labuschagne to deliver spin, so not sure if they needed 3 spin options today. And if you hadn't noticed, Dave, Marnus Labuschagne is also a seam option as well. He's bowled both this season. Yeah. He's taken wickets with both this season.
An all-rounder. As many alls as you can fit on. Michael Neese is going to bowl the first over of the day from the racecourse end here at the county ground. There's not many people in, which I'm slightly... I know it's not massively pleasant out there. It's a bit chilly, but... history in the making here today, potentially. The left-handed Bradman is going to open the batting from... He's averaging 150, for goodness sake. It's ridiculous. And he has been out for it. It's not like he's got a couple of not outs. He's been out every time he's batted, but he's just scored a lot of runs. 600 and... is it 611?
It is.
I thought it was. I should know that, really.
Average of 152.
Yes. The UK record before the end of April, 712. I can already hear the news in my ears, so I think you should do the first. You won't ever be able to hear the news in your ears. You're all right.
So here we go then with Michael Neese bowling from this racecourse end, running away from us in the commentary box. Shan Masood and Billy Goddleman. 2 left-handers opening up for Derbyshire. Neese is in to bowl to Masood, who's off the mark, clipping just wide of mid-on. Harris fields, and Masood has the first of what may be many runs as he goes through for a single. So the Derbyshire side, Goddleman, Masood, Gast, Madsen, Duploy, McKiernan, Dahl, Thompson, Connors, Lackmal, and the one change, Ryan Sidebottom in for Nick Potts. At the bottom of our team sheet. As Neese turns, medium length run, but plenty of physical effort as he bowls to Goddleman, who'll also get off the mark first ball, I think, unless that's given us a leg bite. The ball trickled down into the leg slip area, and indeed, Goddleman will have to wait because it's a leisurely tap off the knee from the umpire. 2 without loss. News that Ben Stokes has just been named as captain of the England men's test team, succeeding Joe Root. As Neese is in to bowl to Masood. That's down leg side and well taken by Chris Cook, diving away to his right. So the Glamorgan side, David Lloyd, the captain. Andrew Salter continues as stand-in opening bat. Marnus Labuschagne, Sam Northeast, Kieran Carlson, Chris Cook, Tom Cullen, Michael Neese, James Harris, Tim van der Hoogten and Michael Hogan. So Cullen for Taylor is the only change in the Glamorgan side on a very grey and cold morning. Neese is in to bowl to Masood, who's forward defending, pushing it back down the pitch, and there's no run. It looks like a batting surface. And I don't think Billy Goddleman would have had much hesitation, having won the toss. David Lloyd calling wrongly at 10:30 this morning. Goddleman leaning on his bat at the non-striker's end.
A terrific mess of that.
In comes Neese and bowled, and Masood plays out on the offside. Carlson fields at cover, and there is no run. Dave Fletcher, how can you make a mess of updating BBC Radio Derby with 2 runs?
Yeah, I didn't realise Billy Godleman's wasn't a run, so they both got off the mark. So if at 11:30 he's out for a duck, I'll be trying to work out how that's possible.
There's been a recount, ladies and gentlemen.
Where have you been? Haven't seen you for 2 years.
Indeed. 3 years, possibly.
3, yeah.
Yes, we weren't regionalised together in 2020.
No, strangely.
Nisa in to bowl, and Masood drives to mid-wicket, and there's no run. 2 without loss at the start of the first over. Yes, I'm good, thank you. Glamorgan wildly up and down this season. Glamorgan nearly played Derbyshire last season. The teams came here. Edward Bevan came here, having given me COVID to keep me out of the action for a couple of weeks, and then recovered more quickly himself, the rotter. We'll hear from Edward at round about past. He's here. I've forgiven him. 2 without loss.
Had a really good chat last year, me and Edward, and
Well, you had plenty of time to chat.
I think Kevin Howells was here as well, so it was.
I probably overheard some of your chat on the stream.
I imagine you probably did.
I was
Even if we were in a different room.
I was listening at home and watching the rain come down and coughing a lot. Writing reports. That one didn't take long, I'll tell you.
So it's going to be Michael Hogan from the City end. He is in and bowls. Godleman just pushes this out into the offside. There's no run as it's fielded there by Kieran Carlson, who's in it mid-off, really. Beautiful red numbers on the backs of the Glamorgan shirts. Derbyshire's dark blue. The 2 South Africans playing for Leicestershire had numbers on their backs of the shirts, but they were very, very faint for some reason. Nobody could quite work out why.
Perhaps they're old shirts that have been repurposed. Last had a number 98 5 years ago.
Yes. Hogan bowls, and this one's turned into the leg side by Godleman. Down towards long leg. They'll go and pick up a single as Michael Nisa comes in to do the fielding. Godleman is now off the mark, which is good news for listeners to FM BBC Radio Derby, because they won't be puzzled when he is out for a duck, because he isn't. And I wouldn't wish that on him at all. He's had a bit of a lean time of it, as Billy, so far this season. He's now got 82 runs. When you compare that to Shan Masood's 612. But everybody looks like they've had a lean season compared to Shan Masood at the moment.
Yes.
The first 3 times he was out, he pretty much got himself out on each occasion as well. So he waits now as Hogan is in, and that one he just drops that bat just in time, and it flies through to the wicket keeper, Chris Cook.
It only takes 1 ball, doesn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. I'm taking nothing for granted. Nor should I. But as you I thought it was a very fair point. You'd already pointed out this season that I'd had to start learning new words like double, 500. Never used those words before, not in recent memory anyway. Billy Godleman has a double century against Glamorgan as Hogan bowls, and it's left alone outside the off stump by Masood down at Glamorgan.
In Swansea?
Yes,
in 2016?
Yeah, absolutely. I was there for that one. Yeah, I've got a list of them here somewhere. David Griffin very kindly put a list out on Twitter, so my research this week was to print it off.
I hope you pay him generously for this.
Oh, yeah, I think he just does it for the glory. His next delivery from Hogan's left. Well, that's a good leave. I'll tell you what, that came back after it went past the stumps, and Cook went sprawling to his right to stop it. Masood left-handed, of course, as is Billy Godleman. And Billy Godleman's just going to have I think he was going to have a word with Masood, and I'm thinking, nah. And then he thought, well, I'm going to try and give advice to somebody who's got 600 runs already this season, perhaps not. But they did have a very brief conversation. There are 3 slips in place. 1 or 2 more people started to filter into the ground, perhaps a bit like it is in India when they find out that We used to find out that Sachin Tendulkar was batting the ground. Will fill up later on. Hogan in and bowls, and that one is defended with the full face of the bat by Masood. Back to the bowler, and it's the end of the over. 2 gone, 3 without loss. 1 to each of the batsmen and an extra.
Indeed, so a serene and placid start to proceedings here in Derby in Division 2. Derbyshire against Glamorgan with Dave Fletcher and myself, Nick Webb, via the BBC, via the county streams, and probably many other media that I didn't know had been invented yet.
Plenty of those. Not that you didn't know had been invented, that I didn't know. It's amazing what having Shan Masood in your side does for the club stream, though.
Nisa bounding in and bowling to Godalman, who looks to pull and pulls successfully and gets 4 runs down to backwards square leg down towards the club shop away to our left, for those of you that know the county ground. First boundary of the morning. And Derbyshire move up to 7 without loss.
That all looked a bit straightforward, really, didn't it? It does look a very good pitch, and we're told that it is a good pitch by those people who know this kind of thing.
It looks like a good pitch from short distance anyway, as that's down leg side and Godalman flicks at it, doesn't get anything on it as it goes through to keeper Cook.
Do you have an opinion on Ben Stokes being appointed? If you don't, that's not a problem. I just always think Andrew Flintoff, Ian Botham always works when you make the all-rounder the captain, doesn't it? Always works.
There is that. Yes,
especially somebody who's injured a lot as well.
Yes, that is the problem, but the trouble is there weren't any other candidates who were sure of being a consistent presence in the team. It's Nisa bowls and nudged away by Godalman down to fine leg for a single, 8 without loss. I just fear for the bloke's workload. You know, he's obviously a very wholehearted batter, bowler, fielder, hurls himself round in the field.
I certainly wouldn't question his commitment.
No.
I'm just questioning his. I don't think he's ever skippered Durham. That's money. Joe Root hadn't done a lot of captaincy, had he?
Did stand in for that COVID hit series last year, didn't he? His
Bristol
white ball stuff when the first bubble was ruled out. As Shan Masood pushing forward, didn't get anything on that. Through it went to Cook, and 1 or 2 interesting deliveries, testing the batsman in the old corridor of uncertainty this morning.
Just a nod of approval from Shan Masood as well, which he does. He does get beaten. I think I've seen him do it 3 times now.
So, yeah, Stokes fine as long as it lasts, really. But can he keep body and mind together?
Yes, quite.
As Nisa bowls and Masood leaves a ball that comes back a little bit and through to Cook, 8 without loss. And having taken time off partly for injury, partly for mental reasons last summer, just hope that he isn't overloaded. I mean, he will be overloaded.
Well, he will, because he's going to oversee a side that isn't very good at the moment. So the pressure will be on as soon as he steps onto the pitch to improve things, and it's not necessarily down to him.
As Nisa is in to bowl to Masood, who works out on the leg side, calls for a quick single. Godalman's going to have to go hard, and if Cullen had hit from square leg, he might just have been struggling there. 9 without loss. Not a great call from Masood.
Well, it wasn't. It was the fact that they stopped and then started again didn't help, did it? But yeah, all's well that ends well, I suppose. But he would have been out there, Billy Godalman. I don't think much doubt about that. We saw a terrible run out really last week when Wayne Madsen was out for 94. It was his call, though. He was going to the danger end and was run out. Although television pictures suggest it was very, very close, and it would have certainly got up to the TV umpire had there been one. I can't remember the last time there was a TV umpire in a Derbyshire game, or even a camera. Hogan from the City end bowls to Masood pushes it out into the offside.
The camera's on absolutely everything.
Well, there is a camera in here, which occasionally shows us. So yeah,
That's worrying.
if you wouldn't mind just sorting the hair out there.
Well, can you lend me a bit? You got enough in that beard. Can I have a bit of that to stick on this side of my head?
Like I've ever been worried about what other people's hair looks like. You can come dressed as you wish, and your hair can be as you like it. 3 slips crouched down as Hogan bowls to Masood. That comes off an edge on the ground down towards third man. They'll pick up another single, but that was a false shot. James Harris does the fielding down away to our left-hand side.
Well, they know that Edward Bevan is in the building because they've got a third man.
He likes a third man.
He likes a third man, absolutely.
I think early.
As do most of the county commentators.
Derbyshire have started to employ a third man, as well as a long leg. Hogan, his next delivery beats Masood again. This is as many times as I've seen Masood beaten in the 4 previous innings that he's faced. It's Godleman anyway, so it wouldn't have mattered. Of course, it would matter. I've seen Billy Godleman beaten a few times. Because Masood got the edge on the ball previously. It's been a good start by the Glamorgan bowlers, though. Bang on the money. 10 without loss, Derbyshire. Godleman waits. Dabs it down to the man at point.
Which is usually Andrew Salter.
Yes, it's definitely a 1 at the end of his number.
It's Andrew Salter. So this is an experienced Glamorgan seam attack. All north of 30. I was going to say all in their 30s, but Hogan's 40.
Yes. It's his last go this year?
This is last season.
He'll miss it. He's in. That one is just chopped away down to Harris at third man by Billy Godleman for another single. He moves on to 7 now. 11 without loss.
Yes, his family are returning to Australia. I mean, lived here for the last 5 or 6 years, returning in July. And Hogan will return at the end of September, beginning of October. And that'll be it for his professional playing cricket career.
Wow. He's going to try and make the most of it this season. He's in balls too. Masood just lifts his bat out of the way and allows it to go through to the keeper. Chris Cook is the end of the over. 11 without loss, 3 to Masood. From 15 balls, 7 from 9 for Billy Godwin. And Shah Masood, not only has he scored all these runs, he scored them at a strike rate of 73. So he doesn't usually hang around. but it just sort of creeps up on you. It's very, very strange. You're just watching him and you're going, that was a nice shot, that was a nice shot. And before you know where you are, he's scored a lot of runs relatively quickly. Absolutely charming man as well.
Nisa then to start his third over from racecourse end. Balls to Godleman, who shoulders arms outside off stump through to Cook. So Cullen, albeit a regular wicket keeper, is in the ring at the moment at mid wicket. Promoted from his duties captaining the second 11. We're playing the 4th day of their championship game against Lancashire in Newport. As Nisa charging in again, bowling to Godleman, who's pushing forward out to Carlson. Cover, no run. Carlson doing the 2 for the price of 1 fielding job, trying to cover both the cover position and mid-off. Harris is at mid-on. Cullen is in front of square, covering mid-wicket and square leg. There's a fine leg, a third man. Salter at point, blowing on his hands. As Nisa bowls, outside off stump allowed to go through. No shot played by Godleman, 11 without loss. And some rather echoey shouts around the county ground today, aren't there, with
Yes.
only a few hundred people in the proceedings.
Really good crowds for the first couple of days against Sussex, but it was the Easter weekend, so and the weather was nice.
Yeah,
Very sunny.
likewise, we haven't had great weather for anything in Cardiff so far. There's Nisa bowls, and Godalming tries to flick it away down leg side, doesn't get anything on it, through to Cook, good take. Yes, unfortunately we had 2 hailstorms on the first 2 days of the season.
We've not had any snow yet, have we? Have we?
It was Safari Gardens was pretty white, but I think we decided it was hail rather than the snow.
I saw some pictures, yeah, it looked particularly unpleasant.
As Nisa is pounding in again. Balls to Godalming, who's hit on the pad, and that'll run away for 4 leg byes, I think. Yeah. Oh, no, just a little bit of inside edge. The umpire giving Godalming the benefit of the doubt, and it raced away to the fine leg boundary, where Hogan is going to have to go and get it from somewhere in the far distance behind the stand.
Yes, it can go underneath. There's some netting there, but it tends to go underneath the netting, so you sort of got to crawl in through a hole at the back. It's all very undignified. Very undignified indeed. Worcestershire, I only say this because they were put into bat by Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge. Nottinghamshire, of course, still in the wilderness of the second division after the disgraceful way they've been treated by the ECB, and hats off to the ECB for that. Worcestershire 26 without loss after just 4 overs and 5 balls. And yes, I am obsessed before everybody starts tweeting me. Absolutely obsessed. Game after next at Trent Bridge after a week off. Worcestershire.
The food's good there. And
Yeah,
for
back
that.
in the calf. One back in the calf.
Downstairs.
Yeah.
Choice of 4 plus pudding, should you so desire. Scones at tea.
I think the pudding is
Pudding was off the cards for me, I'm afraid.
really.
Nisa to Godalming, who defends to mid-off, no run.
Well, if they remember that you didn't have pudding, I could go and say,
Yeah.
the pudding that Nick didn't have 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Is it all right if I have
4
2?
puddings. Yeah, help yourself, mate. Paul Sussex tweets me, the Balconeers will arrive sometime today. A small band of loyal supporters in an executive mini-coach led by John Williams. So hopefully they will be draping a Glamorgan flag somewhere before the end of today, but might not be before lunch, depending on when they set off. And Glammy podcasts, boys, say, good morning, important that Glamorgan take early wickets. Yes, it certainly is.
Hogan begins a new over from the city end. Its first ball is defended by Masood, back to him.
Nick Webb 2017 at Fletch Sport. Should you wish to communicate with us via the method of Elon Musk's favourite social media, on the grounds that he's just bought it.
Yes. Just a bit of pocket money, wasn't it? Bit of pocket money.
A few billion.
Yeah. FletchCricket@gmail.com if you want to email us, as Hogan is in and beats Masood again. There's a wry smile on his face, does Michael Hogan. I'm not surprised, because he's bowling at the leading batsman in the championship at the moment, and he's beating him outside off stump.
Yes, Glamorgan need to convert these. They have got a decent 4-man pace attack with Harris and Van der Hoogten to come, and I suspect they'll be rotating for the most of the day. Labuschagne, as I mentioned, has bowled Seaman spin, and Salter off spin, and Lloyd medium pace, of course, as well.
A lot of options. Hogan bowls. That struck the pad. Masood. Was there a bit of bat in that?
Sounded a little bit woody from our vantage
Yes,
point,
it
which is...
did a bit, which would discount it as an appeal, but they went up. I think you do go up though, don't you? When you've got a batsman like Masood, and you think, oh, the umpire makes a mistake and we could get rid of him.
Well, if you think you've got a fighting chance.
Yeah,
Might have been pad and bat.
I'd have appealed.
Absolutely.
Hogan's in again, and this one is clipped into the leg side, down towards deep backward square leg. Nisa is there, and they'll come back for a second run. It's good running. He's quick between the wickets. Masood. Nisa's throw was decent. Back to wicketkeeper Chris Cook. As a result, the score's moved on to 15 without loss.
Nisa passed fit after being treated for an infected toe, apparently. I didn't go into too many details, but Matthew Maynard said he'll have to get on the old antibiotics after the last match.
They'll be off. Next delivery is, beating him again. Wow. Hand on chin now, as well as wry smile for Michael Hogan. He's getting the full repertoire of, I cannot believe what I've just seen out.
It's a good job he's not a demonstrative sort of bloke, Michael Hogan, and he's seen it all before.
Well, yes.
He knows that batsmen are jammy so-and-sos.
Well, it's a batsman's game, isn't it, as we all know. Seems to be this April. Some remarkable scores knocking around the county championship. Hogan is in again. That's left alone by Masood. It just tails back down leg side after it goes past the stumps out of the over. 15 without loss. 3 to Masood, 11 to Godalming.
The swing is coming a bit too late in proceedings, isn't it, to assist the Glamorgan opening bowlers at the moment. It's swinging after it's past the stumps, which is no use to man or beast nor wicketkeeper. Nor woman, should there be any playing, but there aren't. So, yes, Ben Stokes, I suppose the only alternative to Ben Stokes would have been to parachute in a county captain who wouldn't have been necessarily there for his place in the side, as that sees Godalming shouldering arms outside off stump to Nisa. James Vince, Sam Billings, names like that kicked around, who were sort of on the fringes of England selection. But unless you're Mike Brearley, it's difficult to justify that, isn't it?
Probably the last one, wasn't it?
The specialist captain.
Old enough to remember him. Captain in England. Before becoming a psychoanalyst, psychologist type post-cricket.
Nisa is into Godalming, who's beaten with a defensive pride outside off stump. 17 for naught. I did buy one of his books. There's some quite long words in it. I don't think I finished it.
No. It's alongside.
But that probably says more about me than him.
Is it alongside the copy of A History of Time or whatever it was by, everybody's had a copy of that at one point, didn't they? Was it A Brief History of Time?
That went on a long time as well. Here's Nisa to Godalming again. Plays it off something of a thick inside edge of the bat to Cullen at short mid-wicket, and there's no run. Tom Cullen will increase the noise levels in the field, as you may be able to hear in the distance. It's a ultra-competitive cricketer.
Did you find Middlesex very noisy in the field?
Plenty to be noisy about, to be honest. On the grounds that Glamorgan were bowled out for 122 and 132.
They were very noisy at Lords.
Nisa bowls, and Godalming is beaten by one that angles across the batsman, goes away again, and is taken by a plunging Cook in front of Lloyd at first slip. Yes, Middlesex completely outplayed Glamorgan in 2 days and less than an hour last week. It was not a great performance, considering it came especially after the win in Trent Bridge for Glamorgan.
Didn't make a lot of sense from a distance.
These bowls, Godalming will get runs here through mid-wicket. Harris is off in pursuit. They'll take a couple. They might think of a third. No. They have all day to bat as Harris's throw is a good one. Arriving into the gloves of Cook right on top of the stumps. 19 without loss. Pleased to see that the scoreboard is still operating, because I'm told there's it's bright new shiny thing is happening, which is invisible from our position.
It is, but this is this is all it's showing.
Ah, right. So we've got on a screen here.
Oh,
that's the same, is it?
That's a replica of, of what's on the big scoreboard.
Oh, that's good then.
Yeah.
Nisa to Godalming, who's beaten again outside off stump through to Cook. Well, we can say beaten outside off stump all we like, but the important thing is that Derbyshire have no wickets fallen in the first half hour of play.
Yes, I'm not sure how they've survived, but they have so far. Which is what you want to do if you've won the toss and decide about first.
The art of not edging the ball. So if you're just joining us, BBC Other County streams, one change in either side, side bottom for Potts in the Derbyshire bowling attack, and Cullen for Callum Taylor. Not quite a like for like, but presumably batting at 7, marshalling the lower order.
Michael Hogan continues from the city and bowls to Masood, pushes this one out into the offside. There is now running, it's fielded there by Kieran Carlson. I guess I can hear music in my, I have no idea what it is, but David McCardle, regular contributor, has been in touch saying that now that Musk has bought Twitter, it's only us keeping him on this hell site, as he describes it. Would be delighted if these two go up and keep Notts languishing. Well, yeah, you won't hear any dissent from me on that one as Hogan bowls outside the off stump. The ball goes through to the wicket-keeper, left alone by Sean Masood. He has 5, Godalming has 13, 19 without loss. After 7 overs and a couple of deliveries of this over from Michael Hogan. The permanent temporary stand at the far end of the ground is pretty much split 50-50 either side of the sheeting that acts as a sight screen below the seats. You don't get much more central than this in terms of pitches as Hogan bowls to Masood. This one's turned into the leg side. There's a sort of half run attempted there. And in the end, they decide not to bother, which is probably the right thing because I don't think there was a run there. It was picked up by Tim van der Houten.
In the second 11 game at Newport, in which Cullen started, Glamorgan were bowled out in there. Second innings for 216, Lancashire 4 for 0, chasing 160.
Thanks delivery to Masood. Oh, he pulls, he gets a bottom edge, it bounces down about a foot away from the stumps and goes through to the keeper. I'll just disappear for a moment, Nick, if that's all right.
That's a good trick. So Masood with not a life, but a near chance on 5. That would have been an eccentric way to go, going for the pull shot. Didn't time it right. Looks as though the ball is coming on reasonably. As Hogan runs towards us and bowls to Masood, who leaves that one outside off stump. Decent carry on this pitch. It's looked good and true so far in the first half hour's play. As Glamorgan look to extract some life from it, from the overhead conditions. We've got the use of floodlights available here, and I suspect we might need them at some point today. 3 slips still for Glamorgan. Lloyd northeast and Labuschagne as Hogan bowls and strikes Masood on the thigh pad as he pushes forward. Hogan in his short-sleeved shirt turns, marches back towards his jersey at fine leg and bemoans his fortune. And I would say that he realises why he's given up the game, but he's an optimistic chap, Hogan. Bemoaning his luck, though, having seen Masood nearly play on in that last over. He's on 5, the prolific Pakistan opening bat. 32 years old, born in Kuwait. Very few Test cricketers born there, you would imagine. But certainly making one heck of an impact in the county championship as Nisa is in to bowl to Godalming, who leaves through to Cook. Masood 5, Godalming 13. As Dave is updating other listeners to BBC Radio Derby on the FM, and Nisa is going to have a crack from around the wickets to prevent all these leaves, the ball going through outside off stump. 3 slips still. Third man, point, wide, mid, off, mid on, mid wicket, fine leg. Nisa in to bowl. Again, the shouldering arms of Godalming. Through to Cook. Just trying to tighten the lines. Michael Nisa, burly, physical bowler, puts a lot into it. Across the broad, across the shoulders and chest, a traditional fast bowler's build. Complete antithesis of Hogan at the other end, who is tall and lanky, not a bare ounce of anything on him. Nisa bowls and Godalming pushes to Salter at point, and there's no run.
He'd fit in this commentary box, wouldn't he, Michael Hogan? Not an ounce of anything.
Some might say, given the weighty commentary team of us two, that he's probably the only size that would fit in. But we've got Edward Bevan, who's coming, who's dapper and
dapper,
and less tall than Hogan. As Godalming decides he's not ready to receive from Nisa, whether there's a bit of surplus chat or whether something's flown into his eye.
He does pull away a lot, but Godalming pulled away at Lords, and the bowler injured himself.
Ooh.
Went off, which isn't great, is it?
Not a good look.
No.
Nisa is in now, and the push and no run from Godalming. It does always look as though, well, it's good cricket to always look for the single, but you'd imagine that to make sure his batting partners are on the same wavelength.
He has been involved in the odd run out here and there over his career. Yeah, no question about it, Billy Godalming. But Lewis Rees often owns the batting with him, not in the side at the moment.
As next delivery is pushed forward by Godalming, the Glamorgan media team threaten that they're getting a camera for the commentary box. Well, I shall have to demand a clothing allowance if that's the case.
Yes, they've seen we've been on, have we? It does worry me. I'll warn Edward, there is a camera in the commentary box, Edward, so good job he put one of his better sweaters on today.
Duncan in Kent inquires, is Andrew Salter a temporary opener, or will he open with Eddie Byron when he's fit? Now, I think Salter's temporary at the moment. Anyway, as Godalming angles one down towards third man, will go through for a single. 20 without loss. Sticking with Salter for this game. Byram hasn't actually returned for the second 11 even yet, so wait to see how far it'll go on. Salter bravely taking over the role as well as his spinning duties. 20 without loss. Derbyshire shall be replaced, purveying the Welsh point of view, by Mr. Edward Bevan, ladies and gentlemen.
Talk to Ed again after, well, he was here last year and we had a very long conversation, but none of it was for public consumption, as it tipped it down for most of the day. The one-day game that was scheduled to be played that never was played. 20 without loss, and Michael Hogan is on his way in from the City end, bowls to Godalming, who fiddles this one out to mid-off. It's fielded by Kieran Carlson. There is no run.
Good morning, Dave.
Edward, how are you?
I'm very fit, yes. Nice to be able to see you, as I say.
Yes, quite. Well, you were here last year, weren't you? We had a good
we had a good conversation watching the rain.
Last year? Yeah.
Hogan 4 overs for 5 runs at the moment, so...
Well, I don't think I've seen Masood beaten so many times in his previous innings put together.
It's a formidable opening attack, although Nisa's been troubled with his toe.
He's going round the wicket now to bowl to Godalming, who in his own inimitable style leaves alone outside the off stump.
Yeah, the old boy, 41 is Hogan next
remarkable,
month,
isn't
which is remarkable. I was talking to Nigel Gard in the press box. He said, I've never seen this chap bowl badly.
No.
It's a case of just probing away. And he's been a terrific asset for Glamorgan over the years.
Houghton is warming up at mid-on at the moment. I imagine James Harris will be as well. He's down at third man. 3 slips. Crouched down as this next delivery from Hogan is defended by Godalming up towards Kieran Carlson, and there's no run again. I was slightly disappointed at the size of the crowd, given what might happen in terms of Sham Masood and records and that kind of thing. But then again, it's not the most pleasant.
They're very
day.
brave, I think.
Yeah, it's not the most pleasant day as it was sitting outside. The temperature is below what you would ideally like.
Yeah.
But they're hoping to get rewarded. Godalming on strike at the moment, and he leaves that one alone as well to go through to the keeper.
And I suspect if Glamorgan don't get a wicket in the next hour, then it will be hard work, because any pitch with a new ball, good carry always here, I found at Derby. If you don't strike then on this pitch, it looks an absolute belter for batting, then you could be in a spot of bother for the rest of the first day. But they bowled pretty well, these two, this morning.
Yes, I think they bowled much. Well, Hogan, 5 runs conceded. He's in now round the wicket. Godalming leaves alone.
Derbyshire is the same with his leave. As if he's chopping wood coming down, you know.
It's incredible, isn't it? It is incredible. Well, Godalming's he's getting more and more eccentric as he gets older, I think. Hogan has bowled nicely. Nisa's bowled okay. There was one shot that Godalming played, which sort of showed you how good a pitch it is when he just pulled it for 4 runs. There was no real pace in it.
No, he just swiveled and...
Yeah.
Well, the outfield must be lightning fast, because it's been so dry and will continue, I'm told, for the next week.
A little bit of rain in the forecast on Sunday, which isn't particularly hopeful, as this one is left alone and actually leaps off a reasonably good length, taken above his head by Chris Cook behind the stumps, but it's the end of the over. A maiden over from Michael Hogan. 10 overs gone then. Derbyshire 20 without loss, having won the toss this morning. Decided they'd have a bat first. Masood has 5. Godalming has 14.
Yes, and Nisa's going to have possibly one more. He's been a little bit more expensive than Hogan. James Harris is winding. You can see him at... you're right there, Dave. He's winding at mid-off. He'd probably come up instead of Hogan. Although, might have another one. I'd be perhaps tempted to keep Hogan going and bring Harris on this end. But it's Nisa. He's going to bowl over the wicket. And will be bowling at Masood. In he comes and bowls to him now, and gets right forward, angles the bat, and will get a single down to the third-man boundary, where I'm delighted to see there's someone feeling there. People who have listened to me before know how quite cross I get, and there's no third man, and about 60 runs in the first 100 go down there for 4. But these 2 openers have got third man.
Yeah, Derbyshire have been employing a third man this year.
Well, everything goes that way when you're swinging away. You go 3 slips, well, why not have a third man?
And with 2 left-handers and right-handers bowling to them as well.
Yeah.
Cross.
Nisa to Godalming. Godalming is hitting the... No, he gets... I thought he's just been hit in the pad, but he does get a bat on that, and they go down for a single. So, Derbyshire winning the toss and predictably opting to bat on this very good batting wicket. And Glamorgan want to bat better than they did against Middlesex. The game went finish in 2 and a bit days. But that was a very spicy pitch at Cardiff. Nothing like the one we've got in front of us at the moment.
I barely believe it after what had happened at Trent Bridge the week before.
No. Nisa bowls. Masood gets right behind that and plays it out into the covers.
So big innings for Billy Godalming, really. It's came into the game with just 81 runs for the season.
Did he?
Yeah, his high score of 38 as well. He's been struggling really so far this season. Billy Godalming with the bat.
Well, it's been Masood and Masood who have been the main run scorers.
Yeah, they've had 2 double century stands.
User again, just the one run so far. Bowls to Masood. Masood is beaten outside the off stump, taken rather low down there by Chris Cook. I'm just thinking, I know you've seen Derby for the 3 games. I would suspect that this is the better opening attack that they've faced. I know there was Tim Murter up at Lord's. He bowled pretty well, I gather. But Nisa and Hogan, when they're bowling well, and if there's something in the pitch with the new ball,
Yes.
then they will get rewarded.
Yeah. Buren Hendricks for Leicestershire last week was very quick, but didn't really threaten that much. South African. Some good players in Division 2.
Here's the next delivery, which is wide of the off stump and through again to Cook. Well, what annoys me greatly is when somebody writes something, yeah, but they were only Division 2 attack. Well, you just think, now these two, you've got Tim Murter, Roland Jones, Shaheen Afridi, Chris Rushworth. Not bad. We'd like to face them every day, would you? And the batting again has shown. So it's just utter nonsense.
Saranga Lakmal, who retired from Test cricket to take up a 2-year contract here at Derbyshire at the start of this season, is just starting to look like he's finding his feet.
Nisa bowls. It's left outside the off stump. That's the end of another accurate over. Just the one run off it. 22 for no wicket. And what do we had? 13 overs this morning? 11 overs, rather. 11 overs. And there's going to be a change at that far end. Hogan is trotting up. And quite rightly, because he's bowled so well. You probably heard this morning, but if you've just tuned in, there has been one change in the Glamorgan side from the one that lost in the last game to Middlesex, and that's Tom Cullen, who you may remember made a match-winning 50 a couple of years ago. He's coming in to stiffen the batting. Won't be keeping wicket, or isn't, because Chris Cook is there. He's a wicket-keeper for the second team, and he came in for Callum Taylor.
What did you say about, you might remember that, I can't remember it at all. I commentated on it because Nick brought it up before on video. There's Hogan again from the city end, and it's left alone outside the off stump by Billy Godwin to go through to Chris Cook. Yeah, just one change for Derbyshire as well. Ryan Sidebottom, who managed 7 deliveries at Lord's before pulling his hamstring and limping off.
I tell you how you might remember it, Fletch, is that Godman had an extraordinary field towards the end. When
He had the backstop, didn't he?
He had a backstop and 3 others. Yeah. And the fella bowler, he's a rather wildish bowler, kept throwing it on the offside.
Next delivery. Oh, straps his pads here, Godleman, but the umpire says no. Again, it sounded like there might have been bat involved. Either way, umpire is...
It's causing difficulties, isn't he?
Yeah. Yeah. No, I do remember the field. I was very disturbed by the field because it made no sense.
And it was getting towards the end of the game, holding 3 or 4 wickets in hand.
Yeah, very peculiar.
He was the bowler. He was quick, but quite wild. It wasn't Rabi Ramford, it was someone else.
That wasn't Dwan Olifia, was it, the South African?
Could well have been.
Next delivery from Hogan is defended out into the offside. I shall find out during the next over. I'll have a look. But he was prone to being wild occasionally, as was Hardisville Jean, fellow South African. And Nick's listening 30 seconds behind because he just smiled at something that was said some time ago, I think. I'll see if he smiles in 30 seconds' time.
Or growls.
Well, indeed, yes. He's a fairly amiable chap. Oh, now then, that one has leapt off the pitch.
I think that's the ball of the morning, I would think.
It's twice he's managed to do that in the last 2 overs. The last ball of the previous over, and that one's just bounced and taken shoulder high by Cook to his left behind the stumps.
Great saying. How do you play that from the other end?
Terrific. Yeah, absolutely. Terrific delivery.
I think it's still 5 runs that Hogan's conceded, and this is 6th over.
Yeah.
Metronomic, isn't he?
Brilliant. Exactly what you want if you have lost the toss. Next delivery. Oh, beat him again, edged and through to the keeper, Cook. And Godleman's gone cheaply again.
Beautiful delivery again, wasn't it?
Absolutely. The one before really bounced, and Godleman, well, he couldn't do anything with that one. Derbyshire 22 for 1. Skipper Billy Godman's out for 15 of 39 deliveries, and a thoroughly deserved wicket for Michael Hogan. He's in his 6th over, 1 for 5.
Tell you what, though, Fletch, I think, even though he may be 40, if I was the captain today, I'd just go up to him and say, Mike, how long do you think you can go on for?
Yes.
Well, I know what the answer will be. Well, how long does he want me? But you surely cannot take him off now.
He's skipped the side, has he, as well?
Just for a year,
Well,
yeah.
just for a year, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whether he enjoyed it, I don't know. Because the whole thing we talk about as a fast bowler, especially, how long should I bowl? Should I take myself off? But that was a terrific over again.
Yeah.
So, reward for Michael Hogan for accurate batting. And the man walking now to the crease is
Wicketkeeper.
Baruch Guest, another new name for me.
Manchester born, former, joined Derbyshire from Lancashire. Because Harvey Hussain, having to retire with his concussion issues, means that Brooke Guest is now the number 1 wicketkeeper at the club. But 2 coaches in a row, Dave Houghton and now Mickey Arthur, have both decided that he's going to be the number 3 batsman, which is an interesting decision. He scored a century last season against Leicestershire, but batting down at 6 or 7 probably.
What happened to Harvey Hussain? Always used to get runs against Glamorgan, especially if there's a collapse on.
Too many bangs on the head, I'm afraid. He couldn't shake off the concussion in the end. Yeah, he's playing a bit of club cricket. He came up to see us at Lord's. He was down to watch the game at Lord's and came into the box. But yeah, had to retire from professional cricket, which is a real shame. Only 25.
Oh, he was good. Keep a good little batsman too.
Dogged batsman. I think Billy Godwin declared, might have been at Swansea when he was in the 90s, didn't he?
Correct.
Yeah.
Got a 4th separate or a gully coming in? Gully in from 3rd man.
Hogan, final ball of the over, balls to Guest, who just looks like he might have brought the bat inside the line of that one. Might have played at it either way. Didn't get an edge, and it goes through the keeper. End of a successful over for Michael Hogan. 22 for 1, Derbyshire. Masood 6. Guest yet to get off the mark. And Hogan's figure 6 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 5, because that was a wicket maiden.
Yes, indeed. And it just shows how well these two, especially Hogan and bowling, because when you've got the leading run scorer in the country who's accumulated just 6 runs off 12 overs, I think that shows you how well they have been bowling. Anisa, we thought might be coming off. He's kept on, probably for the new batsman, but he's bowling to the left-handed Masood, who turns that down to fine leg. Hogan will field. And they won't mind that, but it gets the new batsman to face Michael Nisa and try and put some pressure on. And the rest of the batting order, someone everybody knows rather well, coming in next is Wayne Madsen, then Deploy, McKiernan, Dal, Thompson, young spinner, Connors, Luckmull, and Ryan Sidebottom. Not Ryan Sidebottom, of course. As Anisa bowls, and that turns the batsman around as he looks to play towards square leg, but ends up at cover. Plenty of encouragement and yelling going on there. Yet again, if you do push the ball back with the bat sometimes, and perfectly good defensive response, they all go, oh.
I think it might have been Logan van Beek, the bowler, who was banging it in short, the Dutch international, because the bowling attack for that game when he had the backstop was Palladino, Rampal, Lewis Rees, Van Beek, Madsen, who bowled 8 overs, and Critchley.
There's the next delivery. Oh, that beats the bat again outside the inside this time. These have been bowling for nearly 55 minutes, and Nisa has, probably Nick mentioned, recovering from a poisoned toe. He's on medication. But he wanted to play.
Yeah. 3
slips then. The 3rd man a cover and a mid-off on the offside. Is Nisa comes racing in, bowls to Guest. Guest pushes it away. Gets off the mark, does he? No, it goes straight to cover. So Hogan running around him, thinking he might come down there. But Cullen fields at cover. David Lloyd at first slip. Labuschagne at second slip, northeast at third. Hogan down on the third man boundary. Carlson in mid-off. And Tom Cullen is at cover. James Harris at mid-on. As in comes Nisa from this end and bowls. That's left there, outside the off stump. Guess just to go off the mark.
So the batsman who struggled coming into the game with just 80 runs and a high score of 43 from his 4 innings. So
Glamorgan will be on the prowl then. What do you call this end? The commentary box? Media end. I like media end.
do you? No, racecourse.
The dear old racecourse.
Yeah,
Yeah.
racecourse end. That's one.
Oh, I must have said 4 different ends. You haven't seen it, of course, when they were playing the other way of the square. Nisa, in past the umpire, bowls, and is pushed away again into the offside. It's straight to Cullen. And just a single off that, Morgan's opening attack, keeping things very tight here. 23 for 1. Masood is on 7, very patient 7, Guest yet to score.
Yeah, I don't think we're important enough to name the end after ourselves, are we really?
It just rolls off the tongue. And the other end?
City end, the other end.
Right.
City away in the distance, not that far in the distance to be fair. So Michael Hogan's going to continue from the City end. Unsurprisingly, 6 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 5. It's been a really good opening burst from the...
But Glamorgan know,
Glamorgan,
and
correct.
Hogan knows this is the man they're trying to get out more than anyone.
He and Wayne Madsen have scored the vast majority, I would say, of Derbyshire's runs so far this season. Hogan around the wicket balls to Masood, who drives, doesn't time it. It's fielded there by...
I don't suppose he's been tied down, Dave, as much as this.
No. Well, saying to Nick, the runs he scored, when you look at the strike rates, and even Wayne Madsen's strike rate is 51, but Masood's strike 73. 611 runs at 73 coming into this, and he's got 7 off 34 deliveries, which just shows you how he has been tied down by the Glamorgan opening bowlers. Not seen him beaten this many times either in any of his innings as Hogan bowls. That one is pushed back to him by Masood.
Not taking any risks at all.
He was fairly circumspect in the first innings down at Lords. He got to 50 off 100 balls, which is as slow as he's batted. But then when he was out for, I think it was 91 in the end, it was only 150 balls, so he got the next 41 off 50 deliveries. And since then, he's been fairly fluent. But you're right. This is as big an examination of his ability as he's had so far. As Hogan bowls a short delivery. I'm not sure whether you want to be bowling there to him. That's a good tumbling stop out in the distance by Tom Cullen. And they get back for, they only have one. They only get one. That's an excellent piece of work by Cullen.
By wicketkeeper.
Yes.
Second team wicketkeeper.
They're usually really good fielders. I mean,
They are,
Johnny
yes.
Bairstow and players like that, they always put him out on the boundary when you think, well, has he got an arm? Well, he has got an arm.
And generally, very small people.
Yeah, Masood moves on to 8. 24 for one. Really good piece of fielding down in the... It was probably... I suppose you've got to sort of test out the middle of the pitch, see if there's anything in it, but I don't think he'd be doing that too often. Michael Hogan, because it just bounced up nicely for Shah Masood, really.
4 slips.
For Brooke Guest, who just about manages to get the bat on that one and pushes it out into the onside, where it's fielded by Andrew Salter.
Do we have the balls that have been bowled in the over?
Yeah, that's the one thing that's missing from the... you do on the...
Yes, we got it in front of us. Yeah.
This is just what is on the big scoreboard that we can't see is replicated on our screen inside the box, which is
Very helpful.
useful, I'll say. It's amazing how when the scoreboard goes off, how tricky it can be. Hogan, a couple of deliveries left in this over. That comes off an edge, down to third man. Oh no, Edward, there's no third man.
Well, you can't blame him for that, the way he's been bowling. He called a 4th slip up, but expensive over this, isn't it? 5.
Get him off. Get him off. He's conceded as many runs in this over as he had in his first 6. 4 runs to Guest to get off the mark. 28 for 1. And he's leaving the who was the full slip down at third man now.
Yeah.
Michael Nisa. Hogan is in to complete the over. It's a short delivery. It's tapped into the leg side by Brooke Guest. He's called through for a quick single by Masood. They get there comfortably enough as it's picked up by Andrew Salter out at mid wicket. And it's the end of the Hogan over. His 7th, 3 maidens, 1 for 11, 29 for 1 Derbyshire, Masood 8, Guest 5, Billy Godalman the man out, caught by Chris Cook off the bowling of Hogan for 15.
Well, you've got a bowl change at this end because James Harris coming on to bowl after Nisa. Nisa bowled 7 overs, 0 for 17. And Hogan...
I think he's staying on, Edward. Hogan, Harris...
Well, he took his
he did, Harris
sweater.
Yeah.
Nisa said, go away, I'm bowling this. New batsman, and here he is. Comes over the wicket and bowls to Guest. Guest is forward into the shot, plays it up to mid-off, and there's no run. I think that Hogan will have a rest because Lloyd said something and Hogan went like this to him as if to say, yes, thanks, well bowled. 7-3, 11-1. But he's bowled so accurately. And Nisa, after initially bowling down the leg side in his first couple of overs, has come into his stride now. Michael Nisa taking rank there. There's the next ball. That's too wide of the off stump and through to the keeper.
You don't mind that from your overseas, though, do you? If he says, no, I've got another one left in me, I fancy
well,
this.
Well, this shows them he's willing
of,
and able.
Bit of commitment, like that. Yeah. I'm going to have to leave you, actually. I've got an update to do, so you carry on, and
yeah, sure.
I'll still be here, but I won't be able to talk to you.
Derbyshire being elected to bat first. A 29 for 1, and we're watching Michael Nisa. He is now in his 8th over. He's bowling over the wicket to Brooke Guest. Bowls to him and Best plays forward. Thick inside edge. Dribbles out to mid-on where he's fielded by Harris. The man out, Billy Godalman, the Derbyshire captain, caught by Cook. Excellent delivery by Michael Hogan, and he was out for 6. 8 to the leading run scorer in the country, Masood, and the other batsman is Brooke Guest. He's not out 5. Just to finish this field placing on the man on the long leg boundary, mid-off, mid-on, and a square leg. Nisa bowls, met on the off, well, on a good length really, and is played out to mid-on, and there's no run. Plenty of encouragement here for Michael Nisa. I doubt whether he will be staying for the majority of the season because he is on the fringe of the Australian side. They go to Sri Lanka in June. Obviously, Marcus Labuschagne will be here on the plane. And they've got such a variety of quick bowlers. We'll have to see. Nisa bowls, and that's played confidently forward to mid-off where Carlson will field. So the run rate rather low at the moment because of this accurate bowling. This is the 50th, the last ball of the 15th over. So under 3. In fact, it's just a marginally under 2. In comes Nisa from this end and bowls. Oh, and beats him outside the off stump again as he lunges forward. And another accurate over. 29 for 1. And will be a change this time at the far end. And it will be James Harris, who has rejoined Glamorgan after being away for 9 years, of course, with Middlesex. And he bowled extremely well against Middlesex in the game that Glamorgan were roundly beaten.
There's a change of bowling at the City end. James Harris.
Yeah, he took 4 for 68 off the 20 overs he bowled. And he will be bowling to Masood. Tall, thick set, very well built. And from the city end, it'll be Harris, and he is coming round the wicket and bowls to the left-handed Masood now, and goes down the leg side, tucked away down to fine leg when Issa will field. In comes the return on the full, and the score moves on to 30. So 2 and over is the run rate at the moment. Glamorgan still attacking with their 3 slips. Wicketkeeper Cook, who took 6 victims in the Middlesex match, is standing back, and James Harris reverts to over the wicket as he comes in past the umpire and bowls on the off stump, and it's left by Brook as he goes through to Cook.
They'll be pleased now, Glamorgan, won't they, with the way the first hour's gone?
They will, but the prize wicket is still there.
Yeah.
But any wicket is handy, because Godleman, although he's having a ropey start, as you say, is quite capable of getting a big score at any time. There's a plane that's about to come in, East Midlands, no doubt, in the far distance. Harris bowls to Guest, too wide of the off stump, and he goes through.
Now that you've mentioned it, somebody will tell us where it was going, coming from, or whatever. There's always somebody out there who knows. Always.
Plane spotters,
Yeah, well,
like the train spotters.
yes.
Still a very grey day, lowish cloud, very cold this morning. I don't know if it's going. I'm not going out again for a while. We went out for the toss, and my word, I've seen the hand warmers coming out of the Glamorgan fielders as James Harris comes in, bowls to Guest. Guest drives through the offside, didn't really time it, he made room. It was in fact a half volley, but didn't get hold of it, and they have to be content with a single. 31 for 1, just halfway through this 16th over.
Reached a long way for that, didn't it?
Yeah.
Very strange. He's a good little cricketer, Brook Guest, but is he a number 3? I'm not sure.
Masood waits. Harris round the wicket again, bowls to him and just lays that down in front of him. Nose over the ball. Very, very patient is Masood. Looks as if he's booking in for bed and breakfast, as they say. Dave Fletcher is about to leave us, so apologies to Derby listeners. You're going to have the Welsh accent with you for the next 20 minutes or so. But we'll try and do what we can. Next ball is clipped off his hips there by Masood down to fine leg, and thinks about coming back, but he doesn't as the return comes in very swiftly from Nisa down there on the fine leg boundary. That's the end of the over. Nick is back with us, and we've been talking a lot this morning of the accuracy of one Michael Hogan. Exemplary figures, and lucky perhaps not to take another wicket.
Yes, it's been a fine opening spell, really, from these 2 experienced Australian-born players. Hogan, quasi-Brit these days, having spent so long in this country. Hogan 1 for 11 in 7. Nisa 0 for 17 off 8 overs, and that is a long opening spell, but that's about to come to an end, because you see Tim van der Hoogten coming on from this end, the racecourse end, to replace Michael Nisa.
Bowled well, hasn't he, at the start of the season, Van der Hoogten?
Yes, it's a good 4-person, 4-man pace attack, isn't it, at the moment?
Whatever you call it, 4-prong, 4-pace. Yeah, they have bowled accurately.
Here is Van der Hoogten then, into bowl to Masood, who's beaten by his first delivery. Van der Hoogten coming around the wicket and beating the batsman, who has shown with 10 off 39 balls, Shan Masood, absolutely no desire to take the attack to the Glamorgan bowlers. Just survival is all that is on his mind.
I think lesser talented batsman would have struggled against this attack this morning, but here you have a world-class player.
In comes Van der Hoogten, bowls again, and Masood is behind that one, playing it back down the pitch, and there's no run. 25 test matches. Shan Masood, the last of them in January of last year. Test average of fraction under 30, so not quite enough to keep his place at the very top level, but you wonder if this burst of form in the British county game will attract the attention of the Pakistan management again. Van der Hoogten bowls to Masood, that's lowish, and going through to Chris Cook on the second bounce. A bit of a rarity because there's been quite decent carry in the first hour.
Yes, there has, but also there's a bit of a variable bounce. In the over that wicket got, the Hogan got Godleman out. Did you see that one that ricocheted up into, and Cook had to take it above his head. Very, very quick delivery. Must have hit something. And there's been plenty of deviation, and as you say, that one kept low.
Van der Hoogten round the wicket, bowls. Masood dabs it out on the offside. Salter fields at point, and there is no run. So if you are just joining us here on BBC Sport Online or on either of the county streams with the video as well, one change in either side. Ryan side bottom for Nick Potts in the Derbyshire bowling attack. And Tom Cullen, wicket-keeper batsman, not keeping wicket today, replaces the all-rounder Callum Taylor in the Glamorgan side, but still plenty of bowling options as Van der Hoogten is in, and that's a single to Masood, down to third man off an angled bat. Chilly morning. I don't think we'll be venturing outside the commentary box.
Just mentioned that. You and I worked at the toss, and he froze then. Just biting it. It's not a strong wind, but it's in the air and breeze more than just very, very cold.
Morning to Mark Harry as well on Twitter. As Van der Hoogten in to bowl to Guest, who's beaten by that one outside off stump. Might just have played inside the line at the last moment, but a very good opening over from Tim Van der Hoogten, conceding just one run. Good morning to Emir Evans on Twitter. Nice to see Hogs in good rhythm this morning. Thought he might have been rested, but glad he hasn't been. Yeah, all Hogan's wickets so far this season have been away from home, yes, because he bowled well at Nottingham, claimed the first wicket here today, but no success in the two home matches, which is rare for him.
Yes, he's been exemplary today. Is James Harris, who bowled so well against Middlesex, just gave you his figures, 4 for 68, 20 overs. He's to continue. Not as quick as the other three bowlers we've seen on view this morning, but does swing it and bowls accurately. And David Lloyd, the captain, has faith in him as he's still hanging on to the three slips. Yes, Harris starts the new over, bowls to Masood. Masood plays forward to a good length ball up to mid-on. Rather an angular view. Is there a third man here, Nick? Can you see?
There is a third man. I said earlier that it's obligatory with you in the ground.
Well, we've seen a man brought up to fourth slip for Hogan, and the next ball went for forward to third man.
Yes, Van der Hoogten is currently working away on retying his boots at third man.
Harris' ball was tucked off his hip by Masood for 4 runs. What a marvellous bit of timing. I just touched that, but it was just short of a length, and he tucked it away. I thought, well, that's going to square leg, no runs, and all of a sudden they're running runs to the boundary. Well, obviously it's very, very hard and fast outfield because of the weather we've had recently, but what a great bit of timing that was.
Beautifully flicked away, wasn't it? No apparent effort. No man at square leg with mid-wicket trying to do both jobs, and fine leg down on a 45-degree angle. 37 for 1.
Yeah, in he comes, Harris again, and bowls. Masood is forward, that's a better ball. He's moved on to 15. Pakistan opening bats. Remember him getting 100 at Old Trafford a couple of years ago. Didn't think then that we'd be seeing playing for Derbyshire. And these are good signings. When you get somebody who's out of favour with his country, you know that he's going to be with you more or less for the season. Tall man lifts his bat up now, left-handed, waits as Harris goes wide of the crease and bowls him. Diving save there by Chris Cook, who took off, and any goalkeeper would have been proud of that.
Yes, he's still flinging himself around to good effect, isn't he, Chris Cook?
Yes.
Must keep himself extremely fit, mid-30s, doesn't show any signs of the slightly advancing years.
Harris coming in again. Bowls to Masood. Masood appealed for LBW, but he was on the front foot and just outside the off stump. I think it was more or might have had a nicking because the appeal sort of went down.
On Twitter, Steve West claiming that you're looking younger than ever on the
Me?
commentary box camera.
What's this camera? Where? Oh, dear me.
So
What does that mean then?
it means that we
Younger than ever.
we occasionally get featured.
Thank you, Steve. Harris bowls. He gets a thick edge. It's very well fielded there. Extremely well fielded at cover by
Salter as
Andrew
always.
Salter.
Yes.
Because Cullen him either side. That's the end of the over. Thank you, Steve. You've made my day. You've made my made my summer.
I'm not sure that David Battersby's tweet is quite so welcome. And he's tweeted a picture of me drinking a cup of coffee on air, but he does note that I turned the microphone off to so that I didn't slurp on air. So
Wasn't
we have to be on our toes today.
well, just well, it was a glass of your favourite red, Mr. Webb.
That'll be a favourite white with me, please.
I better be careful now.
Here comes Van der Hoogten over the wicket, the right-handed Guest, who defends that one back down the pitch. Guest just averaging 20 so far this season, along with Godalming, still looking for scores. Plenty of scores elsewhere in the Derbyshire batting lineup, with Madsen averaging 73, Duploy 59, McKiernan with a century in his only innings so far, and of course Masood leading the lot. Here comes high-stepping Van der Hoogten, bowls, and Guest gets a thick edge along the ground to third man.
Dave Fletcher was saying he thinks number 3 is a little bit high for Guest. And, Madsden probably wants to bat at 4 because he's
pulled rank.
very fine player, Wayne Madsen. And it's been slow going against some very accurate bowling, but they have advanced to 38 for the loss of Godalming's wicket.
As Van der Hoogten going round the wicket to Masood again, and he'll get a single here out towards square leg. They'll have to hurry. Cullen has a shy at the stumps. It's well backed up by Salter, I think, on this occasion. Guest was home okay. There was one earlier quick single to Cullen at square leg where Godalming might not have been okay had the throw hit. But
I think that would have been out, yeah.
Cullen has got only the one stump to aim at effectively from that sort of position. Tom Cullen, the only change in the Glamorgan side. As Van der Hoogten bouncing in, bowls to Guest, who shoulders arms through chest high to Chris Cook. Glamorgan keeping with the 3 slips. On this grey, chilly morning, it's hands in pockets until the last minute, until the ball's delivered, and then back in. Don't know if there's any hand warmers around. It's the sort of day when you need them.
Brave spectators on the far end and the other sides of the field.
Aren't they just? It's not a day for watching in any sort of comfort apart from indoors. As Van der Hoogten bowls and Guest shoulders arms.
Big ground this now. Boundaries quite long, either side especially. Has changed so much over the years that I've been coming here. We used to play the other way. And then the sun used to go down in the west right behind and play would be suspended. As it was at Old Trafford, same reason, they used to play the other way.
Interesting, isn't it, that they've used more or less the full width both sides, haven't brought the boundaries in at all. Van der Hoogten to Guest, who pushes forward. There's a strangled appeal from behind. That might have been pad then bat as it rolled down into the slips. 39 for 1 at the end of the over, so scoring rate still just a fraction over 2 runs and over. Masood has 16 of 51 deliveries. Guest is 7 off 24, and it's a bit of a battle of attrition out there.
It certainly is, and Glamorgan have had a few LBW appeals, 1 or 2 against Masood, but we got a wonderful point here. We can see right down the pitch, and every one of the decisions that were turned on, I think, has been spot on. James Harris from the city end, then the far end, is coming into Masood and bowls the first ball to him, and he's forward to a good length ball. I think Masood is determined to get these runs. He needs, as we've said, past 711 to be the highest ever run scorer by the end of April. And this game finishes on May the 1st. Of course, is he not? I hope he's not going to bat till then.
He's only got 3 days to get there then, to get it before the end of April.
Harris accelerates now and is bowling, and it's turned away on the onside. That's another well-timed shot. It's not going to get 4 this time. They've got 2. They'll probably come back for the 3rd. Very long boundary as Cullen slips on his way, picks up, but 3 more runs to Masood, who moves on to 19. And the score going up quietly to 42 for 1. 41 minutes to go until lunch. Gentleman came down to sit this morning at his table for breakfast, and I said, "Good morning, Tom," and he nodded. I thought it was Tom Cullen, it wasn't. No wonder he just said nothing at all. Hello. Felt rather embarrassed. In comes Harris over the wicket to Guest, and close to the off stump by the sounds of things, as that swung after it had passed the bat. And Cook took him in front of first slip, who was the captain, looking rather pensive there at mid-off.
I had a misidentification yesterday in a budget supermarket. A lady came up to me and said, "Excuse me, can you tell me where the toilet brushes are?" I said, "I'm afraid not, madam, but don't worry."
Did you have a badge with
Well, I had a similar colour hoodie on to the stuff the staff were wearing.
Yes, Harris bowls again down the leg side. That's going away for 4 leg buys, was it? Yes, it is. Umpire Pollard throws his leg out and taps it and says that's 4. The first real ball that strayed from James Harris. No runs, of course, to the batsman. 46 for 1.
Plenty of chirp in the Glamorgan fielders, haven't they? They've had
Yeah, they've helped their bowlers.
They've had cause to keep interested, I think, despite Derbyshire's decision to bat first.
Yeah, I think Glamorgan wanted to have a bat. James Harris to Brooke Guest, bowls him. The better delivery, which is he gets a lead and edge down to 3rd man to his Guest, and that completes another. No, it doesn't. It's the left-hander coming through. Yeah, 1 ball left. That'd be no good as an umpire. You umpired on Sunday, I gather? Or didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Saw a
everything
picture.
on Sunday. I did everything
Was
on
that
Sunday.
your picture of Machem playing on Sunday?
Yes, I was.
On Twitter?
The
Did you have a cam thing on your head?
no, I had a mobile phone at about waist high and just sort of line up the.
What if somebody straight driven you back and hit you in the middle?
Then I'd have had to buy a new phone.
Yeah.
It's probably not approved under ECB guidelines, but it was only a friendly match, so I got away with it.
James Harris bowled the last ball of the over to Masood. He's in and bowls wide of the crease. It's tucked away wide of mid on, and they'll go through for an easy single as Carlson feels. That is the end of the over. 48 for 1. Honours even, I think, because Glamorgan have bowled well, restricted progress. Derbyshire have still got Masood there and making steady progress and 9 wickets in hand.
Yeah, so I can give the following advice to senior cricketers: don't attempt to play back-to-back T20 games. It was a sort of friendly format to get everyone into the game, so more or less everyone bowled or batted. I kept wicket for the first 20 and fielded for the
hurt your arm
the other
again,
20.
didn't it?
And yes,
Too old
as
for this
they were
game.
running 4 to me at mid-wicket at the time, I think. Here comes Van der Hoogten around the wicket to bowl to Masood on 20 not out, and he's covered driving just beyond the reach of Carlson, who plunged to his right,
3 more.
but couldn't get to it. It will be another 3 as Salter had to run from point to deep cover, and Masood just starting to gently accelerate now. He's on 23, and it's 48 for 1.
Such a good time. Applause for the 50 coming up, but
51 for 1. Yes,
Yeah.
apologies, they hadn't got it on the board.
and he plays every ball on its merit. Doesn't look hurried. He's very, very composed, and it's little wonder to me that he hasn't scored these big runs. In fact, he has. No surprise, rather. And he looks, for Glamorgan, in ominously good form.
Van der Hoogten into bowl to Guest, who's driving streakily off an outside edge down to third man through the 4th slip position. I don't think it would have carried to a 4th slip, but it wasn't under control. 52 for 1. Shaheen Shah Afridi, who Glamorgan had the delights of facing last week, the Pakistan fast bowler, has picked up 3 early wickets for Middlesex against Leicestershire at Lords. Leicestershire 42 for 4.
They're looking for middle side this year, Middlesex.
Van der Hoogten to Masood, forward defending, no run. So Stuart Broad is bowling for Nottinghamshire at home to Worcestershire. Worcestershire 85 for 3. And Broad has 1 for 34. He's been a little expensive, but he did have the wicket of Jake Libby. Worcestershire 85 for 3 against Notts at Trent Bridge. And at Hove, Durham 67 for 2 against Sussex. Van der Hoogten to bowl. Masood drives, doesn't time that at all. He was looking to play straight, but it's squirted away through mid-wicket. It's another couple of runs. Again, even when he doesn't time the ball's going miles. He might have a very heavy bat, maybe.
It appeared that they played on very, very good batting pitches this season, so Dave Fletcher was telling me. It'd be interesting, Nick, to know or to see how he would play on a ball that's doing a bit, as he did in Cardiff last week, on these spicy pitches. He's obviously a good enough player to cater, but...
Van der Hoogten bowls, and Masood drives it. That one doesn't get anything on it through to Cook. Well, that was almost the end of him.
Having said that, he was very composed. He played at that, which was a yard outside the off stump, and I think if you can just try and tie Masood down, up to now he hasn't taken any chances, except, of course, the commentator's curse. He did that ball.
Almost had him.
Yeah.
54 for 1. Masood has 25 of them. Van der Hoogten in, the Pakistan left-hander, who's leaving that one outside off stump. Rattle through the Division 1 scores. Northants at Chelmsford are 51 for 1 against Essex. At Bristol, Surrey 44 for 3. A couple of wickets to Matt Taylor there. Amler's gone for 20 there. Hampshire in real trouble at home to Lancashire at 43 for 5.
You should have some musical chairs here. There's, Dave Fletcher's coming back, and Nick comes into my chair. I'll speak to you later, hopefully.
There's James Harris to start a new over from the City end. And Harris is into bowl to Guest, outside off stump, allowed to go through to Cook.
Seamless.
I know which is the better side for the camera. neither of them for me.
You had the.
Well, I was getting some
Yes.
faint music in my ears.
I can turn that off. Sorry, I will do. I will do so
That's
next
all right,
time.
don't worry. Harris is in to bowl, and that's outside off stump and allowed to go through. No shot played by Guest. As looking at Division 1 scores, Hampshire 43 for 5. Who's got them there? 2 apiece for Anderson.
Good kid.
Jimmy, good kid. And his new mate Hassan Ali. They'll terrorise a few counties between them. Somerset 76 for naught at home to Warwickshire. Renshaw and Lammonby rolling along nicely there. Harris into bowl to Guest, who drives through the offside, and the ball will go racing away towards the scoreboard, away to our right. That's his most aggressive shot so far. Harris just offering something of a half volley and dealt with by Guest, who moves on to 13. It's 58 for 1. Finally, at Headingley, Kent are 67 for 3, and all the wickets there to Yorkshire's overseas paceman Harris Ralph. So, Derbyshire surviving reasonably well despite the loss of their captain Godalming for 15 as Harris bowls and worked away on the leg side by Guest. There is no one near at square leg, so they'll comfortably jog back for a couple of runs by the time Van der Hoogten has come round from deep fine leg. 60 for 1.
The ball has hit the edge of the bat rather too many times for Brooke Guest's liking, I would suggest, but he's still there, I suppose. That's the main thing.
It's all about survival. They're starting to accumulate some runs. Harris into bolt to Guest, who gets another one not off the middle of the bat, this time a thick inside edge down to fine leg for a single. 61 for 1. Without wishing to denigrate Derbyshire's efforts, there have been quite a lot of runs off the edge today.
Yeah, absolutely. No question about it. No question about it. And I think Glamorgan have bowled really nicely. But Michael Hogan was sensational, 1 for 11 from 7 overs. The wicket maiden, in which he took the wicket of Billy Godalming and 2 of the maidens as well. And Tim Van der Houten has been very miserly as well, 9 runs from his 3 overs.
Harris in, bowls. Masood drives to mid-on. No run. Carlson is mid-on now in his vice-captain role. 61 for 1. 22 overs gone, so yeah, starting to tick up towards 2.5 runs per over, but not spectacular by any means. But if Derbyshire are 1 wicket down at lunch, they won't particularly mind if they haven't set the scoreboard on fire.
It just seems to be brightening up as well a little bit as well, to me. Come on.
Yeah, by the standards of Derbyshire against Glamorgan fixtures.
Help me out here. No, this is glorious. There are people wandering around in shorts, but not many of them. David Griffin and nobody else. As Van der Houten is in, and that's left alone by Brooke Guest. Just goes through to the keeper. Continued to move back towards the leg side, but there's been a fair amount of that swing after it's gone past the stumps.
Must be said that David Griffin, pillar of this parish, is always wandering around in shorts, isn't he?
Pretty much, yeah. There was 2 pre-season games where he didn't.
Good heavens.
Down at the Parks, he was in long trousers, and here for the game against Nottinghamshire, it was horrible. Really, really unpleasant. When the Houghton bowls, that's often inside edge onto his pads this time. Brooke Guest, who's not having things his own way by any stretch of the imagination out there. He's battling hard to stay out with Shan Masood. Guest has 16 from 35. Masood 25 from 60. I was saying to Edward, Masood's strike rate over the course of the season has been 73. Well, it's considerably below that. It's less than 50 at the moment. That's how well the Glamorgan bowlers have done as Guest waits, and again, didn't get much, if any, bat on that one as it crashes into him. Dribbles out into the offside. There is no run. Yes, we're talking about the backstop. I'd forgotten about the backstop. I'd put it to the end of my, right to the back of my mind.
Oh yes.
The last time when Cullen got the
2019, the
match-winning
backstop,
half-century.
Billy's backstop.
Billy's backstop, yeah. Yeah, we're trying to work out who the bowler was. We think it was Logan Van Beek. This next delivery from Van der Houten is defended by Brooke Guest back up towards the bowler. It's dismal, quite frankly.
Chris Drew, a French-based Glamorgan follower, says he was umpiring his first match last weekend, Chantilly against Lille.
Nice.
Very much enjoyed the experience.
Here's Van der Houten from the racecourse end back into his crease goes Guest and pushes it backward of square on the offside where it's fielded by Andrew Salter. I suppose if you're going to umpire anywhere for the first time, Chantilly is yeah.
They had some of the eponymous cream with their cakes for tea.
Is the cream?
Isn't it Chantilly cream?
Oh, I don't know. Chantilly Lace with a pretty face is a song, isn't it? I remember that. Famous racecourse, of course. Van der Houten wide of the off stump this time. Guest allows it to go through.
I think we've had enough pictures from our listeners of us on camera. So,
Well, yeah.
please, I know Twitter is a Wild West playground these days under its new owner who wishes less censorship. But I think pictures of your commentary team, we get the message. You can see us. We apologise.
Yes, yes. A word with the director at lunchtime.
On the umpiring front, I was asked the question after an LBW appeal, what was wrong with it then? And the answer, he hasn't been in long and this is only a friendly match for everyone to get a practice, is probably not approved in the CB handbook, but it was the reality and translated into just hit outside off, I think. Here comes Harris.
Well, no, David Lloyd, I think.
Lloyd, yes, David Lloyd, as he takes over from Harris and bowls his first delivery. I didn't think we'd see Lloyd this early in proceedings, to be honest, but just 4 overs delivered by Harris.
That surprised me.
So David Lloyd, with his military medium, looking for his first wicket of the season. Hasn't bowled quite as much as usual, as that's outside off stump and Masood plays no shot. Yes, he'll fancy maybe a little bit of swing in these cloudy conditions, David Lloyd. Ball's been doing a bit, but at the wrong point from the Glamorgan bowler's point of view. It's been swinging a lot after it's past the stumps, hasn't it?
Yeah, yeah. Just feels too cold for any conventional sort of swing, really, doesn't it? Usually a bit muggier before you get that, but there is plenty of cloud, so if it's cloud that does it, I have no idea why it swings.
Lloyd is in to bowl to Masood, who's hit on the pad. Ball rolls out towards the square leg umpire. There's a strangled appeal. They go through for a leg by, 62 for 1.
Mainly from Marnus Labuschagne, I think. Strangled appeal.
Marnus Labuschagne gets excited about virtually anything at any point.
How many seasons has he been with Glamorgan now? 4?
Well, it's 4 seasons since he came, but he didn't play in 2020 because of the travel restrictions. He wouldn't have made it in time.
Yeah.
Lloyd from the city end, 2 slips, Gas driving to mid-on, no run.
It's admirable. I was just asked on the radio this morning, so how come Marnus Labuschagne's playing in the second division? So, well, he's been at Glamorgan a good while now and clearly enjoys playing at the club. I think he said so, hasn't he? How much he enjoys it. And why not? But it's this ridiculous notion that the second division isn't as good as the first.
As Lloyd bowls and Guest drives to mid-off. No run.
The reason there are fewer English Test players playing in the second division is that the selectors never look in the second division and therefore don't pick them, so they can't play Test cricket. in my humble opinion.
Well, who knows who'll get picked for England this summer, apart from Stokes be captain. The other 10 are
Well, all of a sudden, Matt Critchley played one game for Essex and he was in line for an England call. I mean,
Lloyd Bowles, guest forward defending to point, no run. Well, it's because he didn't play for Derbyshire any longer, you see.
clearly far too far north here in Derbyshire for anybody to even come and look at him. We saw James Taylor once, but I'm not. Yeah, well done. I'm not entirely sure that he was here to look at a Derbyshire player.
Yeah, so I survived Sunday just about. I couldn't really move on Monday or Tuesday.
I'm moving that well now, if I may say.
Well, I don't think I could field in the outfield.
We've already got to Thursday.
Yeah. There we are.
They always say it's the fortnight after that's the worst. Found out and begins a new over from the racecourse and it's just turned off. The inside edge of the bat, but down to long leg for a single by Masood, who just inspects the edge of his bat.
Well, due to the Glamorgan fixture list inconsiderately including Saturdays for the first 6 weeks of the season, I shall be not gracing any league games for the imminent future. My teammates will be glad to hear.
Did Glamorgan not have a break in this 6 weeks? Some do.
They
some
have the
don't.
6-week block and then a break. Works quite well for them, actually.
Yeah. And in again, it's turned into the leg side by Brooke Guest.
And they'll have a 10-day break to get used to white balls and pyjamas.
Yeah.
Before the T20 starts for Glamorgan on May the 26th with a jaunt around the southeast, playing Sussex, Surrey and Middlesex in the space of 4 days.
Lovely.
Which smacks of forward planning in the fixture list.
Yeah, I can't imagine that's happened. Not for a moment. Van der Houten is in, and that one is defended this time by Brooke Guest out into the offside with Derbyshire off next week. So we're all off next week. Well, I'm working on Tuesday, but and they have 2 matches and then a week before they start on or 5 days before they start on the 27th.
Home to Warwickshire.
Yeah, I think they call them Birmingham.
Oh yes,
in that
yes.
particular form of the game.
Yes, I'm reading it out of play fair, but yeah, they'll be the Bears or Birmingham or some combination of the two.
And in again, oh, that beats Brooke Guest playing inside the line, but not voluntarily, I would suggest.
Hashtag you Bears.
Yes, at least they're not running. Like the team that we played 24 hours later. The old running scads.
The running foxes, yeah. I'm not quite sure what the marketing advantage of having running foxes. You don't tend to think of foxes sauntering or strolling anyway.
No, yes, that'd be quite good. They're laying down foxes. That one's left alone by Brooke Guest. Again, swings after it's gone past the stumps and it's taken a long way down the leg side by Cook.
Yeah, if you wish to communicate us via Elon Musk's Twitter, at NickWebb2017, at Fletch Sport.
But no pictures of us on the screen, please.
No, please do not.
Nobody sent me any of those because they've seen me before. Nobody's impressed. And Houghton's next delivery played up going back towards the stumps by Brooke Guest, and he defends it back towards the bowler. Just the one run from the over. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 10 now. 63 for 1. Derbyshire having won the toss and decided to bat this morning. And we are now, I can't see the clock, so I can't ever go that way, 18 minutes or so away from the lunch interval.
So David Lloyd into his second over. 2 slips. Square leg has now gone back for Masood, who's clipped a couple through that area. He's on 26 not out. 63 for 1. Lloyd to Masood, who plays defensively on the offside. And there's no run. In case you're wondering why you can hear the players far more voluble than the crowd. The crowd are some distance away. I wasn't going to say that. The crowd are some distance away. Those that with any sense are behind glass somewhere. As that comes back in a little bit from Lloyd, but not enough to threaten Masood's off stump. As he shoulders arms. I presume there's a fair few watching from behind the glass.
You'd think so in the members' pavilion, yeah, you'd have thought so, wouldn't you?
Any members who wish to stay alive for day two. Temperatures are meant to go up during the course of the match, and it might even be quite nice by Sunday. Glamorgan might have Masood out by Sunday, who knows? Lloyd bowls to Masood, who defends to cover no run.
Yeah, it's chilly out there. You'd have thought they'd want to clap more, wouldn't you? But
yes.
There hasn't been a huge amount to clap about,
That would
really.
mean getting the hands out of the pockets for the spectators.
That is true.
Probably safer leaving them there and just trying to de-ice themselves at lunchtime.
Well, they'd be trying to work out where to go at lunch, I think, most of the spectators.
Lloyd bowls edge just past slip as it thuds into the ropes at third man, and that, had David Lloyd had a third slip, which he doesn't often, might have been curtains for Masood. He moves under 30. It's 67 for 1.
Well, that was as close as he's come to being out. But as you say, just down to the 2 slips now, which is understandable, I suppose. 25 overs in.
Don't think David Lloyd often would have 3 slips. He's got something of a fly slip at the moment in Andrew Salter. Well, he is walking in Salter as Lloyd bowls, strikes Masood on the pad. That might be close, not given. Lloyd head in hands. Masood playing slightly across that one. May have pitched outside leg.
Well, they are giving him, Glamorgan, a proper going over here at Masood, the likes of which he hasn't had since his arrival in this country. But he lives in the moment, he tells everybody. He just lives in for the moment, in that moment, and he won't even have batted an eyelid.
Lloyd to Masood, who defends on the onside. There is no run. Flicking a quick look at the screen, I think pitching outside leg was what must have saved him, because that looked as though it would have potentially rattled into Midland leg, not too far up. So David Lloyd inducing an edge and getting an LBW appeal, but neither producing the vital wicket that Glamorgan so desperately wants. 67 for 1.
The other thing, of course, is the actual scoring rate, which is pretty low at the moment, down at 2.5. They scored at 4 and over, in excess of 4 and over against Leicestershire. Tim van der Houten begins a new over from racecourse centre. Brooke Guest, who pushes out into the offside. Kieran Carlson picks up 401 runs in the day. He scored on Friday, which is a lot, isn't it?
That is a lot of
in a
runs.
day's play of
That is entertainment.
Yeah, it was very entertaining. It put them in a very, very strong position, of course. I think they like you, Nick. I think they really like you on the street. He's in the game of this one. Is defended by Guest. The same up towards mid-on when it's fielded by Michael Nisa.
Do you think there's an advertising opportunity here if I get some hair dye and appear in sort of bright orbit or something on day 2?
I could write a car company's name across your forehead. We ought to start wearing sponsored hats.
Would you buy a used car off the sponsors of the England cricket team?
Van Houten's in. Oh, that's a good leave. Brooke Guest, who just raises his bat out of the way. And the ball goes through to Cook. Again, there's plenty of chat out there. Looks disappointed, Ed, is he?
Mr. Bevan is offering his entirely neutral perspective of the LBW appeal against Masood.
Out then.
Just a little.
Out and seeing that was off an inside edge. Brought Guest back out into the onside Tom Cullen fields. Yes. Well, it looked a good shout, didn't it? Really.
It was a good shout. But Mr. Pollard did not agree. Well, he might have agreed that it was a good shout, but he didn't agree that it was definitely out, which is his job.
I think it smacks a little like they've come in to watch Masood bat, not you bowl.
WG Gray's trick. Put the bails back on.
Yeah. Guest waits and well, again, I don't think he does, but he shapes as though he's pulled the bat inside the line. By the time he's pulled the bat inside the line, it's just gone past the edge.
It's a good trick, though, isn't it?
Yeah. A lot of batsmen.
Play and miss and then withdraw the bat.
Got it down to a fine art, a lot of batsmen, haven't they now? It is a more conventional leave. It's not the Godalming-Labuschagne leave.
Yes, well, the Labuschagne leave got him into trouble in game one.
Oh dear. There are 3 slips for Van der Houten as this one is pushed into the offside by Guest from the middle of the bat. It's the end of the over. It was a maiden over. 6 overs, 2 maidens. 0 for 10 now. 27 overs gone. 67 for 1 Derbyshire. Masood has 30. Guest has 16, and they're edging towards a 50 partnership.
The Labuschagne leave has seen him dismissed twice already. Once LBW at Trent Bridge, and then bowled by Shaheen Shah Afridi, chopped on off an inside edge while trying to leave.
Oh dear.
67 for 1. David Lloyd striving for a second breakthrough. Previous came when the score was on 22 and Godalming was caught behind for 15 as Masood pushes forward up to mid-off, and there is no run. Tall figure batting in short sleeve shirt, bright orange flash on the back of his boots, particularly visible on this grey day. High clouds, no threat of rain I don't think, but not great conditions. Lloyd is in to bowl, and Masood drives to mid-off, quite nicely timed, but doesn't beat the fielder. I think that's a Welsh flag I can see draped over a couple of seats up at the city end. The Balconeers presumably will be here before too long, having set off from South Wales today. Here's Lloyd to bowl to Masood, who's forward defending out on the offside. Carlson fields at cover, no run.
It's quite a journey first thing in the morning, isn't it? To get here for 11 o'clock is a big ask. I assume that they're not going home this evening and then coming back tomorrow.
I think they've got 2 nights booked, I think, for this particular trip. Not sure if they're staying for the final day. Lloyd in. Masood drives back to the bowler, gets a hand to it, flicks it towards the stumps, but wide of them, and Guest was safely home anyway. 67 for 1. I've seen one run out backing up in the Glamorgan game, pulled off by James Wheel, acrobatically off the boot in his follow-through. Lloyd bowls and beats Masood, going through low to Chris Cook. 67 for 1. This is a real battle for these Derbyshire batsmen, but they're surviving.
Masood is now past 150 overs faced.
Wow.
So far this season. It's only his 5th innings.
Next delivery from Lloyd sees Masood driving to mid-on, no run. Edwards and I were saying earlier on, he does seem to time the ball remarkably well. One of those flicks through square leg was barely seemed like a defensive little push, and all of a sudden the ball's crossing the boundary. 67 for 1 here on BBC Sport Online.
Yeah, there's no brutal hitting from him. He's not that kind of batsman. He did hit a 6 at Leicestershire, put it on top of the meat, the ball, but I mean it was there to be just helped on its way really as much as anything. And He's a proper stylist. He's glorious to watch. But guest on strike now. Beaten by Tim van der Houten, first delivery of a new over. Not for the first time. The batsman plays and misses. And as a consequence, poor old van der Houten turns around, grimaces a touch, and walks slowly back to his mark. Almost a resigned walk back to his mark. You've almost got a feel for these bowlers, but from a Derbyshire perspective, so far so good, apart from Billy Godleman out for 15, caught by Cook off the bowling of Hogan. Hogan bowled beautifully this morning, 1 for 11. That one is driven but not timed out into the offside by Brooke Guest. He's to have added 45 off 99 deliveries faced now. It's about the slowest that Derbyshire have batted this season as well, in terms of the run rate. Scores elsewhere in Division 2 in a moment. Edward Bevan's come back to keep me company until lunch. Van der Houten is in. That's left alone by Brooke Guest. Goes all the way through to the keeper. Welcome back, Edward. There's lots of wickets everywhere else, isn't there? 6 down Durham, 75 for 6 at Hove. Leicestershire 57 for 6 at Lords.
It could have been 3 or 4, yeah.
Could have been.
But yeah, I was beating the bat. How that LBW wasn't given out.
It looked close to here, from here.
He did pitched Midland leg, and well, I just couldn't work it out. And neither, I think, could.
No bat at all. Van der Houten in, 3 slips in place, left alone by Brooke Guest outside the off stump.
And that would have been victory then to get him out for 30.
Yes.
I think they bowled superbly. The best I've seen this Glamorgan side. And they bowled pretty well in the 3 games, but this has been exemplary. May not show it, just 1 down at lunch or whatever. But
it's certainly the most testing bowling that Derbyshire have faced this season. As a bowling unit, quite often there's a weak link somewhere, isn't there, where you can get a few runs and get away.
yes.
Not today. Van der Houten bowls, defended by Brooke Guest again, down into the ground. So no, it's been a terrific effort by Glamorgan, and they haven't got the rewards perhaps the bowling has deserved.
No, you would have expected 2 or 3 because Hogan could have got anybody out at any time. And he'll bowl worse than this season and get more wickets.
Next delivery from Van der Houten from the racecourse then is left alone by Brooke Guest to go through to the keeper. It's another maiden over, back-to-back maiden overs for Tim van der Houten. 7 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 10 now. Derbyshire 67 for 1 with Masood on 30 and Brooke Guest on 16. The partnership's still worth 45. I think that's 3 maidens in a row.
I mentioned in the press box for a couple of lads that David Lloyd is swinging, basically a swing and nothing else. He can bowl. And I think there is some swing out there because the atmosphere is cloud everywhere and it's a bit cold. And that's the reason I think that Masood has been tied down because it's beaten the bat, and Lloyd has just conceded those 4 runs. If he'd had a third slip, it would have been straight to him.
Yeah.
And that huge appeal. Here is Lloyd coming in, starts a new over, and Masood just dabs it down to the right of Gully, and they go through for a single sort of fields. What have we got? Might get another over in after this, 68 for 1. I think it was Paul Pollard, the former Notts and Worcestershire opening batsman of years ago, the umpire who turned down that appeal. And the other one is a relation of Gary Pratt. More of that in a moment, as Lloyd bowls and Guest is on the back foot and plays it out into the cover region, and there's no run. Related to Gary Pratt, of course, the famous run out at Trent Bridge in 2005. And Ricky Ponting was run out by someone he should not run to. He's one of the best fielders in the country. And Ponting said, then it's not fair having a top fielder as 12 man. Do you remember that remark?
I do.
Well, where do you put him then?
Yeah.
Amazing. Here's Lloyd to the right-handed Guest and bowls to him, and he slices that down towards fine leg. Can't see where it's gone to because it's a good run. Come back for a second, but he's looking to drive to cover. Lloyd looks despairingly on because they ended up down that fine leg. It is movement.
Yes,
You know.
Brook Guest's using every inch of his bat, isn't he? He's had
Yeah.
outside edges, inside edges, he's had the lot.
He's on 18, and this partnership now has put on 48. Probably hearing our effects microphone, the yelling from the Glamorgan fielders as Lloyd is in. Bowls to Guest down the leg side. This and goes single as it's not really played convincingly. Well, we've got 2 minutes to 1 and halfway. Touch and go. Three balls to
Yeah, it
go.
will be, wouldn't it? I was just looking at that myself. A couple of minutes. 2 dot balls, and you'd probably get another over him, wouldn't you?
He's been very watchful, hasn't he, Masood, this morning?
Yeah.
34, what was he? 31 in the morning session.
We'll never get to a double century, will we?
This is played off for stumps again, an anguished cry. And that's a single. Might get one in here. It's about 1 minute to 1. And applause for the 50 partnership. Masood on 32. Still 1 ball left. Yeah, so perhaps they won't get another one in.
It's the 108 balls that it's taken, just shows you how hard it's been. The same
Yes.
Masood batting at 70 odd as a strike rate throughout the course of the season has been becalmed.
Last ball of the over. David Lloyd comes in, bowls to Guest and beats him outside the off stump yet again. And the umpires are looking at each other. They're walking, umpire practice walking briskly up to the stumps and will say that we are going, gentlemen, to have another over before lunch.
That's good.
This will be expertly described by Dave Fletcher.
I'm not sure about that, but there should be 32 per session. This will be the 31st over, so that's pretty decent. And we're going to get a change of bowling as well. We're going to see a bit of spin. Andrew Salter's going to come on over a spin before lunch. Compulsory, of course,
Mandatory.
just to see if anything's happening
But
out
he
there.
could replicate the 7 wickets he took. Extraordinary performance at Cardiff against Durham in the first game. And on the second morning, it's just started to run down the wicket, hitting the ball in the air, getting stumped and everything. All of a sudden, he's got a 7-4. Hasn't taken a wicket since. And he will be bowling to the left-hander.
Bowling to Masood, yeah. Just to see what he does. I think he'll play him back. Well, he won't play him back. He'll just cut it away to the man at backward point. There's no wrong. Backward point immediately puts his hands back in his pockets.
Don't blame him.
No, I don't either. It's not pleasant. It's all right behind glass, though. I don't know. I quite like it. It's good view. Next one is turning to the leg side of an inside edge. Lots of whooping and a hollering out there. It's Derbyshire at backward point, isn't it?
Yeah, he doesn't stop.
He's the loudest cricketer in the history of cricket. As this one is driven very pleasantly by Masood out to the man, sweeping on the cover boundary.
Certainly worth having somebody in close, either bat pad or short leg, with so close to lunch. Well, you're not going to play a false shot. But no, he's staying with just the 1 slip.
3 deliveries to go. I can hear the news in my ears. The race is on. Will Salter win it or will Sally Swinfen? Salter's in. Bowls to Guest, who turns this towards Derbyshire. It's a sort of short, fine, it's not that fine leg, but that 45 position backward of square on the leg side that nobody knows what it's called. It's very, very fashionable position in the modern game. Salter again bowls. That one's turned into the leg side. They're going to go through for a quick single. Carlson moves around to do the fielding. And this will be the final ball before lunch. I can't imagine that Masood's going to do anything out of the ordinary, if I'm entirely honest with you. Salter in. Masood defends. Now that, ladies and gentlemen, is lunch. And we will return in around about 40 minutes' time. It's been a good morning's cricket, very, very watchable. We've seen Billy Goldman dismissed for 15. We've seen Masood move to 33. Guest has 19. Derbyshire 74 for 1. We'll see you in 35 minutes' time. Was 2 maidens, 0 for 8. 4 of those 8 would have been caught by third slip, and that was Shan Masood, who hit the ball, and Andrew Salter just the 1 over before lunch. Cricket's again for everybody, of course, as John will no doubt tell us. I'll just turn him down a bit, because quite frankly, yeah.
You treat people with respect, Dave.
Well, I like to think I do most of the time. Most of the time. Beg to differ at Grace Road, of course.
The truth is that the spectators here are so thinly spread today that they need to shout to abuse each other. Not that we're encouraging them.
That is the old joke, as needs to be said of my football team, Tremor. He said, turned to the block next to me because I couldn't work out how long there was left in the first half. I thought, well, I'll ask him, and I shouted, "What time is it?" Because that's how far away everybody was, and it is very much like that. I'm afraid. It is cold, though. Mark Eklund, formerly of this parish, the Derby Tell, who is in the building. Good to see Mark. And I shook his hand and had to go and warm mine up because he was that cold. He'd been sitting outside for the morning session. But yeah, it's not the greatest cricket watching weather, it's fair to say. But a good morning for Glamorgan. I thought, again, having watched all of Derbyshire's games, I would say that is as good a bowling attack as Derbyshire have faced by some distance.
Sadly, from the Welsh point of view, without the rewards.
Can't have everything though, can you? Michael Hogan's going to begin proceedings from the city end after lunch, and soft hands have saved Brooke Guest because he's played it down into the ground, and it's been taken a third slip by Arnaud Labuschagne Are you calling him Labuschagne now?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yep, Labuschagne is, we've gone with the Australian version on the grounds that it would take too long to explain to all the people in BBC Wales who have to say his name at some point that it's how to say Labuschagne.
Well, it was interesting. In our winter, as Hogan is in again and bowls to Guest, who pushes that one out off the back foot into the offside. Shan Masood and Labuschagne were on video, weren't they, during the Australian tour of Pakistan, doing a little video of how you pronounce his name. He was massively, massively popular in Pakistan, Marnus Labuschagne.
Roti and Dal has gone viral after he tweeted a picture of his lunch, which was maybe not the most appetising lunch that he'd ever had.
Really? Oh dear. Next delivery from Hogan is pushed into the offside.
And he didn't say anything, but you just sort of felt the subtext of this tweet is, "Oh no, not this again."
Wow.
And, you know, he's obviously got a very high percentage of, or number of Twitter followers, and anything to do with Pakistan cricket generates intense debate on Twitter.
Look at the figures for the Derbyshire stream as well. It's incredible. Hogan bowls, turning to the leg side, down towards fine leg by Brooke Guest. There is a fielder down there away to our left-hand side. It's Tim van Houten. Does the fielding, they go through for a single. 75 for one up running after lunch.
Yes, in the infancy of the Glamorgan live streaming operation, I think they were nearly crashed one day by Baba Azam batting in some style for Somerset.
Well, we do a podcast at the end of every day, not the end of every day, every match. Excuse me, at Radio Derby, and we spoke to Shan Masood every single match as well, and I keep tagging him in, but I haven't had a retweet from him yet. Here is Hogan bowling to the aforementioned Shan Masood, who pushes this up to mid-off when it's fielded by Carlson and there's no run. So slightly disappointed with Mickey Stewart, who's also immensely popular in Pakistan. And Shan Masood, it's a win-win, but I'm going to try and work out a way of getting them to retweet me without just going up to them and saying,
"Please, can you retweet me?"
Yes, yeah, which is a little bit needy, isn't it? I always think. Masood on 33. Next delivery from Hogan. He's turned very, very pleasantly for 4 runs to square leg. Again, effortless.
It's another example of the fine timing of Shan Masood, isn't it, that we remarked upon in the morning session. He just seems to persuade the ball away, and it's all of a sudden it's hopping over the ropes without a fielder being able to move in earnest. 79 for 1, Masood to 37 not out.
No Derbyshire batsman has scored 5 successive, has had 5 successive scores of 50 or more in his first 5 innings, which is what Masood will be aiming for here. There have been 6 successive scores of 50 or more from various batsmen over the years, but never from the start of their career.
Age of 32, man who's played 25 tests and 5 one-day internationals for Pakistan. And is showing his class on the UK county circuit as Michael Nisa goes through a few more stretches, the burly bearded South African-born Queenslander. And then he comes and bowls and Guest drives. Oh, there's a misfield by Carlson at cover. That's a collector's item. Seemed to go straight through him. He'll probably say there was a bobble off the old pitch or something, and they've gone back for 2 runs.
It's the most deviation we've seen off the pitch that they used a fortnight ago. If there was any deviation, because there wasn't when it was used for playing cricket on.
It may be just a case of frozen fingers for Glamorgan's young vice-captain. Captain of the one-day cup side, as they look to defend their
glorious,
title.
yeah,
Glorious,
one,
triumphant one-day cup
absolutely
side.
Magnificent effort.
As Nisa bowls and Guest drives, and that one eludes the grasp of Carlson. It's gone through. He might just have got a fingertip on it to slow it down. It's rolling towards the deep extra cover boundary. Carlson is back to retrieve it. And they've run 3 as they think about a 4th. As it was a long chase, but decide against it. Derbyshire positively galloping along at 84 for 1. As Masood takes a new guard, or making sure that it hadn't moved during the lunch interval.
Been swept away by the ground staff when they tidied things up.
Nisa into bowl to Masood, who defends that up to mid-off, and there is no run.
I just turned the effects up slightly, turned them down before, didn't I, when the announcement was being made.
You did. We're thoroughly respectful.
Yes, yeah.
84 for 1.
But I do like to hear the a bit of chatter, a bit of atmosphere out there. There is some atmosphere inside the ground.
It's a long way away.
It's quite a long way. It's a huge
spectators.
It is a huge playing area here at Derbyshire. So.
It really is very, very wide playing surface. Nisa bowls to Masood, who meets that off the middle of a defensive bat. Just looking to see, there are some spectators in the little stand just down to our right as we peer out the window. Glad to see that virtually everyone is behatted. They're all becoated, certainly, if that's a word. It is now.
But they also have heads, and that would be beheaded, but that would mean the opposite, wouldn't it? So I'm not sure how that works.
Yeah, we'll draw a line under that one for the time being. As Nisa bowls, and that's driven down towards us, straight down the ground by Masood. This one will reach the ropes despite a valiant pursuit by Van der Hochten and by Carlson coming round from cover, and that just persuaded away straight back past the bowler. 41 to Masood, 88 for 1.
Again, barely touched it. Barely touched it, Sham Masood. He was just pretending this morning that it was tricky. Right, you've all had your fun. You almost had me LBW.
Almost played on 5.
Yes.
That would have been a cataclysmic shock for Derbyshire cricket.
Edge pass slip on 26.
Nisa into Masood, who pulls and will get runs here. Oh, that's beaten square leg. Glamorgan had a man back at square leg, but he didn't have a chance, 20 metres to run, and that one went racing away over the long, wide square boundaries. 92 for 1, Masood 45, he's looking dangerous.
That was a remarkable shot. And there was some power in that, because that raced along the floor. Yes, initially over the square, but as you said earlier, Nick, it might have been Edward. It's been so dry that the outfield are really, really quick. And the square leg, he only had to move about 20 yards, but didn't get anywhere near it. Here's Michael Hogan, his 9th over, 1 for 16 his figures, and in he comes, bowls to Brooke Guest, who turns that into the leg side for potentially 4 runs, unless it was just touched by Andrew Salter. It's going to slow up, in fact, inside the boundary. I think he might just have got a little touch on it there, Salter. And as a result, the batsmen have to settle for 3. Guest moves to 28, and it's now 95 for 1, and Derbyshire rattling along. Going along at 5 and over since lunch, as opposed to 2.5 and over before lunch.
Yes, it was a sedate morning's play, wasn't it? Obviously not from the point of view of those trying their gets out in the middle, but on the scoreboard.
Hogan has just 2 slips now as he bowls to Masood, who defends that back towards Hogan. He leaves it alone to be picked up by the man at mid-on, who was Kieran Carlson. A few in front of the players' pavilion there. It's a decent-ish crowd for the conditions.
Well, yes.
More will come once Masood starts to get into his stride. If he gets into his stride. Hogan's trying to stop him getting into his stride. He bowls and it's defended by the Pakistan Test opener.
Well, he still needs another 17 to equal his lowest score so far for Derbyshire.
Yeah, well, you know.
It's ridiculous, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah. Well, he should have had another century as well. He tried to flick one away down the leg side at Lords and was dismissed in the 90s. Played a reverse sweep to get out for 230
Shocking.
odd. Reverse sweep. You can almost forgive him though, can't you?
Shocking facetiousness.
Look at his ear, and that one is pushed back down the ground.
Not taking the game seriously at all.
And he also he was dismissed at Lords when he walked past a delivery bowled by De Cares, Michael Atherton's lad. He just walked straight past it and was stumped. Bizarre. That might have been in the 90s, actually. The other one might have been his half-century at Lords. Came and spoke to us and said, well, that's what happens, isn't it? Next delivery's turned very nicely into the leg side for 4 more. He moves to 49. Hasn't reached the boundary yet, but it will. There we go. Hits the rope, bounces across. He moves to 49, as I say, in Derbyshire to 99 for 1 now.
Seems to have had a good lunch, doesn't he, Sean Masood?
I think he's lunched very well indeed.
33
we
not
all
out.
have.
Yeah, indeed. But he's accelerating, definitely, since the break. 6 boundaries so far.
Come on, Hoga. Says Marnus Labuschagne, I'm almost certain. As he's in and bowls to Masood. Just dabs this into the leg side, and there it is. Another half-century for Shan Masood. Almost inevitable. Another half-century. That's 5 scores of 50 or more in a row at the start of his Derbyshire career for Shan Masood. 93 deliveries. He's only hit 6 fours. Most of those have come since lunch in Derbyshire. Well, the 100's up as well. They're 100 for 1.
Sean Masood's 50 came from 93 balls and included 6 fours.
As Mr. Fletcher said.
Very much. Very, very similar.
So 134 overs. It's moving up nearly at 3 and over now. As Glamorgan try and work out what to do about it.
He's got 17 in the 11 balls that he's faced since lunch.
Nisa then to Masood on 50 not out. And he turns it away down to fine leg, shouting 2-2-2. The throw will come in from Tom Cullen, coming around from square leg. But Masood is safely back for his 2nd run. And it's remarkable form. You do wonder whether the Pakistan selectors will take another look at him.
No, I don't. No, I don't think so. No, I would.
You would hope not.
I would seriously suggest that they don't even look at the stream or anything like that.
Nisa bowls, and that's allowed to go through outside off stump by Masood, playing no shot for once.
If they've got 2 better openers than him, they've got 2 very serious cricketers, I would suggest. There's I don't think they play all summer, but there's the Asia Cup, which is a T20 Cup tournament, which starts at the end of August and goes into a bit of September, which would take him away for a short while. But you just wonder whether he might be ready to announce his retirement from Test cricket.
Nisa to Masood. No shot through to Cook.
I would if I was him. Sign a contract for next season as well, like Lackmal already has. And first player in Derbyshire history, says David Griffin, to score 50 runs or more in each of his first 5 innings for the club. Well done him. Fortunately, I did ask David Griffin that at lunchtime because I thought it might happen.
With power to add.
Well,
facing up to Nisa. Right arm over. Driven through the covers. And that one scorched away the ropes at backward point. Salter didn't move. 3rd man goes off. James Harris. Just a retrieve from the advertising hoardings. And when this man hits the ball, it stays hit.
disappointed he didn't get it into that goal, actually. That is out there for Glamorgan have been playing a bit of football this morning and they've left one of their goals out there. That would have been excellent if he'd have managed to score a 4 and a goal with the same shot.
106 for 1. They need to station the goal, obviously, directly behind the fielder and tell him to hit it. Nisa to Masood, is beaten by that one. Pushing forward, flicks the bat away, but rather too late, and wanders down the pitch in the time-honoured manner of bats everywhere around the world to suggest that it was the pitch what caused the difficulty and not any skill on the part of the bowler.
But again, he did nod. Did nod to Michael Nisa to say, yeah, well bowled. You've done me good, but I'm still here.
Quite, which is what counts. Nisa into bowl, outside off stump. Masood plays no shot. Decent carry. Nisa trying to persuade Masood into the corridor of uncertainty, but he's pretty certain as to what he wants to do in that over. The leaves were definite. One beat the bat when a shot was proffered, but you'd expect that with these conditions. Grey overhead, chilly, bit of breeze around. 106 for 1.
Michael Hogan begins his 10th over, bowling from the city end, and that strikes the inside edge and onto the pad of Brooke Guest. Hence the yelp from the bowler, who thought he might just have got one in between bat and pan, but Guest coming up quite nicely. He's on 28 from 73 balls. Masood has upped his scoring rate to around about 56, I would say. As soon as he's faced 99 deliveries for his 56. As Guest waits and pushes this one up to mid-on this occasion. And there's no run. These two have now added 84 for the second wicket.
And Guest has 1/3 of those.
Yes. Interestingly, I don't have Q anymore back at base. So if they do come to me, I'm in trouble. I might leave it with you after this delivery from Hogan, who is in, and that is turned into the leg side by Brooke Guest, but straight to a fielder. I'll send a message. Thank you.
Dave Fletcher trying to wear several hats, serve several masters stroke mistresses at once, as Hogan from the city end. The two slips to bowl the right-handed Guest on 28 not out. Hogan is in, bowls and hits Guest on the thigh pad as he tries to work on the leg side or straight. Ball bouncing down into the gully, no run. 106 for 1. If you're just joining us on BBC Sport Online or on either of the county streams, the only wicket to fall out of Derbyshire captain Billy Godleman caught Chris Cook, bowled Michael Hogan for 15. That was 1 for 22 in the 12th over. It's a partnership of 84 for the second wicket so far. As Hogan bowls and Guest is forward, playing to cover. There's no run. Just signed since lunch that Masood is starting to open up. And Glamorgan might face a long day out there in the cold. This is meant to be the least temperate of the 4 days. Hopefully temperatures going up by a couple of degrees each day. As Hogan in to bowl to Guest, who prods it back down the pitch. There is no run. End of the Hogan over. He has 1 for 24 off 10. 4 maidens now. But Derbyshire just going along quietly. The occasional flourish from Shan Masood is on 56 to 106 for 1 after 36 overs. Edward Bevan will be replacing me fairly shortly. Once Dave has updated the good radio listeners of Derbyshire, as Nisa is in to bowl to Masood, who gets runs through the slips. No, it's buys. It hasn't hit anything on the way through. I thought he might have got an inadvertent edge to that one, but somehow that took off and flew between the slips. Interesting to say the least for Chris Cook. Thought that he'd got an inadvertent edge to that delivery, but the signal from umpire Pratt told us otherwise. 110 for one.
I thought he got a toe end on it.
Yeah, looked like it, didn't it? A lot of movement then. Nisa in, bowls to Masood, who defends on the leg side, no run.
Are you going or am I?
I shall depart if you like at the end of this over. So I want to interrupt things mid-over.
Edward's he's got that look on his face where he's just desperate to get on air.
Yeah, he's coming in off his long run, Edward Bevan. If you want to tweet us, Nick Webb 2017 or at Fletch Sport. Too many fours since lunch, says Edward Cooper. Not so quiet now. As forward comes Masood and defends. Looks as though the balconiers have made it here. If Edward is tweeting pictures from the ground. Unless he came up as the advance raiding party. 110 for one. Balconiers are not going far for their evening lodgings, Edward says.
Right.
Hotel next to the ground.
Yeah.
Nisa bowls and Masood dabs it down into the gully. Salter fields. Labuschagne is at cover. You suspect that Labuschagne will be demanding the ball before too long to bowl something or other.
Yeah. Yeah. That hotel, incidentally, has been upgraded in recent times because it was used during the...
Glad to hear that.
used during the bubble when Pakistan were here ahead of the 2020 Test Series.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was used for the England and South Africa women as well. It's all right, actually. I've stayed in there.
Good.
Yeah.
Nisa bowls and Masood is forward into the covers. No run.
I'm a man of simple taste, though, Nick.
Yeah, a few years back I did think about it, and I looked up the latest reviews, but and they were not favourable at that time. But I'm sure it's
It's all
been
right.
greatly upgraded
Occasionally
since.
see a naked person looking out of the window, which is,
All right.
yeah.
Okay.
Edward's commentated from there.
Is that a
Not naked, I assume.
is that a positive or a negative? Seeing a naked person.
It sort of depends, really.
Yes. Not that we're body shaming anyone.
No.
As Nisa is in to bowl, Masood is forward, plays to cover. Labuschagne fields. It's the end of the over. It's the end of my little stint temporarily. So I'm going to try and boot my laptop into action or call someone who knows how to do it.
Oh, dear.
Yes.
You get no help from me, I'm afraid. have you turned it off and turned it on again?
Yeah, I tried it, and it didn't work from home last night, and it didn't work from the ground this morning. So
There's a theme developing.
there's a theme developing.
Yeah.
Dave Fletcher and Edward Bevan to take you through the next half hour.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you. Yep. Nick Webb will be back with us fairly shortly from BBC Radio Wales or BBC Wales. I'm never sure which. Hogan is in from the city end and bowling to Brooke Guest, who defends it. Back towards the bowler, who leaves it alone. It's picked up by... coming in from mid-wicket. He's sort of got a move on this afternoon, Edward, as Shan Masood.
Yes, it's, I've just been thinking, looking at it now, how on earth are you going to take 40 wickets? And,
Oh, yeah.
do you want this to be like this?
No, not really.
Too
but-
flat, really.
Yeah, it is a bit. It is a bit. Hogan's in, and that one is left alone by Guest on length, and the bounce is true. It's taken actually above shoulder height by the wicket keeper Chris Cook. But to get to his half century, he scored 17 runs in 11 balls after lunch. Shan Masood, having gone to lunch with 33 off 82.
He's weathered the storm, hasn't he,
Yeah.
Derbyshire, because there was some very good bowling before lunch, and the talk of the media centre, as you well know, Dave, the lunch interval was that LBW decision.
Yes, close. Hogan is in, and that's turned into the leg side. Up on his toes this time, Brooke Guest. Turns it to Tom Cullen, the one changed to the Glamorgan side for this game.
Just looking at the run rate, as you say, has been, well, we got 110 divided by...
Well, I've got it on my computer if it helps. It says 2.9 now, and it was So it's gone up by
They-
half a run and over since lunch, hasn't it?
Yeah, they want to accelerate if you know, if you want to get 400 or 500 or whatever.
Sent to Nick though, and day 2 at Leicester they scored 401 runs in the day, Derbyshire. This one is off an inside edge down towards fine leg. Brooke Guest picks up another single, moves to 29. Derbyshire to 111
They
for
get
one.
Madsen in, of course, with Masood, and anything could happen. Those two get going.
Well, twice in the last 2 matches. In each of the last 2 matches, they've had shared double century stands for the third wicket.
You can see from here there's hardly any green there now.
No.
And we went out there before the start, and blameless pitch.
I'm going to round the wicket balls to Masood, who just clips it away into the leg side. There is a man down at square leg who does the fielding. It's Tom Cullen again. Bless him. Now he's got to come all the way, run from one side of the wicket, then he's going all the way back again, the left-hander and right-hander. So they've let him off this time. They're going to allow him to field at mid-wicket and cover. Much to his delight, I'm sure.
Sprightly little fellow in the field is Tom. Excuse me.
It was a terrific stop in the morning session that he pulled off on the boundary away to the right as Hogan bowls to Guest, and that one's pushed out into the offside end of the over. 11 overs now. Michael Hogan has bowled 4 maidens, 1 for 26. Masood has 57. Guest has 29. Derbyshire 112 for 1.
The reason I've been saying how do you take wickets, because anything that's there, the batsman is just got to play in the line. There's nothing at all deviating, is there?
No.
You might get the odd one from Hogan that might lift a bit, but basically if you just play straight and be selective, as Masood has been throughout his innings, and he is a world-class batsman. We were talking in the lunch interval in the press area that he could be called up for Pakistan. Be very close to it, I would have thought.
They've got 2 better openers than him. They've got 2 very good
Exactly.
batsmen, haven't they?
Here's Nisa's to start another over. That's played up to mid-on. The field is already a little bit spread. Now they've got a deep extra cover. Third man, a fine leg, a deep mid-wicket, and I can't see if mid-on's gone back. There is an orthodox mid-on.
No, there's nobody back now.
So 4 outriders at the moment. Vast area this is now,
Huge, isn't it?
dear.
Yeah, it's huge.
I think it's one of the biggest, isn't it? Well, Grace Road is huge in Leicester.
Durham's big.
Durham is big, yeah.
Durham's big.
And whatever they call these grounds these days. I always say county ground. I'm on safe,
Yes. Oh, yeah.
safe territory. But this has got a posh name now, isn't it?
Well, it has a sponsor's name, yeah. Yeah.
Nisa bowls. Masood is forward. There's every ball on its merit as the left-hander. Anything offhand?
Sorry.
Yeah.
No, I call it by its sponsored name at the start of each session, and I think that's enough. I think that's more than
What
enough,
is
isn't it? Well, I've already used it once. It's Incora, who supply parts to the aeroplane industry,
All right.
based in Derby. So you don't really mind too much. Can you?
Row. I was about to mention the car's name, but I better not. As Nisa comes in, bowls again, short, pulled away, or was being pulled away, caught the edge of the bat and ended up in a deep gully position. They scamper through for a single. Don't think it's a case of inconsistent bound. It's more or less the batsman playing a little bit early there.
Yeah.
Nothing at all for the bowlers at the moment. Certainly isn't any turn. We saw an over from Salter. The over that we normally see before lunch, just the one. Masood has a little chat with Labuschagne.
Is Salter is he regarded as a frontline spinner? As such?
Nisa bowls. That's a good shot, but it's Nisa on the foot, and that was a lovely straight drive. Yes and no. He's been out of the side in the last couple of years for. He was ostensibly a one-day bowler, but he got this 7 for astonishing bowling at the first game of the season against Durham. But I think he wouldn't mind saying that he's ostensibly a one-day bowler. But towards the end of last season, he started to get a few wickets, and he's obviously an useful batsman. Normally at 7, but has been used as an opener now. It hasn't gone very well for him. But I suspect that Eddie Byram comes back to open the innings as when Mullers said that he would. I would see Salter probably going down to bat at seven, and always have him there because he's a spinner.
Yeah. Derbyshire got a leg spinner and an off spinner.
In comes Neeson, bowls, and that's left outside the off stump. Presumably that's the reason he got the long boundaries.
Yeah, so I'd imagine so. Matty McKinnon with his leg spin, although he got a century last week, batting at number 5. He came in ahead of Leas Deploy and got a century at Grace Road in his first game of the season. Took a wicket or 2 as well. Thompson's been bowling really nicely.
Off spinner.
Yeah.
Tall, I think I've seen
6'5",
him.
6'6".
Cardiff College.
Yes, he was. Yes, he was. In fact, his best bowling figures are still figures that he picked up bowling for the Cardiff University. Yeah.
Or UCCE as they call them. Nisa to the right-handed batsman, and this time it's driven, I guess, up to 20. He moves on to 29. 113 for 1. Very comfortable for more at the moment. But you would think that if they want to get to 500, if Glamorgan and Boulder they have today, then they probably have to bat a day and 3/4 at least.
Yeah.
Because if they don't get 450, then you can say, well, where do we go from here?
Just looking at Nisa then, of course, you mentioned his
toe,
and he's just stopped that ball with his foot. It looks to be in a little bit of discomfort at the moment. He's staying out there, but I'm not surprised if he's got an infected toe, and he's just stopped a ball driven back by Masood at him. Or was it broadcast either way? Here is Masood on strike now as Hogan begins a new over from the City. I know, and he's just got some bat on that, probably outside the line anyway. But he got a little bit of bat on it, and the ball ballooned out into the offside. It's not been plain sailing for Shah Masood, it's fair to say. Michael Hogan's bowled beautifully.
Or easily the pick of the attack, hasn't he?
No question. No question.
As I said before, Lance deserved a couple more wickets.
Yes, I would concur. He has bowled really nicely. Just imagine when he's got a few years' experience behind him, what kind of bowler he'll be. He's in now.
Yes.
Half on his defending back to him.
Yeah, he's 44, 45.
Astonishing. Absolutely astonishing.
I still think because he's not likely to play any white ball cricket, and he'll have a good rest. I reckon he could play another year, but he'll be going back to Australia.
The call's of family life, though, isn't it? When you...
And his wife is, she's well up in a legal world as a solicitor.
Balls around the wicket now. That's just guided very pleasantly by Masood down towards the square third man. He's going to come back for the second as well. He gets back. That's really, really good running. And that's
good judgment too.
Yeah, it's something we've seen from Masood the entire time he's been here. The number of 2s that look initially like 1s, but he knows he can get back in time. Tim Van der Houten down there away to our left-hand side. Got to the ball quickly and threw it in, but there was still 2 there. Masood moves on to 60. Derbyshire to 115 for 1. And now the Pakistan opening batsman waits and he's caught and bowled. He's clear leading edge, a terrific catch by Hogan, belying his advancing years. Took a catch one-handed, moving away to his right-hand side. There will be no third successive double century for Shan Masood. He has been caught and bowled by Hogan for 60, and Derbyshire are 115 for 2.
Magnificent. I thought it was well past him. He took off there, did Hogan. Obviously very disappointed is Masood. But you've been extolling Michael Hogan's virtues more than me today. But well played to Masood, but equally, where will they be without Hogan next year?
Yeah. Balls for Shan Masood.
60 runs for him.
60 from 113 balls, 7 fours. And the first Derbyshire batsman to get past 50 in each of his first 5 innings for the county. And it brings Wayne Madsen out to bat. Madsen currently 3rd in the averages with 293 runs, 73 and a quarter. And of course, the other thing, it means that the record for number of runs before the end of April remains in the hands of whoever it was. What was it? It was
Nick Compton.
Nick Compton, that's right.
Former Middlesex. Grandson of.
Yeah, back in 2012. Started with 611, ended with 671 minutes. Still not a bad tally, in fairness.
Isn't this game all about figures?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Figures and stats.
Yeah. Love it. Love it.
Yeah, that was a deserved win, even though I'm
Oh, no,
a Welshman. And it deserved to that. What's he got now? 2 for 28 of 11.4.
Yeah, he's been head and shoulders, hasn't he? Absolutely head and shoulders.
Yeah.
And they will know how big a deal that wicket is as well.
I've even forgotten, what was he trying to do? Drive? Or he played it a bit early?
I think it was a leading edge. I think he was trying to turn it into the leg side. Yeah, turn it into the leg side. And it just sort of looped back to him in the end. But like you said, I thought he'd got more on it, and it was
just past him, and he was, well, he took off.
One-handed, terrific catch. So difficult for quick bowlers to adjust as well.
Yeah, another very fine player now. I always admired Wayne Madsen. A very nice man too when I've interviewed him.
Yes, absolutely. Got an honorary degree earlier this week, might have been yesterday. Hogan is in and bowls to Madsen, who defends the first ball he faces up to mid-on. Yeah, an honorary degree from the University of Derby for services to not only cricket in Derbyshire, but encouraging participation in sport in Derbyshire.
I'm not surprised. That's the sort of person he is.
Yeah, he received it in Buxton at the Buxton campus yesterday. That was nice for him.
Yeah, fine hockey player, isn't he?
Played for South Africa. Yeah. He's waiting now. As Hogan is in, and he almost gets through him. There, he might just have slammed his bat down on that. He's going to get his first run. A little fortuitously, because the umpire doesn't signal, to a little inside edge down to fine leg. Madsen's up and running. He's got one. Guest has 29 and Derbyshire 116 for 2.
Yeah, Glamorgan could see, although it was slowly going away from them with that partnership of 93 for the second wicket. And if they keep plugging away, they could be rewarded, but you can't bowl Hogan all day. And the other bowlers, we've supported him quite well. And it's Tim van der Gooten going to bowl, who's had a good start to the season. And if in the past, Fletch, I've seen Madsen, if you do get him early, it's caught behind when he attempts to drive. I don't know if that's been the case.
LBW has been very much an LBW candidate the last couple of seasons. Yeah, just sort of falling into the offside when he's playing a shot. Yeah, but no question about his...
don't get him early,
you're
in trouble.
He's no doubt in his quality.
Tim van der Gooten, in not dark but gloomy conditions, comes in to bowl and bowls to Madsen. Somebody yelled for a catch on the left side, but not the wicket-keeper or anybody else. Might have been Marnus Labuschagne, because he does keep himself in the game all the time. You probably heard the story against Nottinghamshire when Ben Duckett was on 122. On comes Labuschagne to bowl. They'll just break off. Here he is again, running away from us, comes into the right-handed Madsen and bowls to Madsen, plays it firmly away to mid-on. There's no run. So I looked where the keeper was. Oh, yeah, leg spin now, and he was back where he is now. Oh, what's going on? Oh, he's decided to bowl seam up. Second ball, 122. Ben Duckett hits one back at him. And then somebody else, he gets another wicket, caught it slip. So he walks away. Easy stuff. I haven't seen him bowl yet. He might well do. Van der Gooten bowls, lifts on him, and Madsen has to take a bat off the top of the handle as it goes out into the covers. The score is 116 for 2. It's gloomy, but I can see a little bit of brightness coming up towards us ever so slowly. There's not a great wind to blow the clouds away. The flags are quite still. It looks possibly as if we might have bad light stopping play tonight, but we shall see. Van der Gooten bowls. There's appeal from a couple of slips, but Cook, not interested. Another good over coming.
There's just a little bit in it for the bowlers, I think. It's just moving a touch.
Just if you put it in the right
Yeah,
place and
yeah.
bowl well, you'll be, well, as we've seen, Hogan's been rewarded. You just got to be accurate, and it is the best of the bowling I've seen from them this season. Oh, they did bowl well at Trent Bridge. Van der Gooten is any bowls, and that's too wide outside the off stump as it goes through to the keeper. Van der Gooten has one ball left. He's bowled after this 8 overs, conceded just 10 runs. Interesting now. Interesting position, this game.
Well, it is, because we haven't really seen Derbyshire put a total without.
These two.
Well, without Masood, certainly.
Last ball of the over from the racecourse end as Van der Gooten bowls on the back foot, plays it out wide of mid-off. Carlson has a move to his left, and they go through for a quick single. That's the end of another accurate over. 116 for 2. And as I think back, Dave, of the years I've been coming here, somebody asked me, where have you worked on this ground? I said, just about everywhere. We used to have a point, broadcasting point, away to the left, where you used to sit on the floor.
Yeah.
And then away behind where a stand is now. Is that little cafe still there?
Well, that was the little cafe there, yeah.
Ah, right.
It's a bar now.
Then that was fun, over in the groundsman's
Yes, wasn't it?
upstairs. And here,
Just
working all
above,
corners.
just above the toilets.
Exactly.
117 for 2 is, that's an almost edges. The first delivery from the Hogan over through to the wicketkeeper. How he didn't get on that, I'm not entirely sure. That's another fine delivery from Michael Hogan in his 13th over. 2 for 29 in his figures at the moment. Beautifully bowled. Beautifully bowled.
Yeah. I wonder if this cloud cover is... Well, it's not so much in the air by the looks of it from Hogan, it's off the pitch.
Yeah,
Isn't it?
I think so. There seems to be a little bit of extra bounce on occasion, doesn't there?
There he is. Balls to Masood. Masood drives straight to mid-off, and there's no run. And as you say, the odd one. I think it's fair to say, first-class batsman on this pitch, worth his salt, should be getting runs.
Yes. No, I'll give you that. I'll give you that. Wicket's been taken. It's good anyway, isn't it?
Yeah. There he is again. Oh. Hit in the pad. Big shout from the keeper. And a third slip was, guess who?
Yes.
That's the Derbyshire. They used to call Michael Hussey Mr. Cricket. I think Marnus has taken over that mantle now. Lives and breathes the game. Here's Hogan coming in, past the umpire on his way, bowls and has played lovely shot off the back foot, up towards long off, and that's going to run away for 4. Very unusual boundary coming off Hogan. That's only a second or third he's conceded throughout this innings, but it's a good shot by Marsden. And as soon as he left the bat, he just sped along the ground for 4. 121 for 2. The slip cordon has been reinforced for Wayne Madsen. That's his first boundary. As Hogan comes in again, bowls, and this is coming back in at him. They'll probably get a couple. It's a long chase there for Salter. Picks it up and returns 2 more runs, and Madsen moves on to 8. Guest has been patient at the other end. He's on 29. Next man in. We got here. We deploy.
Yeah. Although last week, Matty McKinnon came in before Lear's deploy at Grace Rob, and that was because deploy had had his pads on for more than 200 runs, and
Yes, Hogan. Bowls. That's cut away. That's 4 more. So Hogan won't be happy after that. But Madsen, we know he can play anything loose. That was short as how the off stump chopped it away for 4. Good over then for Madsen and Derbyshire. 1, 2, 3 for 2.
Mickey Arthur told us, David Harrison next door, isn't it?
Yes.
Mickey Arthur said, I just told Leas he'd had his pads on for so long, just take 20 minutes before tea, then you'll have tea as well. And of course, as soon as he took his pads off, a wicket fell, and Matty McKiernan went in and got a century. So he would have had his pads on for a long time after that too, I imagine. But
The great stories of many batsmen, of course, have been in the toilet and the wicket's fallen and no, I can't go in, send the next man in. And he probably hasn't got his pads on. There's a hell of a
we did
scramble.
speculate as to whether it might have been a comfort break.
Comfort
for,
break, yeah.
For Leas to fly. But he got 60 odd though, which is his first major score of the season, so we'll be pleased with that. Tim Van der Houten, 9th over for him, 0 for 11 at the moment. Bowls to Brooke Guest, who just dabs it out into the offside. There's no run. I do have an update fairly shortly. I'll let you know when, because I'll disappear.
Yeah,
off,
sure.
disappear off the ISDN momentarily and deliver it. Might even get Nick Webb to do a bit of work. Seems to have
Yes.
been just sitting in there by himself all day, hasn't he? Really?
Enjoying himself, isn't he?
Yeah. Oh, there we go. Can you pick up, please, Ed?
And good to continue, 2 slips, and it will be. He will be bowling to Brooke Guest. He's in and bowls to him now, and gets a thick outside edge, which dribbles away to second slip. 1, 2, 7 for 2. And glad to say the over rate is level. 2 batsmen out then, both falling to Hogan. Godleman was caught by Cook off Hogan for 15, and some 10 minutes ago, the prolific Masood caught and bowled by Hogan. Brilliant catch for 60. Here's the next ball. It's left outside the off stump. Good judgment. As the calls went out, the anguished calls behind the wicket. Yeah, the third slip has gone out now and has reinforced the cover region, the cover, extra cover, and the mid-off.
Scores of 50 or more, but that really wasn't what we were after, was it? We wanted that double century in the first time in the history of cricket.
Van der Houten past the umpire bowls, and that's a nice looking shot, but it'll be intercepted. No, it won't. It'll Manafield in the cover there. Derbyshire left it to Carlson, who fielded it. Good accurate spell this from Van der Houten. 2 balls to go from his 9th over, conceded just 11 runs, 3 of which have been maidens. But the standout bowler, Hogan, 13 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 39. Now if he'll be given another over, we'll wait and see. And comes Van der Houten, bowls and beats him outside the off stump. Guest just prodding forward. Three men on the onside are a fine leg, and there's a square leg and a mid-on. So after the departure of Masood, nobody out sweeping on the boundary, no boundary except third man and fine leg. Here's the next ball. Guest gets behind it. End of another over. It's 127 for 2. Guest is on 29. Madsen is on 12. 2 wickets taken by Hogan. I think we're going to have a change at the far end. Yes, we have David Lloyd, who was very, very close to having Masood given out LBW before lunch. He's going to come on from the city end. Hogan having had a spell and certainly deserves that. He's about 40 minutes since lunch and got the wicket that every Glamorgan player wanted. David Lloyd then, to come on and to describe it will be Dave Fletcher.
Well, Chris Britton's saying, is there any truth in the rumour that Shan Masood got himself out as he was fed up having to talk to you after every innings? Well, there's every chance that he was fed up talking to me after every innings. I think we've spoken to him at least once in every single match he's played so far, unsurprisingly. And who knows, 60 might be the highest score of this innings, and we may have to talk to him again. Here is David Lloyd from the city end, bowls to Wayne Madsen, who goes back into his crease, then sets off for a run. There was no real calling going on there, and in the end, Brooke Guest sends him back. and as a result, there is no run. I know I'd be pretty certain, Chris, that he didn't get himself out. He was got out by Michael Hogan, who bowled beautifully this morning and again this afternoon, 2 for 39. So it ended up going at 3 and over, which was a little bit more expensive than he had been this morning, but he really has bowled beautifully. The veteran, I think we can call him now, as Lloyd is in again and left alone by Madsen outside the off stump.
I don't think he'd worry if you called him a veteran.
No, I don't think he could take me to court either, Edward, so I think we're all right. I think we're safe there, aren't we? I think we're safe.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, very fine cricketer. He's Michael Hogan and has been for...
And it's a joy to watch him bat.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
don't know whether he does take guard or not. He stands there, and if it's out for him, he'll swish. If it bowls him, he'll walk off. If it hits it, he goes a long way.
Lloyd in again, and that one is defended by Madsen straight back towards the bowler, just with the side of his foot kicks it to Kieran Carlson, who's fielding at cover. The Glamorgan fielders are getting very excited now.
Getting very cold, no doubt.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of hands in pockets, which is not a major surprise, given that the temperatures, they're not really expected to get much above 10, 11 degrees all day today, so you can understand them feeling a little chilly out there. As Lloyd is in again, and Madsen pushes this one out into the offside. He's just getting it to nibble around a little bit, I think, David Lloyd.
Yeah, I think I mentioned earlier on, he does rely a lot on swing, and he bowled pretty well this morning, and he does make you think. And always seems to come on as a partnership breaker, you know. Well,
Yeah.
he did this morning, and he must have thought he had with that contentious LBW appeal.
There was another one that was edged just past second slip, wasn't there? Would
Yes.
run straight to a third slip. As Lloyd is in again. That one's turned. Well, not turned down.
I
the
went
leg side.
through.
Didn't it? Taken just above his face by wicketkeeper Chris Cook. Got the sleeveless sweater on Cook over his Glamorgan top. A lot more players out there with the long sleeve sweaters on.
Very wise. Busy road. Is that the A56 going past the ground?
A38 is just beyond that. No, it's this one is turned into the leg side by Wayne Madsen. He's going to get a couple of runs here, I fancy. The ball is being chased down by the fielder at mid-wicket, and 2 is what they settle for in the end. Frank Whittle Way, he of the bouncing bomb, I think, wasn't he? No, that was Barnes Wallace, but yeah, the aeroplane man. To the Pentagon Island, and then it goes up to the A38 to Nottingham.
Going up the other way where our hotel is, that's the Chesterfield Road, isn't it?
Yes,
When you go up that
towards
way.
Alfred and Mansfield and up there.
That's,
I think.
yeah.
I'm not entirely certain.
It starts with a B where I'm staying. I can't remember the name now.
As long as you get back all right, that's the
Well, I
main
know
thing.
that I've stayed there many times, but busy road. Tim van der Houten is to continue, and he is starting his 10th over as he comes in now and bowls, and Guest leaves outside the off stump. Very accurate bowling again from Van der Houten. 0 for 11 off 9. Interesting when Glamorgan beat Notts, and in the second innings he stood out at Van der Houten. And Mulaney said in his interview afterwards, what we wanted was somebody like Van der Houten who bowled 11 overs on the trot on the off stump. Couldn't score off him, he said, and we tried to play some other shots and got out.
Yeah.
You just bore the batsman out, don't you?
Yeah.
Here he is, over the wicket, bowls, and that's again on the dot, and Guest just pushes it out into the covers. He's been very patient. And Brooke Guest. Where's Nick? Oh, it's coming back. You've been criticised there, Nick, sorry to say.
Fashion taste or what?
No. Where's Nick, says Dave. He's just sitting in there, talking to David Harris and enjoying himself. Yeah, well, he's like that, right there. Here's Van der Houten, comes in, bowls to Guest, and Guest just leaves again outside the off stump. $129 for 2. Really is a good start to this game. Exemplary seam bowling from Glamorgan. Very, very good batting, as you would expect from Masood, and he took a brilliant catch by Hogan to dismiss the Pakistan opener. And they're keeping things tight at the moment. In comes Van der Gooten and bowls, and Best, who doesn't look absolutely in control in this innings, gets a single out of square leg and moves on to 29. He's been on 28 for a while.
Glamorgan assistant coach is enjoying the view from these commentary boxes, which is quite close and quite straight, particularly the one to our left, which is even straighter than this one.
Wonderful view. I would reckon this is one of the best viewing areas in county cricket because it's lower but straight over the top. Van der Gooten is in, bowls. Oh, and that goes right through. Madsen. I was just telling Dave Fletcher before he came in, Nick, with the second innings where Mullaney, the Notts captain, said if we bowl like Van der Gooten, 11 overs, I think it was, on the spot and just bored the batsman, and wickets fell the other end. That's the way to bowl. And he really has had a very good start to the season, as Tim. Last ball of the over, in he comes, bowls. That's bang on the length again, end of the over. Just the single off that over, and it remains at 130 for 2.
One of our BBC colleagues has worked out that Shan Masood's batting average has now plummeted to 134.2 after his dismissal for 60 today.
Yes, he's struggling now, isn't he?
Right off the pace.
That's all I heard in the lunch interval was people looking at that playback of the LBW, and I still can't. I looked where it was. It pitched Midland leg, so there's halfway forward it was hitting middle stump. Not that I want to criticise Empire, but I'm just trying to work out how it wasn't out, you know.
I think there was some slight doubt as to whether it was pitched in line. It might have been a fraction outside off. That's my thought. So, David Lloyd from the city end towards us, bowls, and that's driven but not quite timed by Guest, who's grafting along there. 30 off 96 deliveries. But no pressure for Derbyshire to score quickly on 130 for 2 on this, the first day of a 4-day game. Plenty of time to go at. It's still only just under 3 runs and over after that acceleration. Lloyd bowls, and that's nicely driven by Guest. That's probably one of his best shots so far. May just run away. It will run away to the boundary at wide, long off. And Guest moves on to 34. 134 for 2.
I say he hasn't been completely in control, but he's solid, he's unperturbed, and gathering his runs, as you say, he's on 30. I thought he'd on 34 too, but it's on 30.
No, just change the screen in front of us. Here is Lloyd into bowl to Guest, who drives straighter this time and fielded at mid-on, no run. News of Glamorgan's second 11. They look to be heading to defeat in what looks like a decent game in Newport, but Lancashire needing just 164 to win. They're 111 for 4 in their second innings there. Wicket apiece for Douthwaite, Carey and young spinner Lewis. As that's turned on the leg side, I guess, no run. So Cullen at mid-wicket it goes. Presence of Tom Cullen is liable to increase the noise levels, you would have thought.
Oh, yes. Well, I was just saying that he's a sprightly little fielder. And a lot of keepers love fielding. You know, it's pressure, as you know, as a keeper, up and down all day long.
Lloyd is into bowl and played on the offside by Guest. Remember Brendan McCullum playing for Glamorgan when he didn't keep wicket and he'd hurl himself around the outfield.
He's bouncing everywhere.
Didn't always stop the ball, but he'd hurl himself around enthusiastically anyway.
The man who came in and his first game was against, I think it was Gloucestershire, a 2020 game, blocked the first ball and hit the next one over long on into the crowd. And we thought, this boy can play, and my word, he could.
18 ball half century.
Yeah.
Lloyd bowls and inside edge and thigh pad for Guest. Rolls out on the offside. Fielded by Salter at gully. No run. 134 for 2. Glamorgan having used the 6 bowlers so far, and they've got Labuschagne to come, potentially.
Yeah, they've kept it tight. In fairness, as you say, under 3 runs and over. Well, you can't moan about that, because I mentioned it to Fletch. If Derby want to get 450, 500, they will have to bat until after tea at this rate. Obviously, if Masood had stayed there, then they could easily have done it. Madsen, of course, is another one who can up the ante, as it were. But Glamorgan at the moment, very good seam bowling. And Van der Gooten starts another over and bowls. That's a handsome-looking shot, but equally it's been some excellent fielding there, as you'd expect, from Carlson, who moved to his right, slightly off balance through and hit the stumps down, but the batsman was safely home. Marsden moves on to 15.
He had a century against Sussex, and he's averaging 73 before this innings. Half century against Middlesex.
Lots of runs around this start of the season, isn't there?
Apart from in Cardiff last week.
Won't talk about that. In comes the next ball, and that's played round the corner down to fine leg. They'll take a single, as it's fielded by James Harris. Just the 4 overs for Harris so far, 4 for 19. Didn't quite work his length out, but no doubt that we will see him bowl again.
Tell you what, there's some wickets falling elsewhere in Division
aren't
2.
Durham.
Yeah, Durham 131 for 7 at Hove against Sussex.
Van der Gooten bowls and comes right forward there. Madsen to smother any movement off the pitch, and there's no run.
3 wickets there for Tom Clark for Sussex. But that's not the least of it, because at Lord's, Leicestershire are 9 down, 114 for 9. 3 wickets apiece for Shaheen and for Tom Helm, who did for Glamorgan last week, along with Roland Jones.
Here's the next ball. It's played backward of square. They think of a run, but decide against it.
And at Trent Bridge, Worcestershire's first innings has come to an end in just 41 overs. They're bowled out for 159. And Dane Patterson, the South African, took 8 for 52.
Good Lord. Looked innocuous against Glamorgan.
Stuart Broad,
1 for, was it?
1 for 42 off 8, so not the happiest of comebacks for the England fast bowler.
Madsen waits in, comes Van der Gooten, bowls to him and plays it away. That's another very good over here from Van der Gooten.
But speaking of England fast bowlers, Jimmy Anderson's got a couple of wickets. Hampshire 120 for 5 in Division 1 against Lancashire. 2 apiece for Anderson and for Hassan Ali.
He's made an impression at the start. It's not Sakib Mahmood, but it's Hassan Ali. I don't know if it's the cloud cover and down at Hove the sea fret coming in, which makes the ball move everywhere. Van der Gooten bowls. Again comes Madsen. Nothing he can do but push it into the covers. End of the over. 136 for 2. Madsen's on 15 and Guest is on 35.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to be the sort of day where wickets fall in clusters, as you sometimes find. Glamorgan having to work for everything. First wicket falling in the 12th over, second in the 40th. We're now about to start the 48th. Partnership of 93 between Masood and Guest, dominated by the Pakistan opener as Lloyd bowls and Guest plays down into the gully where Salter fields no run. So admiration really for those hardy couple of hundred spectators who are out and about on the county ground today.
Oh, my
Many
word.
more behind the glass in the members' pavilion. As Lloyd bowls, and there's a streaky drive from Guest. He was looking to pay straight. He wants a second run. He'll have to hurry. Bails are taken off.
Just got there.
Guest is home for a second. It looked ill-advised. Chris Cook took them off as the throw came in from Van der Hoogten at fine leg.
Lovely throw over the top, yeah.
And umpire Pratt saying, no, can't give it. I suspect it would have been one that if he did have the video facility available, he would have sent upstairs.
Very close.
It was close. It was looked like an adventurous call because Van der Hoogten was nearly on the ball when he called for the second, and Van der Hoogten is now taking his left boot off. Have to recover quickly as Guest plays the next ball to mid-on. And there's no run, just away to our left on the pavilion side of the ground. Van der Hoogten is not happy with the state of his footwear. 138 for 2. Guest has moved on to 37. Manchester born, formerly on the Lancashire staff, but brought up in Perth in Western Australia. Lloyd bowls and Guest back on his stumps defending.
It's one of those, and you plumb, aren't you? Adjusted at the last moment.
Give you the other Division 1 scores we haven't given you recently. At Chelmsford, Northants 117 for 3 against Essex. Will Young made 63 there. At Bristol, Surrey 124 for 3, recovering from a terrible start with Ollie Pope and Jamie Smith putting together a big stand there, 90 odd. Forward comes Guest, defending on the leg side, no run.
Look at that machine, it slip. Exuberant.
Indeed, he's gone into first slip with David Lloyd bowling. At Southampton, Hampshire recovering slightly, 123 for 5 against Lancashire. Half century there for Nick Gubbins. Still no place in the Hampshire first team for an Aaron Donald. As Lloyd bowls a rare bouncer. Now that looked like a no ball potentially on the height, but it hasn't been given. Finally, oh no, we've got 2 more to go in Division 1. So that's the end of the over. Somerset soaring along with Matt Renshaw, 91 not out. Tom Lammonby made 56. They're 161 for 1 against Warwickshire at Taunton. And at Headingley, Kent 153 for 4. Bell Drummond 71 not out.
Compton got any this time?
No. He was caught off the bowling of Harris Ralph, Yorkshire's overseas paceman, for 3. So,
Failing for once.
yeah, it's been impressive form.
Van der Gooten to bowl then, to Madsen. And he comes, bowls the first ball, and that's slightly turned round, but it does squirt away on the offside. And this time they changed their mind. A yell from Madsen because he's about to turn. And
Labuschagne on the ball.
Labuschagne on the ball like a whippet there.
Yeah, he'd probably have had a shy at the stumps from about 40 metres away, given half a chance. But Derbyshire accumulating quietly. Nothing spectacular after that
Another wicket
series of boundaries.
for Glamorgan. I think it would be more or less piloty. Madsen, they would want to get out. But it's Guest on 37 who's facing Tim Van der Gooten. He's in and bowls to him. Van der Gooten gets it on a length and is played back to him. Van der Gooten conceded just 15 runs of 11.2 overs, which is exactly what you want from a first change seam bowler. Obviously you'd like a wicket or 2 in there, but that'll be fine.
Afternoon to Robert Logan, who's watching in Norway.
Van der Gooten in bowls, but that's a little bit of offline. It's chipped away on the onside, and they'll take a single. And, batsman Guest moves on to 38, which brings Wayne Madsen up to the receiving end. Norway's probably as cold in Norway as it is, yeah.
Not quite Arctic. I've known it colder here, but it's not been pleasant even compared to the last couple of weeks.
Once I remember, that's probably, I would say, the coldest I've ever been, and you probably remember it. Van de Gooten bowls and Madsen leaves, an inviting ball outside the off stump. They were in the process of building this extension here, and we had to work across in front, downstairs, where the pavilion is. Those of you who know this place, I didn't have any heat.
Oh.
Hopeless trying to watch, and it was freezing. There was snow, and then you had sleet, and it's the coldest thing I've ever been. Here's the next ball. That's a beautiful shot, but straight to mid-off, and well stopped. It was going very, very hard. And Carlson just looks rather ruefully at his finger there. It was beautifully timed.
Yeah,
no run.
Very firmly struck by Madsen, and I think it might have bobbled just before it got to Carlson. And he might have had a whack on the finger there. That might need a bit of the pain-killing spray. Mind you, it's
He's laughing.
so cold that he might not need it to freeze his finger.
Tim van der Gooten comes up to bowl to Wayne Madsen and bowls him, and Madsen has to adjust rather quickly as that nip backed off the seam.
Well, the match where we had hail, ice, sleet, snow, I was working in the box at Square Leg, where
Groundsman's hut.
Yeah, where I was with Dave and Legside Lizzie, and we nearly froze on that day. We had one tiny, one-bar fire, which didn't smell too good, and I think I had on every layer of clothing that I brought with me on that occasion.
Yeah, but this is a very well-appointed ground now.
And then there was the game 4 or 5 seasons ago where we had 2 sessions play over the 4 days because of rain.
Is that in Chesterfield?
No, here.
Is it?
I went off to manage to get an afternoon at, not sure I should say this on a Derbyshire stream, but I watched a bit at Trent Bridge. Here's Lloyd in to bowl and steered away on the offside by Guest.
Yeah, just 9 miles down the road, Nottingham.
Afternoon to Neil Thornycroft. He asks, do we think Matt Maynard has abandoned bowler rotation? It never made a lot of sense to me, he says, but I must be old school. I don't think anyone will play in all 6 matches of this first block for Glamorgan.
I think one of them might.
Yeah.
I think Hogan will. Because he's very unlikely to play red ball, is he?
White ball.
White ball.
As that's pulled on the leg side by Guest, he'll pick up a single just towards the umpire there as it's fielded by Cullen. 141 for 2. Still getting used to the rhythms of the scoreboard. 141 for 2. Guest on to 39.
Thing is, you see, Nick, that I think in 2 of the games of the 3 they played, they haven't bowled in the second innings.
There is that. As the next ball is blocked by Madsen to mid-on. Glamorgan didn't have Nisa available for the first game because he barely arrived a few days later, and then Harris missed the Notts game through a minor illness, so they've already had 1 game off each. Wheel making up the quartet as Madsen chops that one out on the offside, and there's no run.
So you can say this is the first time they've had the full bowling attack, the first team bowling attack out in unison.
So good to see at Lords that they've had 55 school parties, parties from 55 different schools in the Mound stand today.
That'd be nice noise.
Indeed. Lloyd bowls wide, driven by Madsen, not timed because it was so wide. Carlson is off in pursuit. They'll run at least 3, I think. Carlson taps it back just inside the rope. Salter completes the fielding with the throw-in, but a very comfortable 3 as Lloyd aired in direction there, and it was able to be smacked away by Madsen to move up to 19 not out, 144 for 2. Yeah, and well, congratulations to everyone who is making an effort to get young crowds in. I see Glamorgan have offered school parties chance to come to T20 games, particularly the Tuesday ones. Lloyd bowls, and there's a push and run by Guest towards mid-on, and Hogan hits the stumps from side on, but Guest was safely home. I think realising that Hogan has got a long way down to go from 6'5", that was a little dab and run, but an excellent throw from Hogan. Another single to finish the over. Guest has 40, Madsen has 19, and Derbyshire 145 for 2. Having lost, Godalming caught Cook, bowled Hogan for 15, and Sean Masood caught and bowled Hogan for his lowest score for Derbyshire, a mere 60.
Failed.
Failed.
We're going to have a change at the racecourse end, and it will be James Harris, who's just bowled the 4 overs, 0 for 19. He bowled extremely well against Middlesex, and went for a couple of boundaries this morning. Didn't quite get it right, but he's going to be bowling at this end. He'll be bowling to Guest, who's been in there some time now. He's faced 114 balls. This partnership has already now yielded 62 runs. So Glamorgan want another wicket from somewhere. And it's James Harris to try and get it for them. He gets into bowl his first ball, bowls now, and Guest leaves that outside the off stump.
"62 balls they've been together, 30 runs.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a mistake in the balls and the runs.
Getting used to new scoreboard.
Yeah, we're
formats.
not watching the score, but we're watching this little monitor we've got here. Get used to it by Sunday. James Harris runs away from us, comes in and bowls to Guest. Guest drives through the offside and will get runs. In fact, he'll probably get 4 runs to extra cover. And I'll just finish this over, and Dave will come in to join. Initially, he's going to join me, and then it'll be with Nick as we rotate up here in this splendid commentary box, which is not directly behind, but it's not far, right behind the arm. Steady progress here from Derbyshire, 149 for 2. As Harris comes in past umpire Pratt on his way and bowls, and that's driven through the onside, and he's going to get 4 more. So a couple of looseners there from Harris, 2 half volleys, 1 on the onside, 1 on the offside, which has been dispatched before by West, and he was on to 44. 48 rather, he's just moved on now. Keep going, say the bowlers. There's Harris. 2 4s and 3 balls, comes in, bowls again. This time Guest leaves outside the off stump. Two slips, the third man, 3 more in a ring. 2 on the onside, saving 1 and a fine leg down on the boundary. Harris, 2 more balls left on this over. Rather expensive, 0 to 27. And he comes and bowls to Guest again. That's left outside the off stump. That's a better delivery. But again, this pitch is so true. And we're into the 51st over. The wind is picking up. At the moment, we can see above us here. In comes Harris, bowls again, and that's left. That's at the end of the 51st over, 153 for 2. It's going to be a long day for Glamorgan's bowlers, and more than likely for tomorrow's first session at least. Derby try to capitalise on this very good start to their innings they've had. Nick has just gone off to do a piece for BBC Radio Wales, and Dave Fletcher's back.
Didn't have many updates anymore, Nick, does he? He's just doesn't have as many updates as we do.
No.
All gone by the wayside. We're every half hour on Radio Derby, which is more than enough. More than enough. David Lloyd from the City at balls to Wayne Madsen, cuts it into the ground, and is it stopped? No, it isn't. It's gone away to the point boundary for 4 runs. I thought the fielder at point had actually stopped it for a moment there, but Andrew Salter leapt.
Probably left it, force it was struck.
Yeah, he hit it really hard into the ground, and it bounced up and over Salter. He might just have parried it over the crossbar, but it's gone to the boundary for 4, and Madsen moves on to 23, and Derbyshire to 157 for 2. The partnership now worth 42.
And they were telling me before the toss, the Derbyshire lads, the press boys were saying that this looks at the pitch and this is another belter. And so it's proved to be.
Yeah.
Difficult to take wickets.
No, it's a good pitch.
Ideally, you'd want this pitch to turn on the last day, but they don't, do they? They just play well throughout.
Two frontline spinners, Derbyshire.
Yeah.
Madsen drives, but straight to the man at mid-off.
Nick has returned from telling the Welsh world what's going on, and he'll now join Dave.
James Harris does the fielding at mid-off. 157 for 2. So Brooke Guest, high score for the season now on 48. Looking to join Sean Masood as the second half centurion. Sure, he want more runs than 50. Madsen waits, 2 slips in place. Lloyd bowls outside the off stump and through to the keeper.
Not sure if you'll have talked to Brooke Guest much. I was just interested as to his potential accent, being
there's a hint.
Born here and brought up over there.
He played for Australia under 19s, lived in Perth for a long time, but there's a twang. There's a definite twang, but it's slowly going. He's bona fide English.
Yeah, same as Callum Taylor, the Glamorgan player.
Yeah, but grew up in Perth. Madsen waits, and that one is clipped very nicely off his legs out into the onside. They're going to come back for a second as Tom Cullen puts the slide in and completes the fielding by hurling the ball back to the keeper, but 2 more to Madsen. He moves on to 25, 161, 159 for 2. Yeah, I've spoken to him a few times actually. I spoke to him at the media day because obviously he's now the undisputed #1 wicketkeeper at Derbyshire following the retirement, the premature retirement of Harvey Hussain. This time last year he wasn't guaranteed of getting in the side. Madsen clips this away with some force out to the backward square leg boundary, and he's going to come back for a second run as it's fielded down there in the far distance by Tim van der Houten. But yeah, he's most cricketers are, aren't they? When you speak to them, they're fairly very approachable and relatively intelligent. So, no, he's a good lad. He's a good lad. The non-striker's end at the moment on 48 as Madsen waits and defends this next delivery from Lloyd back to the bowler. It's the end of the over, 161 for 2. Lloyd 9 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 29.
If you like your snooker, the BBC's just agreed a 3-year contract extension with the World Snooker Tour for a number of major tournaments. World Championship, UK Championship and the Masters. That deal runs until 2027.
You a snooker man?
Occasionally, used to be more so, but...
Since Terry Griffith retired, you've lost interest, is that what you say? I'm sure there have been more modern Welsh
glorious
snooker players.
Era. Well, yes, there are at the moment. Mark Williams going well in this year's tournament.
I knew there would be.
Yes, Ray Reardon, Doug Mountjoy, Terry Griffiths. Golden era that was. James Harris bowls outside off stump. There's a bit of lift there. Guest had nothing to do with it.
Halcyon days. It's not really my thing, I've got to say. I've got precious little interest in it, but well done the BBC. You've got to watch on the red button, no doubt. ad nauseam on the BBC Sport website and app, which is why you're probably listening to us right now.
As Harris turns at this racecourse end, into bowl to Guest, who slaps that one away backward of square on the offside, down to third man. They think about a single to bring up his 50, but they decide, probably rightly, that there wasn't a second run, so Guest is on 49, having faced 122 deliveries so far. It's 162 for 2, so the scoring rate is now over 3 runs and over. And Derbyshire starting to build a formidable platform. Harris to Madsen on leg stump and just turned away down towards Cullen at deep square for a single. 163 for 2.
Brett Oliveira's out. Been out, so that's the first time he's been out this season.
Is it?
Yeah, he's got an average now, which will be in excess of 200, I would have thought.
Gosh.
Back-to-back unbeaten centuries. Worcestershire bowled out for 159.
With Masood's average now down to 134 for Derbyshire,
Is that what it is?
apparently.
Yeah.
Harris bowls and short on the offside. Cracked away by Guest. That will be his half century. I think Salter might have got a hand to it because it slowed down considerably. Madsen wants a third run. He'll have to hurry. The throw is good, but the running is good as well. And Brooke Guest moves on to 52 not out. Derbyshire to 166 for 2. That took 123 balls for Brooke Guest to reach his first half century of the season, and it's included 5 fours.
Yeah, well batted him. Good to see him. He's a very likeable young man.
Harris to Madsen. Allowed to go through, no shot played. It came back prodigiously after it had passed the wicket there.
We've seen that a few times, haven't we?
Yeah.
So far today. The ball has moved an awful long way.
So enough to keep Glamorgan interested in the field, but Labuschagne with some dramatics at slip for no apparent reason, nothing to keep everyone amused. As Harris is in, bowls a short ball that with another tennis ball bounce balloons past the batsman's chest, but nothing for Wayne Madsen to worry about. He has 28. Guest has 52. The men out.
123 balls and included 5 fours.
Godleman for 15 and Shan Masood for, yes, this is correct, a mere 60. His lowest score for Derbyshire.
Yes, David Griffin has tweeted another tweet about Shan Masood. You can never have too many Shan Masood tweets, I always think. It's always good for the profile and the followers. So he's tweeted about him again, saying, my phone will play ball, which it's struggling to do at the moment, as David Lloyd begins a new over. From the city, and the ball to Brooke Guest, who pushes this one out into the offside. His scores 91-62, 239, 219 and 60. So the 671 runs, the previous 5 innings record tally at the start of a career, which is a very niche stat, I'll give you that, was 514, so we'd already broken that anyway, by Simon Katic in 2007. And of course, if Derbyshire do bat again before Sunday, midnight on Saturday, this next one, edged down towards third man. There is no third man. Well, there is, but he's a long way away, is Michael Lisa. He was never going to get there. It was quite fine. And he picks up 4 more. Does Brooke Guest moves on to 56, 170 for 2.
Yeah, might have been looking to force that one square of the wicket, I think, but certainly not aiming through third slip, which is where it went. Robert Logan, who earlier tweeted from Norway, says it's a sunny 10 degrees here. It's a chilly 10 or 11 degrees here. It's about the same temperature in Derby as Norway. Or Stavanger. Stavanger?
Yes, I think so, the latter, as this one is. Oh, now then, played straight to the man at square leg, and there's a shot at the stumps. They went through for a quick single. The shot at the stumps came in from the substitute fielder, whose name I don't know. Apologise. I assume he's a substitute fielder because
if
he's not on my list.
If it's the right jersey, it's Callum Taylor, who I didn't realise was actually here.
Definitely number 4 on the back of his sweater, isn't it? So that fooled me. It didn't take an awful lot to fool me, it has to be said. Lloyd is in again, and this one is defended by Wayne Madsen. Just pushes it out into the offside, there's no run.
Yeah, just to clarify an earlier discussion about Michael Hogan, Paul Sussex points out that he was the main man in the one-day cup. Well, yes, he did play a lot of one-day cup, or all the one-day cup games, but I think Edward was referring to the T20, in which he hasn't featured in the last couple of seasons, and which is the next block of fixtures spread around a couple of championship games.
Yes. Next delivery from Lloyd again. Everything behind that one, Wayne Madsen. Goes a little walk towards square leg. Whoever the number 4 was on for is coming back down the steps now to reclaim his place on the out in the field.
Yeah, Glamorgan juggling resources between this match and the 4-day second 11 game that Lancashire need 25 to win, with 4 wickets in hand in Newport.
Lloyd in bowls to Madsen, clips it into the leg side. They go through for a comfortable single. Madsen moved to 29. Derbyshire to 172. For 2. The 50 stand, incidentally, between Brooke Guest and where Madsen came up when Guest got to his half century from 78 deliveries. Which I completely missed.
Well, you can't tell one lot of applause from another, can you?
No, and it didn't seem to be an extra amount of applause either, so it wasn't like there was double applause, it was just a single applause for 2 things. So it means that Brooke Guest only really got half an applause for his half century, which seems a little harsh, but there we go.
It's been solid rather than spectacular. There's Harris to Madsen, and he plays that one to point, fielded by Salter, and there's no run. So a couple of the Glamorgan players will be playing minor counties for Wales on Sunday.
Right.
In the T20 doubleheader against Berkshire in Newport.
Is that a sort of formal arrangement now then, or is it just an ad hoc?
Ongoing, I think.
Yeah.
Prem Sisodi has played already this season. Harris is in to bowl, and Madsen defends back to the bowler, and there's no run.
It's got to be a good thing though, isn't it, really?
Yeah, it increases the standard of the national counties side, and means that players not in the first team are getting a decent level of white ball cricket at the moment, with the seconds playing red ball cricket. As Harris bowls a short ball down leg side that Madsen just sways underneath, and there's no run.
Leicestershire are nearly all out, 33 for 9.
Well, they're still going. They were 9 down when I last flicked through the scores.
Yeah, still just about clinging on. Durham aren't far behind. The other scores in the second division are making Derbyshire score look very impressive indeed.
Harris into bowl, and forward comes Madsen, playing out on the leg side. Nisa with the fielding, no run. Nisa quickly hands back in pockets as soon as he's got rid of the ball.
Can't say I blame him. He stopped the ball before, was it early in the afternoon session? I think it was, when he stopped it with his foot, and he's already got that problem with his infected toe, or whatever it is. That must have hurt.
Harris into Madsen, leaves that one go through, outside off stump, a few oohs and ahs. It was close, but not that close.
Buxton's been on by email. When's the public flogging for Masood only getting a 50 today? Disgraceful, says Nick from Nottingham. I know, lowest score for Derbyshire, 60.
Absolute disgrace. Not worth the money you pay him.
Send him back.
Here's Harris past umpire Pratt. Bowls another shortish delivery that doesn't get up very far. Madsen again has absolutely nothing to do with it, and Harris didn't exceed his quota of short balls from the over because I don't think any of them actually went above head height. 172 for 2. Madsen has 29. Guest has 57. Newport Cricket Club is a busy place today because I thought I'd made a muddle of things because Glamorgan seconds are finishing off their match here. Wales over 70s are playing England over 70s also at Newport, but then of course they've got 2 grounds on the same location at Spitty Park, so Wales made 148 for 6 in 40 overs there.
There'll be a lot of slow singles in that standard of cricket. It must be great. I'm still playing at that age. Brilliant.
Well, I haven't told you. My adventure last season is that I played for Wales over 70s second 11. And I can point out that I'm not over 70.
No. Are they allowed 1 or 2 underage players?
It was a friendly game, and I think of their 3 wicket keepers in the squad, 2 were injured and the other had a league game the following day. So I was drafted in as an honorary member of the Wales over 70s.
Did you need a cap?
I had to buy my own cap.
Oh, blimey.
And it wasn't an official one anyway, but I bought a Cricket Wales cap so I wouldn't look out of place.
Yeah. Andrew Salter's coming on again from the, from the city, and he bowled from the racecourse end, didn't he? The final over before lunch. He's going to come on for a bit more of a spell, you'd fancy. Here there are still 9 overs to go until tea. He's got the opportunity to bowl 5.
Over 8 is naught, thankfully. Yeah. Salter quite often gets summoned when that hits -2.
Just get through a couple of overs with Andrew quickly. Doesn't matter what you bowl, as long as it's quick. He's going to be bowling to Brooke Guest, who's on 57, as is the partnership. And that one's got quite a lot of loop on it. Madsen says yes and sets off with a single. Brooke Guest wasn't interested at all, probably because it went straight to Tom Cullen.
The running has not been entirely convincing in this innings.
It hasn't always been convincing throughout the course of the season thus far. Again, this one's floated down towards Brooke Guest, who clips it away out into the far distance and picks up a single. His troubles, moves on to 58, 174 for 2. 2 people already leaving. The Shan Masood show is over.
Well, it could be that they're fans of his, or it could be that their body temperatures are getting dangerously low.
They could be going home to get ready for the Burton Albion Player of the Year awards tonight. This next one is defended by Madsen. Shane does the fielding.
I'm not sure that we're allowed to mention the place, but it was considerably warmer than this nearby a couple of weeks ago.
No, don't mention it. Madsen turns this backward square on the leg side. They scamper through for a quick single. Once again, it's Cullen who does the fielding.
I was going to say the N word, but that would give you entirely the wrong impression of what I was talking about.
You were talking about down the A38, down Brian Clough Way.
That's the one.
Yeah. But you can talk about it because you won, which was splendid. This one is turned into the leg side by Brooke Guest as they milk another single from Salter's bowling. He moves to 59, 175 for 2.
Yes, a win away to the division title favourites was not to be sniffed at.
No, still struggling as they're stuck in the wilderness of the second division. According to the BBC Sport website, next deliveries down the leg side. It was written by the Radio Nottingham correspondent, of course, who will be reminded of it in a couple of weeks' time on a regular basis. 175 for 2 at the end of the over. Madsen has 30, Guest has 59. I'm just hoping that Derbyshire remain undefeated until they go to Trembridge, because I want to start off, and I hope you'll all be listening, by saying it's a game between 2 undefeated. Oh no, no, 1 undefeated side and Nottinghamshire. That's all I want to do. That's my ambition for the season.
Fair enough. Just take a snap of the divisional table as it is at the moment.
Yeah, well,
Derbyshire in the promotion place.
Well, get promotion to Division 2, if reports are to be believed.
Well, that'll be interesting, won't it? If there are 3 divisions next season. There's Harris in to bowl and defended by Guest on the offside. No run.
They haven't changed things around. I mean, they've moved the fixtures, obviously. Never have recent times played T20 cricket necessarily in May. But yeah, changed the number of teams in divisions, the number of divisions. The ECB does like to tinker. Or the EWCB,
Yes.
Absolutely correctly pointed out the other day on Twitter.
Harris to bowl. Guest drives, fielded by the bowler, or stopped by the bowler, and his follow through flicked it towards the stumps, and Nisa comes in to finish it. The job. Yes, it was just a suggestion I had to avoid the confusion between the England and Wales Cricket Board and the European Central Bank.
Absolutely. That was a very good point. Well made, I thought. Very good point.
As Harris is in to bowl. Attempted turn on the leg side from Guest, brought a strangled appeal for LBW that they decided was going down leg side, and there was no need to unduly trouble Mr. Pratt. Yeah, see the former Glamorgan chair, Barry O'Brien, there's no step down as interim chair because of health reasons, so wish Barry all the best. As Harris bowls to Guest, who defends to point, and there's no run. 175 for 2. Masood for 60 and Godalman for 15, the man out, both claimed by Michael Hogan, who has bowled 13 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 39 at the board to our right. Well, the screen to our right, and no doubt the board to our right inform the nation.
Yeah, my apologies. It's the 852 that goes to Nottingham. Thank you, Ruth and Chris.
Harris is into bowl, defended by Guest on the offside again.
The 838 is the 838 derby next season, of course, between Derby County and Burton Albion, which is back on the agenda. I should have known. I should have known better than to try and be clever about road numbers, really. But you were both absolutely right. Of course. Always happy to be corrected. And funnily enough, it happens regularly.
Get away. Harris to Guest. Bowls a short ball. Shouts of catch it, but it hasn't gone anywhere near Van der Hoogten. It eventually ended up in his hands on about the second or third bounce, but it's obvious that that's what Harris has been trying to induce, the miss hook shot in the last few overs. He's bowled several short deliveries that produced just a single. Guest has 60, which is exactly twice what his compadre has, Wayne Madsen, 30. 176 for 2, and Derbyshire look as though they could score the first bonus point of this game before Glamorgan do.
It will be a race. It's going to be a good race. Just add 2 wickets onto that total, and Derbyshire are some distance away from where they'd like to be, having won the toss and decided to bat.
1 brings 2. Won't go
Yeah,
bang bang.
Bang bang. Got to remember the bang bang. I've no idea. Here is Andrew Salter again from the City end bowling to Brooke Guest, who clips it straight to the man at mid wicket. I think it's Kieran Carlson. It is.
It is.
Starting to recognise 1 or 2 of the fielders now, without having to look at the number on their backs. Salter again. He's got a slip in place, but this one's on leg stump and turned into the leg side by Brooke Guest. 2 was the cry, and they're deciding against it. Although the throw from out there wasn't particularly impressive from James Harris. It bounced very low, which meant that Cook was unable to gather it in.
It's just a question of getting it heading somewhere back towards the middle as quickly as possible.
Yeah, stop them getting 2 at 177 for 2. Manson 2 steps down the track. He's got lifted this straight up in the air out to the covers, and he's landed safe, and he's running away from Marnus Labuschagne as well to rub salt into the wound, and he picks up 2 runs for a miss hit, a complete miss hit. He moves to 32, 179 for 2. Not a chance, but not a good shot from Wayne Madsen.
No, he really wasn't in control of that. Just floated agonisingly away from Labuschagne as he backpedaled from cover.
God, Madonna's done some dreary nonsense, hasn't she? Frozen. Oh, can you pick up for me, please? Okay.
179 for 2 here on BBC Sport Online as Salter is in to bowl to Madsen, who pushes on the leg side, thinks about a single, and at the moment run out seems the favourite next mode of dismissal, because these two don't appear to be on the same wavelength at the moment. Lots of yes, no, maybe going out there. I hope it's not a yes, no, maybe, sorry. Salter bowls, flattered, turned around the corner. That's a definite single for Madsen, down to short fine leg. Nisa Fields, 180 for 2.
Our afternoon producer and the afternoon presenter not on the same wavelength either. One was prompted by the other, but...
Salter bowls, Guest drives firmly through mid-wickets. That's racing away up the members' pavilion. And a fine shot. Brings 4 runs to the Derbyshire total. Madsen 36, Guest 61. It's 183 for 2. Just 17 runs away from the first batting bonus point.
Brooke Guest now the highest scorer in the Derbyshire innings now. 61.
How long till tea? 6 overs.
Yeah.
We had some very late teas in the last couple of games, actually. Should be.
The last home game,
5 to
Sussex
4-ish.
got through all their overs right on the stroke of 6 o'clock.
Well played.
I've never seen it before.
I look forward to taking on Sussex then. Glamorgan taking on Sussex.
I think at the moment Mackham could take on Sussex.
Here's Harris to bowl to Madsen. 2 slips, slashed away. Salter, superb piece of fielding, reaching up and to his left. That point hit hard down into the ground, and Salter intercepted a ball that could well have gone for 4 had he not done so. 184 for 2.
Excellent piece of fielding. Madsen's tried that shot 3 or 4 times now. That's the first time he hasn't got runs from it, I think. Carving it into the ground, square on the offside.
2 slips, 4 saving the single for Glamorgan, 3 out. As Harris bowls, worked away on the leg side by Madsen. Single down to Cullen, coming in off the square leg boundary. 185 for 2. Madsen to 34. Guest to 65. As on this chilly afternoon, Middlesex have shrugged off the loss of Sean Masood from mere 60. And these two have added 70 now for the 3rd wicket. Harris to Guest. Driving nicely through the offside. Long chase for Carlson. Down towards the long off boundary. It's going to be touch and go. Carlson slides. Taps it back inside the ropes. But again, it's an easy 3 runs for Brooke Guest. 188 for 2. Guest to 68 not out.
It's a really nice piece of fielding by Carlson. Then he slipped, didn't he, as he stood up, and you're thinking, oh, don't put your feet over the rope now, but he managed to avoid doing that quite nicely. We saw something in the Leicestershire game I want to ask you about if you've seen it yet, but I'll do it in a minute.
Harris to Madsen, short delivery, ducks underneath.
There was a dismissal and it said court guest / Madsen bowled whoever it was. And apparently the ECB have asked scorers if they can put anybody who the ball touches for the reasons of the analyst, or for the analyst, anybody who touches the ball. So you can just imagine in T20 it's going to be absolute carnage when they're diving over the rope to push it back. But yeah, I didn't approve.
Harris in. Big appeal for LBW. Madsen pushing forward. No response from umpire Pratt. Not out,
Inside
that is.
edge. A little inside edge, possibly. He didn't look too concerned, did he, Madsen?
No. I think we've got to the stage where appeals might be a little speculative on occasion. Well, you see the those involved in run-outs noted, don't you? But of course there aren't really stats on run-outs, whereas there are stats on catches. Harris to Madsen. No shot played through to Cook. 188 for 2. Madsen 34. Guest 68 at the end of the over. But a catch has to be credited to someone, doesn't it? I mean, you can't have both players getting a catch on their
half
records,
a catch each.
or having half
exactly.
a catch.
The Association of Cricket Statisticians, which I always struggle with, were contacted by one of my colleagues. You might not be surprised to know, and they replied by saying that wherever the ball ended up, is the person who takes the catch.
Absolutely.
So as you were, very much as you were. And it was another catch for Wayne Madsen, who's got plenty in his career. Andrew Salter's going to continue. I haven't done my update yet, but I'm sure I'll be doing one soon as this. Well, he slings that one down. Turned into the leg side by Brooke Guest. That was a very slingy delivery.
Just trying to mix things up, I guess. Having floated a couple, tossed them up.
Darted it in one day, Stiley. 188 for 2. He's in, and that one is pushed back to him by Brooke Guest. Salter fields off his own bowling, threatens to throw down the stumps.
We induced that mishit shot off by Madsen, who skied him just over cover a few overs ago.
Madsen currently tapping down a part of the pitch at the far end. Salter is in again. Down the track comes Brooke Guest, drives 4 runs up towards the wide, long-on boundary in front of the members' pavilion. That is a favourite shot of his. He's played it 2 or 3 times now to good effect. He's moved on to 72, 192 for 2 Derbyshire.
He's accelerating now, Guest, doesn't he? He was about a run every 3rd ball earlier. He's now up to a run every other ball.
He's a good little player, Brooke Guest. Good pickup, as they say. When he arrived from Lancashire, waits now and pushes this one into the leg side.
Did he arrive before or after Hussein's decision to retire?
Before, yeah, he was already here. And I think they wanted him to keep wicket, but then Harvey Hussain had a really good pre-season last year, got in the side. Didn't take Guest long though. This next one is turned nicely into the leg side, just for a single. Guest moves on to 73. I think she might be coming to me now.
As Dave exits stage right, or presses a few buttons to update BBC Radio Derby listeners. 193 for 2. On what's still a grey, lifeless afternoon in terms of the weather. Oh, there's a furious sweep shot comes out from Madsen. He's got something on that. The ball bouncing down towards the fine leg boundary. It's been stopped inside the boundary by Cullen. They get 2 runs for it, and Salter gives it a double teapot at the end of his over. Wondering how they got away with that one. Madsen 36, Gas 73, 195 for 2, shining out on those bright orange numbers on the scoreboard away to our right. There is a super news screen just being put up even closer to us on the right, which is invisible from our point of view, but we do have the monitor telling us exactly what it said. Madsen was rehearsing his sweep shot after that, which wasn't entirely convincing. 195 for 2. Are you back with us, Dave?
Back with you already. Remarkable scenes. James Harris from the racecourse end bowls to Brooke Guest. Strikes him on the pad, and the umpire says not out.
That looked.
It looked
initially.
It looked quite close, didn't it? Whether it struck him, it could only have struck him outside the line, because for my money, he didn't go far enough forward, and that must be close. That must be close. Nick will have a look on the stream for us, but that looked a decent shout from James Harris. First ball of his 10th over, and the verdict is umpire Webb's given him.
I'd have given it, but I think umpire Pratt, whose decision it is that counts, decided that he had possibly got a fraction outside off stump.
Could only have been that. Next delivery, he's clipped into the leg side. It was on leg stump, and Guest picks up another single, moves to 74. Brooke Guest slowly batting his way into the interview at the close of play box. But he is the firm favourite. We haven't spoken to him after a day's play yet this season. Spoke to him and Anuj Dal together last year when they put on a record stand for the 7th wicket against Leicestershire. It was terrific. Derbyshire were in all sorts of trouble, but they both scored centuries in that match. As Harris is in, bowls to Madsen, who looked a little hurried by that one, pushes it out into the offside. 96 for 2 it remains. Madsen 36 from 65, Guest 74 from 146. May have been both players maiden centuries as well at the same time, which was very exciting. It's probably the most exciting day of last season. Starting from quite a low base as Harris is in. Oh, that's taken the edge of Wayne Madsen's bat and flown down to third man. He didn't know much about that. Wayne Madsen got away with another one. Moves to 37, 197 for 2. 3 away from that bonus point. The bonus point race is being won by Derbyshire, but it just takes one delivery.
Well, one delivery to score the runs necessary, or one delivery to take the wicket necessary for Glamorgan's first point.
Who'd have thought there'd be so much jeopardy at 20 to 4 on a Thursday afternoon? Harris is in, balls to Brooke Guest, who ducks underneath the short one. As they go through to Cook.
The drama only matched by our race for the biscuits at tea time.
Yeah, well, and they'd all been all this morning's biscuits had gone by lunch.
Mind you, Edward Bevan seems to have been suspiciously absent from proceedings for the last 10 minutes.
Filling his face.
He might be full of biscuit already.
3 hours to go after this one. The timing's not going to be great, is it? Tea time wise. Updates in the middle of tea. This next one is short and pulled into the leg side. It hit the ground pretty quickly after leaving Brooke Guest's bat, and it's filled out there by Tom Cullen. They go through for a single. Guest also pinches the strike, moving on to 75. Madsen has 37. 198 for 2. Derbyshire with 3 hours to go until tea.
Brooke Guest, highest score 116.
Against Leicestershire last season,
Needs another 42.
I believe.
Indeed, and that a record partnership of which you spoke.
Yeah,
I was just looking to remind myself when the last time Glamorgan broke a wicket record. It was only 3 years ago at Hove. Salmon and Labuschagne, a stand of 291 to set a new second wicket stand for Glamorgan.
You know how the memory plays tricks like that when you think,
Oh no, Carlson and Cook last season.
well, there we are. That's the perfect
Yes.
example, because we were at Leicester, obviously, last weekend. Derbyshire got a 24-point win, and I said to Griff, "So when was the last time we got a 24-point win? I don't think I've ever seen one." Hove last season, in September, the last game of last season. Their only win last season, incredibly.
Salter bowls, tossing it up. Gress drives up to long on, who's now been stationed after that series of productive drives from Guest, and therefore it's only a single.
I am famous for my inability to remember things, though, so it's perhaps not a major surprise. But said as they've scored so few runs last season, it still came as a bit of a shock.
Next delivery is played by Madsen to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
They didn't get a first innings score of 500 last season. They've done it in successive matches this.
Salter bowls, Madsen sweeps, sort of lap sweep down to fine leg. They go through for a single, and the crowd goes wild. 200 up for Derbyshire. 200 for 2 in the 62nd over.
Yep, scenes, I believe.
Down the wicket comes Guest, drives back to Salt, who flicks it back to the keeper just in case.
Wayne Madsen wants some fresh gloves and a drink to celebrate the 200 coming up.
Salter bowls, Guest drives up to long on and ambles through for a comfortable single. 201 for 2, Guest to 77 not out.
That puts Derbyshire just 2 points behind Nottinghamshire again.
Salter to Madsen, drives to mid-wicket, no run. He was just looking at that record partnership of Carlson and Cook, which came in the home game against Northants, which was the last one before the break for franchise and One Day Cup stuff. Oh, did I mention the One Day Cup?
I think you should mention it on the hour every day. I think I would be.
Well, it was the first Glamorgan trophy for 17 years,
Yeah.
and it's the first time they'd ever won a one-day final.
Absolutely brilliant.
At the
Absolutely.
4th attempt,
Yeah.
even if it was
No, don't play
on
it
a
down.
Thursday.
No, don't downplay it. I'm not having it downplayed.
No.
If the other teams can't be bothered to field proper sides, that's their lookout, isn't it?
Well, Durham in the final did bring back a couple of their
Yes.
franchise players. Glamorgan opted not to.
Which was admirable. Admirable. It's on a Saturday this year, though, isn't it? The One Day Cup final.
Thank goodness. Yes.
Harris to begin a new over from the racecourse end, bowling to Brooke Guest, who defends this one out into the offside. And there is no run.
It is on Saturday, the 17th of September.
That'll be beautiful by then, won't it? It's still at the well up the road. Yeah,
Still up the road,
which I don't.
or down the road,
Yeah, there's not much in it.
up or down.
I wouldn't like to put any money on it. It's hardly the Lord's final that everybody really wants, is it? Harris in again, and this time Guest gets a full delivery on leg stump and turns it nicely into the leg side. He'll get a couple of runs for this, because the fielder has to come an awful long way around Tom Cullen to do the fielding from square leg out to mid-wicket. And Guest moves on to 79 now, 203 for 2. I did write something down on a piece of paper. I'm always doing that. Always doing that. It's
How
not-
very 20th century of you, old school.
yeah,
Surely you should be storing it in your
I
phone.
just can't help myself. I just keep writing things down on bits of paper. In comes Harris, bowls over, and that's it. Well, the Guest pulled it anyway. Goes past the edge of the bat through to the wicket-keeper. Last season, Derbyshire picked up 18 batting points in their 14 matches, I believe we played last year, possibly. Already this season, 5 of those came in the last game. Already this season, they now have 12.
Impressive stuff.
I think that we can see.
Shahan Masood probably has half of them
Well, that's
on his own efforts.
Absolutely, no question about it. Harris is in, and this one is driven a little uppishly initially, but he's managed to get it between the two fielders on the offside as Brooke Guest, and they'll come back for two more. Guest moves into the 80s now. He moves on to 81. Andrew Salter does the fielding. That wasn't the thing I was most impressed about writing down, though. I'll see if I can find it.
Complete works of Shakespeare, did you write those down? They're quite impressive, I hear.
No.
Lost Charles Dickens novel?
I think it's on a notepad. I know where the notepad is, but that's not going to help me now. 205 for 2. And goes Harris. Bowls to Guest, who leaves alone outside the off stump. I can't even remember now what it was about.
A rap you were going to send to Stormzy?
No, I sent that. Yeah, I sent that.
Good.
Yeah, I don't know if he'll use it or not. He might just sample it. If I ever wrote a rap. Wow. I wonder where to start, really. Harris.
The Derbyshire cricket rap. DJ Super Fletch.
I think I used a word similar to rap last season as Harris bowls. That one's clipped into the leg side. There's going to be shy at the stumps. And Guest gets back, and then, well, it's all a bit messy. Nisa did the fielding initially, missed the stumps. Sam Northeast was backing up, but didn't back it up cleanly. Brooke Guest got in. The upshot is that he picks up a single and pitches the strike. He moves on to 83, 206. He moves on to 82, 206 for 2.
There are people moving away from the permanent temporary stand.
Yes, I'm slightly concerned that there might be some drizzle around. But, I mean, they're not showing any signs out there. You can't see any.
Might mean that it's an over to go till tea.
Yeah, I think they might be working their way into the pavilion, get a cuppa, possibly.
Beat the race for the cakes.
Here we go.
Here we are, Marnus time.
What's he bowling today?
352.
Bit spin by the look of it.
Spin by the look of it. Although apparently he uses Michael Nisa's run-up when he's bowling seam. The same length run-up.
Does Michael Nisa know? Did he just lend it to him?
We might
Wow.
might claim compensation, I suppose.
Yeah.
But
Hang on a minute, Manus, that's mine. What's happening here? He's bowling spin, isn't he?
he's bowling spin,
Off spin,
leg spin,
leg spin.
with the occasional bouncer thrown in.
Excellent. Excellent. A bit test just before tea.
It'll keep Chris Cook on his toes as Labuschagne to bowl the last over before tea starts with a full toss that's carved away through the covers by Guest for 4 runs as he races up to 86 not out, and that is the century, nearly the century stand.
Really close.
I thought it was a large burst of appreciation for a boundary, but they obviously want to keep their hands warm. 210 for 2. The stand is worth 95.
Could have been the googly that, but of course it didn't pitch.
We'll never know.
We'll never know. He just dropped the ball as well.
Labuschagne in again. Bowls driven by Guest to mid-on, who's now come in halfway as Michael Hogan to prevent the single on that occasion. Wouldn't necessarily prevent every single as forward comes Guest, defending back the bowler, no run. He's probably there for the miss-hit drive as much as anything. Mid-on and mid-off, pushed back halfway, possibly conceding the drop and run single. Labuschagne bowls, that's again a full toss, but Nisa runs across the path of it to distract the batsman, and Hogan, I think, was distracted himself by Nisa charging across the fly of the ball. Fields on his hands and knees in the end. 210 for 2, Derbyshire. It's been their session as Guest drives to cover, and there's no run, as this will be the last delivery before the tea interval. Here on BBC Sport Online. 210 for 2, Derbyshire. Madsen 38, Guest 86. They've added 95. Masood out for 60. Gordon bowled Hogan. Labuschagne bowls a short delivery that Guest dabs down into the ground in front of him. And so the players march off for the tea interval, with Derbyshire having won the toss, chosen to bat 210 for 2. Brooke Guest is 86 not out. Commentary on BBC Sport Online will resume just a nudge before 1/4
Just before everybody goes, you can go, but I've just had a tweet from somebody called Sasky Stewart who says, I'm an Australian in Canada listening to an English cricket broadcast for a Welsh team for a player originally from South Africa. Some soothing Workday County Championship cricket. Nice to have you along. We'll be back in 15 minutes. All full-mark runs. It was a good delivery, nice and plenty of bounce. They've asked for the lights to be put on. We will see those fairly shortly, I fancy. We'll see the lights crank into action. It'll go dark for a moment. But because it does when they switch the lights on here at Derby.
Okay. It goes dark when they switch the lights on.
They're so bad. It actually sucks the light out of the rest of the ground. Single, well, it doesn't really. By Masood, they're just the original lights from back in the day. So they could do with some new bulbs, I think. 211 for 2, but those lights will be coming on fairly shortly. It is gloomy, I think it's fair to say, here in Derby at the moment. So it's not a major surprise that the lights are coming on, although they haven't come on yet. Van der Houten in again. That's a very wide delivery and taken really nicely by Cook, diving away to his right in front of second slip. It was in fear of his life for a moment there as the ball swung away and almost straight to first slip. Not Van der Houten's best moment. Minus Labuschagne trying to stretch out his muscles, hands in pockets at cover. As Van der Houten bowls, lights come on, ball goes past the edge of the bat. See, it's gone dark. It certainly hasn't got any lighter, has it?
Not as yet. Give the lights a chance to get up to the maximum lux capacitator.
I think they're close to it now. There seems to be one missing from every single light that is missing or out from every single pylon. And don't look directly at them though, because oh no, you can. Van der Houten in, and that one is defended into the offside by Brooke Guest. So we should finish round about 6:15, which isn't bad by modern standards. Very pleased with that. Well, pleased-ish.
Well, we had several 10-7 finishes at the place down the road.
Yeah, it's nonsensical, isn't it? Van der Houten in and bowls. That one is defended again. This time it's the leg side by Brooke Guest. He's on 86. Madsen on 39. End of the over 211 for 2. Van der Houten 13 overs, 4 maidens, 0 for 17. So barely a run scored off him. But it's wickets that Glamorgan will be looking for in this final session of the day. Having picked up just the 2 so far. Billy Godleman for 15 and Sean Masood for 60.
Yeah, they'd have been pretty pleased at that point at 115 for 2, but this partnership edging up towards 3 figures. The morning session 74 for 1, the afternoon session 136 for 1. So Derbyshire on top as Michael Hogan, who has the 2 wickets to fall so far, starts jogging in. I don't think it was a serious attempt at bowling, but he pulled out anyway because Wayne Madsen had pulled away.
He's got the disc, didn't he?
Ah, yes. He has the disc. He's placed it where he wants, and now he's bouncing in to bowl to Madsen, who steers him down to third man for a single. 212 for 2. As the lights are now on full beam. The most zealous member of the local constabulary would be satisfied. As I wade through a load of emails about my laptop.
Oh, still no joy.
As Hogan bounces into bowl and Guest defends back down the pitch.
Pretty sure it's the first time we've had the lights on this season. Here. Don't remember them on at Leicester either. They were on briefly at Lord's. They couldn't put them on day 1 because it was so windy they couldn't lift them up to their full height because it was too windy at Lord's. But for April it's not been too bad.
Hogan under the floodlights of the county ground, and Guest defending out on the offside, where Salter nips in from point and gets there ahead of Labuschagne. They're resorting to that sort of
Keeps them occupied.
little tricks to keep them occupied, keep themselves warm, keep themselves from freezing. Just chase everything. As Glamorgan do their best not to freeze in the field. Hogan to try and warm them up with a delivery that gets a bit of bounce, but Guest was having nothing to do with it outside off stump. The over rate has slipped to -1 on the board. There is also a rogue
That's to prove that
element
it's
of
minus.
the board.
If that isn't there, it's a plus. Seriously, you can't do a plus. But if you look at the one on the new scoreboard, that's the best place to look. Lights all over the place, aren't there?
Hogan into bowl, forced off the back foot by Guest through the offside. Will pick up a single up to Carlson, scampering round the wide mid-off position. 213 for 2. Guest on the Australians' unlucky number of 87.
The MCC's here today. Micheloma Cricket Club. Just up the road. Tweeted a photograph earlier.
There's Hogan to bowl to Madsen. Turns on the leg side, no run. Cullen at square leg does the fielding. 213 for 2. Madsen 40. Guest 87. If you want to tweet us, at Fletch Sport, at Nick Webb 2017. It's been a quiet day for Welsh hopes here. Just the 2 successes, both to Hogan. Harris had a good LBW shout against Guest. Madsen skied Salter just over cover.
There's half opportunities, haven't there? A number of them, but just 2 wickets taken as Van der Houten begins a new over and bowls to Guest, who guides this deliberately or otherwise down a third man for a single, moves to 88.
If the fielders want something else to amuse themselves, they could try counting the number of people in the permanent temporary stand at the city end.
I'm going to guess you're going to count them. 28.
Okie dokie.
Van der Houten has ball in hand already. That includes the Balconeers. He's on his way in now. Bowls to Madsen, who guides this down to third man, and that's the century stand. Between these two, they will shake hands. 100 runs from 160 balls between Madsen and Guest for the 3rd wicket.
I believe it's 34 at the moment.
I was quite pleased with that, though.
You're close.
That one's moving around now. That's what fooled me. one of them's moving around. Sit down. Here comes Van der Houten again. Bowls to Guest, who clips this very nicely. That's going to run away, I think, for 4 runs. Nisa's giving chase. He'll just about get there, will he? He puts the dive in. And he just bends down and touches it back. So they saves a run. He lost his cap. And the batsmen go through for 3. Guest moves into the 90s now. 91 to him. Derbyshire 218 for 2.
That was the fast bowler's version of the dive. Just a little... I've got the experience. I can stop this run without
You'll enjoy
going base over apex into the advertising.
Absolutely. You'll enjoy Saranga Lakmal then, because he's very much of the old school where feet are involved.
Ah, good.
Yeah. He's not much of a fielder. As Van der Houten bowls, that's pushed out into the offside.
I like a good bit of fielding with the boot.
Yeah, I don't mind it. Stop it any way you can. That's what I say.
Quite.
He chooses to stop it with his feet. 218 for 2 now. Madsen 41. He's on strike. Guest has 91. Still 2 slips in place for Van der Houten. And he pulls this one, does Madsen, out towards the square leg boundary, and that's 4. Definitely this time. He's missed the goal as well, sadly, but Madsen moves up to 45 now. Looking for his 3rd, or is it 4th score in excess of 50 for the season. I've got it written down
Century
somewhere.
against Sussex and a half century in the second innings against Middlesex.
Yeah, he's got 2 half centuries and a century so far this season. Decent return. He waits. And, oh, he's trapped there before wicket, is he? There's a big appeal. No, says the umpire.
Was there a suggestion of inside edge there?
I think it was more. I think it was bottom edge, toe end of the
edge.
bat. Yeah, but I think it hit the bat.
Yeah. Sounded like a double noise.
Van der Houten walks past the umpire and turns his head almost deliberately. I'm sure it wasn't. 222 for 2 at the end of the over. Guest has 91. Madsen has 45.
The Glamorgan second 11 eventually went down by 3 wickets to Lancashire second 11 and Newport. Visitors making 166 for 7. Lavelle 81 not out. 3 for 30 for the young spinner Lewis for Glamorgan. As Michael Hogan continues from the city end bowls and Guest defends off the back foot on the offside. No run. Labuschagne doing the fielding. North East having taken up a second slip position with Lloyd at first. North East seems, on the early evidence of the season, to be staying at second whenever Glamorgan have 2 slips, with Labuschagne taking Lloyd's position at first when Lloyd's bowling. Hogan bowls and Gast will get at least a single here. He's running the first one hard. Nisa in from third man. Sends his throw thudding into the gloves of Chris Cook. You could probably hear the impact on the sound effects microphone and keep them down to a single. 223 for 2. Gast 92 not out. Madsen has 45. It's Madsen on strike. Hogan into bowl, and Madsen remains on 45 as he's defended that one to mid-off Carlson Fields.
More people leaving over on the far side by the car park. It's that time of day, isn't it? 4:30, tea time. Got to get back. We tea at 5 o'clock. How many of us are creatures of habit?
Hogan under the lights, bowls left by Madsen, came back, but came back too late. Wales over 70s, finished on 164 for 7 in 45 overs. At Newport, England just starting their reply, and 9 for 0 after 2. Solid. Look forward to the return of Matthew Maynard to the playing arena. He's going to play for the over 50s if commitments permit this season.
That's good.
Hogan bowls down leg side. That's hit something, I think. No, it hasn't hit anything, says the umpire. It's gone away for 4 byes, and Chris Cook looks down at the ground and wonders how on earth that happened. Thought it might have flicked the pad on the way through.
Yeah, I'd be quite disappointed if it didn't touch anything, because it wasn't massively wide down the leg side, was it? But he did look back at the umpire as if to say, "You are having a laugh," because that's clearly hit something. But
Umpire Pollard not in merciful mood.
no,
And sympathise with Chris Cook, who not for the first time is giving a Glamorgan double teapot. As Hogan bowls, Madsen plays to mid-on, thinks about a single, then quite rightly he and Guest decide against it as James Harris came racing in. 227 for 2 with that addition of the byes boundary. Madsen 45, Guest 92.
8 byes now conceded.
Won't be happy.
It's dark in Leeds. When is it not? Bad light. sent the teams from the field. Kent against Yorkshire. Kent 200 for 4. It appears to be the only place where they're not playing at the moment. As Tim van der Houten begins a new over from the racecourse end. He's on his way in now. Balls to Brooke Guest, who pushes this one out into the offside. And there's no run. Nottinghamshire 98 for 2, trailing Worcestershire by 61. Middlesex have just started their first innings, they're 9 without loss, trailing Leicestershire by 140. Durham are rallying a little bit against Sussex down in Hove. 215 for 7 they are now in their first innings. Yeah, Derbyshire 227 for 2 as Van der Houten goes in and bowls to Brooke Guest, who clips this into the leg side. He'll get 1. Will he come back for the second? I don't think he will. No, he won't. And he moves up to 93. Slightly past, half past, when we do the updates between now and 6 o'clock with the sports desk and news and weather.
Just poke me when you want me to start
Yes,
talking.
absolutely.
This usually works.
Yeah, yeah, well, it's worked well so far, hasn't it? Got this large stick here that I've been using. Here comes Van der Houten again in and bowls, and Madsen. Madsen off the back foot. Pushes this out towards the backward point boundary. They've run 2. Is the 3 there? Well, Brooke Guest says yes, and he's absolutely right as the ball is hurled back in to Cook, who threatens, having taken his glove off, to throw it down to the non-strikers end. But Madsen was in as well. He moves on to 48.
It was a long chase for Hogan round the boundary. Probably had to make the best part of 50 metres there.
Yes. He wouldn't have thanked anybody for it, would he, really? Bless him. 15 overs, 2 for 42, bowled nicely. Van der Houten tosses himself a catch at the top of his mark, halfway through his 15th over. Bowls to Guest, who drives it straight down the ground, but a sliding Kieran Carlson comes across to do the fielding. There is no run.
Just look to see which of Sussex's signings have made it. Both of them, in fact. Aaron Beard from Essex and Mason Crane from Hampshire, both signed on loan and both playing.
Struggling with injuries, aren't they? As in goes Van der Houten again. That's guided by Brooke Guest down to third man for a single. He moves on to 94. To 32 for 2.
Beard has claimed 2 wickets so far and Crane 1.
Poor old Finn Hudson-Prentice, who joined Sussex from Derbyshire permanently at the start of this season. Stress fracture, out for several months.
Oh dear.
Not great. Don't go, don't leave me. Van der Houten in and bowls to Madsen, who just pushes this out into the offside. It's the end of the over, 27 left, 232 for 2. Madsen 48, Brooke Guest has 94.
Who's Jimmy Somerville? I'm not sure if I can get that high. I'll do the Sarah Jane Morris part. Dave looks completely baffled.
Well, I know he was part of the Bronski beat, wasn't he? But
yeah, Communard's post Bronski beat. Don't leave me this way.
Ah, okay.
It's a duet between
yes, yeah. No, I'm with you.
the rather falsetto Mr. Somerville and Sarah Jane Morris, who sang in something of a lower register.
Yes, well, who didn't? Yeah, I think I'll be after Wayne Rooney as well, but come on.
Hogan in, bowls and past the outside edge of Guest as he pushes forward. And is beaten by that one once Dave's completed his
I just thought
radio.
you were suggesting I was some kind of small town boy for a minute. That's what I couldn't quite work out.
Very good. 232 for 2. As we trade 80s pop references. As Hogan is in to bowl and Guest off the back foot defends on the offside. Labuschagne wanders in, picks up and lobs a delivery up to Carlson at mid-off. Really dark skies at the moment over the county ground. But lights allowing play to go on as long as they are aiding natural light and not taking over from natural light, a point that I never quite get. Hogan bowls and Guest props forward defends to mid-off. Carlson fields, and there's no run. It's a question of rather like how many angels can you fit on the head of a pin, isn't it? But whether the light is, the floodlights are aiding or supplanting the natural light. 2 slips, 3 saving the single on the offside, 2 on the leg side. Outfielders at third man and fine leg. Hogan bowls wide-ish. Guest drives, doesn't quite time it. Labuschagne fields and tosses it rugby style to the former fly half star of Whitchurch School, Kieran Carlson, at mid-off. 2:32 for 2. If you are just joining us, only man out today. Godleman for 15, Masood for a season's low of 60. Hogan in, bowls outside off stump, shoulders, arms, does Brooke Guest. The ball comes back in, but again the movement is too late to help Glamorgan's cause. And through it went to Chris Cook, who is not having the best of days behind the stumps. A couple of lots of 4-bys by his usual high standards. Hogan with both wickets to his credit. Doesn't get a third because Guest has just nurdled that one down to fine leg for a single. He moves on to 95, retains the strike with that single. Madsen has 48. Derbyshire 233 for 2 after Billy Godleman won the toss and, not surprisingly, decided to bat on what looks like a good batting pitch. We'll bring Edward Bevan in to replace me as soon as Dave has done his radio thing. But they're obviously playing a 12-inch extended version because they're keeping him wait. Little consultation between skipper Lloyd, vice skipper Carlson, and bowler van der Hoogten. This racecourse end, van der Hoogten will run away from us once Lloyd has regained his position in the slips. Van der Hoogten into bowl, appeal for LBW, not given. Again, difficult to tell from this distance whether there might just have been a little bit of bat in there. Guest survives and continues on 95 not out. Van der Hoogten trudging back to his mark. Glamorgan have had quite a few reasonably loud LBW shouts turned down. As shouldering arms, next ball is Brooke Guest. Nothing given in terms of LBWs. The catch behind was quite a clear decision, and Masood's caught and bowled was obvious, so umpires haven't ruled anything in Glamorgan's favour as yet. 233 for 2. Derbyshire moving towards a powerful position in this match, as Hogan is into bowl and Guest drives, doesn't quite get there, beats the outside edge through to Chris Cook. Halfway through the Van der Hoogten over.
He's gone now, the prospect of having to come on air. That's harsh. He's been very good today, Edward. He's basically saying, look, I was here on time and you ignored me. So he's gone back into the other room.
Possibly in search of more cake, who knows. Van der Hoogten bowls, and Guest has nothing to do with that one. Outside off stump. Means a 95 not out. When he gets one further run, we'll be able to hand over commentary to Dave to get him to 3 figures, but I think we can discount as remote the possibility that he gets there with a maximum.
I don't think so.
run every other ball for Brooke Guest at the moment. He's faced 189. Van der Hoogten delivers him 190. And there's a shout of frustration as it comes off inside edge and pad and trickles out to Cullen, coming in from close to the umpire and doing his very best polishing work before hurling it towards Carlson, who is also a designated polisher of the ball. Nisa wanders over from mid-on to add some tactical point to the discussion. Van der Hoogten bowls outside off stump, not a great ball, and slapped away by Brooke Guest to reach 99 not out, 237 for 2. I'll give way to Edward Bevan, and Dave Fletcher can see Madsen to a half century, Guest to a century, Derbyshire to a second bonus point. Who knows what sort of excitement is in store in the next few overs from Dave and Edward.
Who knows? Nick, thank you. Nick will be back before the close, I'm sure. I really am sure. Ball will be retrieved from behind the covers, which are away to the left-hand side, interestingly.
Ball from the city end, David Lloyd.
David Lloyd is back. Why wouldn't he be? Excellent. I've just been told now that Ash Wilkinson, who is one of the media guys at Burton Albion, has said, shirt and tie tonight. I've got a lovely spare Burton Albion tie if you want one, as if I haven't got a tie. I don't wear them generally, but I've got my York Wasps tie in the car. I should be changing into my suit at some point before 7 o'clock and racing down the A38.
Where is it at Burton?
It's at the Pirelli Stadium, yeah.
Which is, what, 20 minutes?
Yeah. Yeah. He said, work the word Brewers into your commentary if you're getting these. Of course I'm getting the texts. Lloyd begins a new over. It's a no ball, is it? It is.
Yes,
it's a no ball. I thought it was. At 239 for 2, rather bizarrely. So thank you, Ash. That's a very kind offer, but I have one. Thank you, Jonathan. Jonathan Baker, back at base. Who knew Derbyshire were going to be good this season? Well, I think I told him they were. Here comes the next delivery that's chopped into the ground by Wayne Madsen, but fielded there fairly comfortably by Tom Cullen. Thanks, Ed. Yeah.
The run fest continues at this ground in this season. How many runs were scored in the match against Sussex?
Ooh, lots. Well, both sides got 500 in one innings. So there was probably 1,200 runs in 3 innings.
Enjoy it?
Not really, no. I saw 3 double centuries.
Oh dear.
1 for Derbyshire, 2 for Sussex as this next delivery is turned into the leg side by Wayne Madsen. He's going to run 1. Is he going to come back for the second? No, he isn't. Thought his 50 was going to come up then.
Because if this pitch, as you say, remains the same and Glamorgan bat anything like, it could well turn out to be a match of bonus points again.
Yes. Yeah, but of course you get if you
get 14, although
you get 8 for winning.
8 for
drawing, sorry.
for drawing now, which is a help.
Yeah.
So I suppose you can look at it that way.
Derbyshire were very fragile up until the start of this season, as Lloyd is in again and bowls to Brooke Guest, who drives it out into the offside. A big cry of weight. He remains, I was going to say stuck on 99. That's unfair. He is on 99.
Good runs this season, Guest?
No. This is his high score was 38, I think, coming into this game. No, it wasn't. It's 43. He got 80 runs coming into this match in the first 3 games, so he's already surpassed that in 1 innings. As he waits now, Lloyd bowls to him and defends it up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Wayne Madsen's got runs. He's got a couple of half centuries and a century.
I'm not surprised, if you play on good pitches. He is such a fine player. He's not going to lose out.
No, absolutely not. Although he ran himself out at Leicester when he was on 94. So he was a little bit annoyed by that. We had a quick chat with him the day after. Lloyd in and bowls, and that was defended by Brooke Brooke Guest once again. Just one more ball of this over left for Guest to get to 3 figures. Would only be the second time in his career.
They're all on the prowl, the Glamorgan fielders. They're all in on the 1 at the moment. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them. And just the outfielders, a fine leg. Yeah.
Lloyd in, bowls to Guest, who drives, but straight up to the man at mid-off, who has a shy at the stumps, and there's good backing up as well to prevent a possible overthrow. I think that was your man Hogan, wasn't it, who fielded that one very nicely indeed. Up at the far end, had a shy at the stumps. It missed, which means we can see Marnus Labuschagne come on from the racecourse end. I'll just carry on until the close of play.
Oh, lovely.
I won't be. I'm going to lie down in a minute.
What is he going to bowl? He is going to try seam, is it?
I don't know whether,
Yes,
he is.
because
The keeper's standing back, isn't he? So we've seen an over. Is it 1 year? We've seen 1 over of leg spin from Marnus Labuschagne. Now we're going to see his first over of medium pace, seam up, call it what you will.
It's seam up as he did at Nottinghamshire.
Yeah. That's a good trick to have up your sleeve, but it's a bit like Liam Livingston, who can bowl off spin to the one, the left-handers, right-handers, and leg spin to the left-handers and leg spin to the right-handers. Useful. He tosses himself a couple of catches. The Zoe's going to be bowling spin, and then he remembers that I've got to get the white disc, put the white disc in place. Stamps it down. Got his
jerky run up, if I remember.
He's got his collar up, and he's in and bowls to Wayne Madsen, who defends it out into the offside.
Just watched that ball, and once it landed, it did not move an inch. Did you notice? And just got behind it. The bowlers will say, well, why can't you produce pitches that helps bowlers? And the batsmen will say, no, they're fine with me. But you've got to try and get a balance, haven't you?
Yes, it is better for the game. Labuschagne is in, and Madsen guides this out into the offside. There's his half century. He's going to come back for at least one more as it's tracked down by Andrew Salter out in the deep. 2 to Wayne Madsen. He moves to 50 from 88 balls. And he has hit just the 4 fours. And that remarkably is the 102nd time he's gone past 50 in his career.
He's such a consistent player, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. The score moves on to 242 for 2. Brooke Guest is at the non-strikers end rather disappointingly at the moment as Labuschagne is in and bowls to Madsen, who chops him away for 4 runs. You can't bowl there to Wayne Madsen. Short and wide, didn't get up, no pace, and just chopped away by Wayne Madsen down the backward point. Another boundary, moves to 55, 246 for 2 and within 4 of a second batting bonus point. And the ball's gone underneath a little golf buggy as well, which is really annoying for Michael Hogan. I've been too dazzled by the lights, Edward, have you?
I think he's got a little bit brighter.
Well, it wasn't the lights that did that.
No.
Yeah, it looks all right to me out there. You can't see any shadows really, can you, from the floodlights? As Labuschagne is in again. This one's wide outside the off stump and chopped away by Wayne Madsen. This time just for a single because they have stationed a man out there in the far distance. He moves to 56. 2-4-7 for 2. And
the vultures encroach.
Here is Brooke Guest again. Everybody's coming in. Well, if he bowls one of those short, wide ones outside the off stump, he'll have a go, you would have thought. He's going to make sure he doesn't stick it straight down Point's throat.
A second 100 if he gets it, you said?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah, got one last season against Leicestershire. Shared a record stand with Anuj Dal, but he was batting at 7 then. This is his first century as an actual batsman, if you know what I mean.
Yes.
Batting at 3, which he's been doing all season. That's where they want him to bat. So Marnus Labuschagne from the racecourse end in and bowls to Guest, who guides it out into the offside, and there it is. He's going to come back for a second as well, but that is the second century are Brooke Guest's first-class career. 101 from 196 deliveries. He's hit 10 fours. It's his first century as a number 3 batsman, having got one lower down the order last season. Well batted, Brooke Guest. 249 for 2.
Not the best over from Derbyshire I've seen.
No, he's rather gifted at
short,
both the
isn't he?
landmarks, hasn't he, really? He's taken the pressure off the pair of these batsmen. Labuschagne's on his way in again and bowls a short delivery to Brooke Guest, who has absolutely nothing to do with it. And it bounces through to the keeper, end of the over. 249 for 2. Guest has 101, Madsen has 56, and these two have put on 134 so far for the 3rd wicket.
Brooke Guest's 100 came from 196 balls and included 10 fours.
Very much as you already knew if you were listening. Excellent work from Brooke Guest. And very much a landmark, which is going to be the main thrust of my conversation with him, I'm sure. To have got one last season, it was a rear guard action, and he and Dal batted nicely, but to get one as a number 3 batsman will be important to him.
Here's David Lloyd then starting over to Madsen, bowls to him, and Madsen gets behind that as he gently comes onto the bat and gently rolls off it. 249 for 2, and Derbyshire in sight of their second batting point. Glamorgan yet to pick up a bowling point. And not really showing how well, in fact, they have bowled, especially in the overs before lunch and then immediately afterwards. As Lloyd comes in now, bowls again to Madsen, and Madsen just gets down in time with that as it's blocked up to extra cover. Just the one slip. We started with 3, and now it's just the one slip. Labuschagne, 3rd man, fine leg. 3 saving one on the offside, deep mid-wicket, and the 3rd man. So it's a case of keeping the runs down in this last session. Still 23 overs left in the day as David Lloyd bowls. Madsen gets behind it and plays it up to mid-off. You sense the batsmen here know that there are plenty of runs in this pitch and they're not bothered to take any sort of chance because there is no deviation. 249 for 2. Lloyd from the city end, sparse crowd here. In bowls again, and this time Masood turns it round to mid-wicket. They probably get a second here. As Salter comes racing in, and a good return, but 251 for 2. What are there, about 30 people in the far stand there?
They counted 28 about half an hour ago.
I don't see anyone. What do you reckon here, a couple of hundred?
Yeah, I think so.
You can't blame them.
It's just unpleasant, isn't it? There'll be members behind the glass on the, I would imagine, over on the far side as well.
Yes, but as you say, it's disappointing. But when you can watch it on the stream,
I know. Well, they've got to sort that out, haven't they, really?
in comes Lloyd in bowls, and that's left. Better delivery as he goes through to Cook. Because you can, some people might say, oh, yeah, it's not very nice day. I'll just sit at home and watch every ball from here in my armchair. I've often wondered, is that going to be to the detriment of the club and also the radio?
Yeah,
although you do hear, but you see Middlesex now, it's they have their own stream.
There's a few. Somerset are doing it.
Somerset.
Warwickshire.
Lloyd bowls again. Masood play away to mid-wicket. There's no run.
It's the monetising aspect of it, Edward, that gets me, is that they're giving these streams away, but still want people to come into the ground. Well if on a day like today, if
an object.
If it's cracking the flags, you might think, well, I'll have a day at the cricket and a couple of beers while I'm there and that kind of thing. But on a day like today, you don't be drinking cold beer outside, do you? Really? So they have got to be careful. I wouldn't want them necessarily to stop the streams, of course, but they've got to find out a way of
balance.
Yeah, making some money out of them, the clubs. I know the BBC put certain strictures on it, but the BBC also supply commentaries to the iFollow, the football, and they have commercial logos on them.
Yeah.
Returning to goal.
So it was just a one-over experiment from Marnus Labuschagne, who's bowled 2 overs for 13. They brought him on just to make sure that Wayne Madsen and Brooke Guest got to their
Yes.
milestone.
It was a particularly good over.
Thanks for coming, Marnus. And you go and stand back over there because we're going to see James Harris bowl from the racecourse. And how bizarre! They were both in the Labuschagne over, weren't they?
Yeah.
So, Harris has bowled 11 overs for 45. He's on his way in. And bowls 2 broadcasts. It's full toss that's driven down the ground. He didn't quite time it. There's a shy at the stumps that misses and hits the stumps at the far end, but Wayne Madsen was in. The throw was from Michael Nisa. He wasn't aiming at the stumps that he hit, but actually it hit either stumps.
Oh, he was safely home.
Oh, yeah, that's okay.
And Madsen there just a bit guilty of ball watching. Instead of setting off, he was looking behind him as Guest was herring down from the other end.
No damage done as far as Derbyshire are concerned. They have got the second batting bonus point, of course, having gone past 250, 252 for 2 net partnership 237. Harris sets off again. He's in now, and Madsen just turns him up towards Michael Nisa at mid-on.
Glamorgan will look now to the new ball, and it'll be coming up now in 6. Oh, how many overs gone have we got here? 6 overs, yeah. And we'll grab it with both hands if they can, because they desperately need a wicket or 2.
It's looking like a good decision by Billy Goldman to bat first, having won the toss. As Harris is in, and that's driven very pleasantly in a very Wayne Madsen-like fashion out into the offside, but straight to Marnus Labuschagne, and there's no run.
Matt Maynard came up for a shot because he thinks it's a wonderful view as opposed to being square on in the pavilion. And I said, what you bat? He said, looking at that pitch, didn't have any worries about it at all. We would have batted if we'd won the toss, and you see what's happening.
It looked like a bat first pitch, didn't it? Short delivery from Harris. Madsen ducks underneath it. Yeah, it always looked like a good pitch, and we had 1 or 2 people who obviously been watching it get prepared and that kind of thing, and asked them what it was like, the grass that had been taken off and that kind of thing. And
Well, you're not going to prepare an indifferent pitch and give the attack some advantage, the visiting attack some advantage, when you've got a man looking to create a record and has scored so many runs. You're going to produce the best batting track that you can, and he has.
Goes to the non-strikers and waits as Madsen turns this one into the leg side. Carlson is there, shies at the stumps for no apparent reason. But to keep himself occupied, I think. Gets that his bat firmly on the ground in the crease. .252 for 2. Just looking around the field, it's fairly standard now. Just the 1 slip. 2 men out on the leg side boundary. 2 closer in, 3 on the offside, and 1 down at third man. And again, a short delivery from Harris. And again, Wayne Madsen has absolutely nothing to do with it as the ball flies through to Chris Cook at the end of the over. 252 for 2. Madsen 58, Guest 102.
Yeah, the over it has increased. It's over 3, and if they can rattle along tonight and get somewhere in the region of 310, 320, they will bat on. I would have thought, what, mid-afternoon, and try and get an insurmountable score.
Yeah, yeah.
And then say to Glamorgan, well, off you go. You've got to bat twice, or possibly once. If you've said there's 2 500 scored in the Sussex game.
Yes, yes. There were.
David Lloyd is hoping for better things as he prepares and comes in and bowls the Guest who pushes up to mid-on. Still plenty of help for the bowler. Fielders urging them on. It's a thankless task, isn't it, bowling medium pace on this pitch?
Yeah.
Absolutely thankless.
Yeah.
No spin at all. Will it turn? Or does it turn here?
It does turn. It does turn.
Here's Lloyd is in and bowls, and this is left by Guest outside the off stump. Masood 58, Guest 102, Polish 137. It's a long time since we saw the fall of the second wicket. Masood out for 60. And Godleman before him for 15.
2:15 was the last time a wicket fell.
On comes the helmet for Chris Cook, who's now going to stand up. Very brave to the fast medium bowling of David Lloyd. And he comes over the wicket and bowls. And, didn't quite know why there was exclamations and things there, because Guest got on the back foot and played it gently into the covers, but you hear it from every side. It's urging them on.
Got to keep spirits up, haven't you?
Yes.
As high as you can possibly get your spirits. With 20 overs left in the day's play.
In comes Lloyd, bowls. I think they're just playing up a bit and enjoying themselves in the
You've got to do it.
in the boredom, as I will see it, of two batsmen at the crease for a couple of hours. They just want to keep awake. Not that the scoring is de-accelerated. In fact, it has accelerated since this morning.
Just going to nip off a moment. And you carry on.
Here's Lloyd over the wicket and bowls to Guest. Guest plays it up towards mid-on rather. And it's Philibella some northeast there. Well, another one should relish this pitch. Lloyd in, bowls, and this is driven pleasantly up to mid-off. There is no run. Tidy over from David Lloyd, 252 for 258 to Madsen. 102 to the other batsman, Brooke Guest, as the two batsmen confer. And James Harris peels off his long sleeve sweater and will prepare to bowl his 13th over. He's yielded 46 runs. Glamorgan have used 7 bowlers, but to no avail, especially since lunchtime. Harris starts another over, and he's in from this end and bowls, and this is just driven gently up to mid-off by Madsen. He's on 58. Just 4 overs left to bowl, even though it's given a big polish. So in comes fielder there, vigorously polishing the ball on his flannels. The over rate is -1, which is not too bad at all. In comes the next ball, and it's played away. Thinks of a run as Masood, but Carlson in there very quickly, and no run.
Guest 102 on the second time. He's got to 3 figures. The last one was last season against Leicester. Chicago won the toss this morning. Decided to bat first. It was a good decision. 252 for 2.
As Harris turns past the umpire and bowls again. And this time he's pushed up to short mid wicket. just back of a length, that, and there's no run. Dave Fletcher has done his excellent piece as I listened to it to Radio Derbyshire. It should be put down for posterity to the young, budding broadcasters of this world.
I just laugh because Wesley said, the newsreader, if you want to hear the words 252 for 2 mentioned over and over again, you can hear it online. He's not wrong.
In comes Harris and Bowles, pretty good over this. Short delivery that goes through to the wicket keeper.
Bless him. There are people astounded back at the radio station that Derbyshire's cricket team is better this season than it has been for a long, long time. In fact, it's better this season than it has been in my entire time covering them. I only started in 2016, mind. But people are suggesting, well, who saw this coming? Well, the moment that Mickey Arthur arrived, we saw it coming. Just because of the man that he is.
Harris in and Bowles off the back foot from Masood up into the covers, and that's a much better over by Harris, probably his best over. The end of, sees the score remain on 252 for 2. As the late Richie Benno would say, in a far better voice than me. 252 for 2.
But yes, the arrival of Mickey Arthur has certainly done wonders for this cricket club. Bringing in the likes of Masood and Lakmal. Ian Bell, who's wandering around the boundary over there on the far side, helping the batsmen out for the first couple of months of the campaign. Remarkable, really.
You get a feel in this pitch.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I don't think I ever saw him play here in the
Wonderful.
latter end of his career. New over from Lloyd as his first delivery is pushed out into the offside by Brooke Guest, and he scampers through for a quick single, moves to 103, 253 for 2 now.
Just emphasising the docile nature of this pitch, Fred, by seeing Cook standing up to Lloyd, who's not slow, gets the ball, he's medium fast, but it's such a true pitch, and Cook's knowing exactly where he's going to land, probably. Lloyd's ball, he's in, and that's 4 runs. Short ball outside the off stump and struck away by Masood. He gets 4 runs, and the score moves on to 257 for 2.
Again, you can't bowl there, can you, really?
No.
To Wayne Madsen. Short and wide, cut away. Glorious, really.
Just the 2 overs after this for the new ball. And Messrs. Holgan and Nisa will probably be ready. Masood moves on to 62. West is 103. And this is a pitch where you tell your batsman, don't lose out on that. Here's your chance. Lloyd in, bowls, Masood drives, and field it mid-off.
Yeah, it's a book yourself in kind of pitch, isn't it?
Yeah. There's Lloyd from the city end over the wicket, bowls, and on a length, played defensively from Masood, and there is no run.
Well, Shaq Masood said to us last week at Leicester after his double century there that Mickey Arthur's mantra was, if you're going to get runs, get big runs, get yourselves in, get yourself plenty of runs, and put yourselves into a very good position. Because even if it is a very flat pitch, if you can bowl at the opposition for 2 days, you give yourself a chance.
Yes, of course. Lloyd bowls, and it's clipped down towards the mid-wicket boundary. Won't go for 4. In comes a return, and they collect 2 more runs. So it depends, as far as Glamorgan's concerned, if they can strike with a new one tonight, and also first thing tomorrow morning, they'll be fresh. They'll have a night's sleep, and off we go again. But they've certainly had a good start to this game. 259 for 2.
Wayne Madsen have got to 100. I've got to 50, 102 times in his first-class career. It's 136th score of 50 or more in all formats with
Such a
Derbyshire.
consistent player. Lloyd in, bowls to Masood. Masood's forward, plays it up to mid-on. I shouldn't say this, but if anybody looks as if he's booked for 100, it's Masood on 64. I shouldn't have said that. You know what's going to happen now.
I know what you're trying to do, Edward. I know what you're trying to do.
That's the end of another over. That was the 78th over. 2 to go. It probably will take the new ball. Of course, we hadn't thought of that.
I'd be surprised if they
With
didn't,
this score
wouldn't you?
as it is.
Yeah.
I see Nisa in front of us just stretching.
It's one of those stats that makes you think, really? From David Griffin, of course. Brooke Guest's only the 7th Derbyshire wicketkeeper to score 2 or more hundreds,
Is that right?
which is not very many, is it, really?
So,
Since 1870. New over from Harris. First delivery is short. Down on one knee goes Brooke Guest, the wicketkeeper. Got one last season, got one this season. Bill Storer got 12. 4 for Mayer. Pipe and Sutton 3.
nothing for Hussein?
Clocker and Hassan got 2 each. Yeah. Yeah, he got 2. Harvey.
Right. That Bob Taylor didn't get from the best wicketkeeper I've seen amongst many.
No. Next delivery from Harris. Batting wasn't his forte, was it?
Not George Stokes in the old days.
Pushed out to offside. Luke Sutton made 120 against Glamorgan here in 2003.
Just before he went to Lancashire, of course. Wasn't it?
Yes, I think so. Then he came back, didn't he? Did he
Correct.
come back? Yeah. Got a best-selling autobiography now, memoir.
Yeah.
Harris is in. That was on leg stump and whipped into the leg side by Brooke Guest for a single. Derbyshire move up to 260 for 2. Tom Cullen does the fielding out there in the deep away to our right-hand side. Partnership moves to 145 now. What are we looking at? We're looking at 9 deliveries until the new ball becomes available. They'll take it. I'll be staggered if they didn't. I'll have 16 overs with it tonight. This will be relatively new for the morning, as that one is also whipped away this time by Wayne Madsen down towards long leg for a single. 261 for 2.
Nick on his way back, and I'll be off to do my Welsh language.
Excellent.
Unless you would like to do it.
Well, I might do it tomorrow when I've practiced. You might have to put it down phonetically for me, though. I'm not sure. Quite there yet. I've been to Anglesey for most holidays in my youth. Doesn't mean I can speak Welsh, though. That's pulled very nicely by Brooke Guest down to a deep backward square leg. Colin does the fielding and he only picks up a single. It was a nice shot from Brooke Guest. He moves to 105. Just one of those a day, Edward, isn't it? Just one Welsh language report a day?
Sometimes more, but today, well, I don't think they want to listen to the score today.
No.
They want to know. Obviously, if it's a successful day for Glamorgan, they'll take more, but...
Are there any Welsh speakers? Who are the Welsh speakers? David Lloyd is a Welsh speaker, isn't he?
No,
Oh, is
none
he
at
not?
the moment.
Oh, is there none? Oh, okay. Next delivery is defended by Wayne Madsen. I always thought Lloyd was.
No. Sadly, because interviews and things like that.
Would Radio Cymru then play interviews in English, or would they not bother?
No.
They wouldn't bother.
No. Because you've got BBC Wales, of course, to take all the English.
Yeah.
Now then, what's happening here? Lloyd going to bowl the last over.
Last over with the old ball.
Old
isn't
one,
it?
yeah.
Yeah. They're still quite noisy out there, aren't they? The Glamorgan players, fair play to
Yes,
them.
it's
Still keeping their
you've got to keep in try.
keeping spirits up.
Lloyd starts a new over and bowls, and great cut take there. Whipped the bails off to Cook as an attempted drive from Guest was it beats him. You love to, I do anyhow, I love to see keepers standing up to fast medium and then taking it cleanly. You think of the great ones like Jack Russell and others. It really is an art. Lloyd bowls again to Guest, and Guest plays this time defensively out into the mid-wicket area, and there's no run. Three on the offside, and a slip, solitary slip and third man. So it's a 5-4 field. David Lloyd comes in and bowls. He's played defensively out to cover.
As we suspected, 6:15-ish. Estimated time of the end of the day, 16 overs to go.
Yeah,
With 3 deliveries.
You won't see much spin, will you?
No, that's true.
I haven't seen much spin all season. In comes David Lloyd and bowls. Guest turns him round as he tries to play it away. And didn't concentrate, I don't think, then he just whipped it and it went on the offside. Two balls left of Lloyd's 15th over, 0 for 47. Here he is again then, over the wicket and bowls, and Guest is forward. It seems as if you only got to get to the pitch of the ball and that's it, you can play it easily. And that's what Glamorgan will hope with the new ball, that it will deviate and give you some sort of a chance on this pitch to get somebody out.
The Derbyshire spinners get on the off spin, the leg spin, be moving all over the place, turning it round corners.
Lloyd, last ball, comes in and bowls. And that I would have thought would be the end of Lloyd, as Michael Nisa comes trotting up from his fielding position of third man. Nick Webb is trotting up to come to the microphone and leave you in the capable hands of Mr. Fletcher and Mr. Webb.
Thank you, Edward. Yeah, 262 for 2. New ball time. Houghton has just been tossed to the ball there. We're going to see Michael Nisa come in. That's the old ball, surely, that Van Houten is bowling into the ground. Perhaps he's going to bowl with the old ball.
Michael Nisa.
Yeah, we haven't done the announcement for the new ball yet, so but it is available.
How shiny is that thing that Nisa is banging into the ground now?
I'd be surprised. No, they haven't taken it yet, but they will. Surely. Ball one loosener, possibly.
Yeah, they went a couple of overs late with the new ball the other day.
Sussex didn't take it at all here on the end of day 1, last time out.
As Nisa's in to bowl, and Madsen shaping to play at that one, but withdrew his bat fairly late in proceedings.
Here is the new ball.
Just the one ball with the old one then, for Nisa to warm himself up.
Pretty decent delivery with the old ball, wasn't it, really?
Be delighted to hear that my laptop has been booted into life.
Excellent.
Without too much physical damage. Having been sent a little trick by a technical colleague. Nisa is in to bowl to Madsen, who looks to play it to square leg. It's gone rather finer down to fine leg. Madsen thinks about a second run and decides against. The one that they have taken won't count to his account because it's signalled as a leg by. 263 for 2.
After months and months of getting me to do work and put clips into the system and all sorts without having a BBC computer, I now have one.
Oh, congratulations.
My word, it's made life a lot easier.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah. Remarkable.
As Nisa bowls, and that's a push and run from Guest. A canny one as well, because he just dead batted it out towards mid-wicket. There is no mid-wicket. Carlson had to dash in from mid-on. 264 for 2. Well, the main advantage of being able to access my BBC system that I've just done is that saves my colleagues work rather than myself.
Yeah, well, yes.
Publishing the match report.
Yeah, my colleagues weren't doing any of the work, so...
That's hits Madsen on the pads, and it's run away for more leg buys. These are just straying down the leg side, and that is... Is that 150 stand? Yes, it is. 153 is the partnership. 268 for 2, Derbyshire.
Got a fair old way to go. 291 is the record third wicket partnership for Derbyshire against Glamorgan.
These are into Madsen. Defends towards mid-on this time. They don't attempt a quick single as Carlson is alert to the danger.
Billy Godalming and Tom Lace at Swansea in 2019. Tom Lace has made a first-class century, I think. Certainly got a century.
Well, this is a day of toil for Glamorgan's bowlers. They'll need a good cup of tea or coffee to warm them up.
Perhaps with 2 spoons of sugar.
Nisa bowls, and Madsen hurried a little in his shot there, but got a firm defensive bat behind it. Carlson fields at mid-on. I think just 1 off the bat in that over, but 5 leg buys to go with it, so Derbyshire will be happy with the process. 268 for 2, Madsen 65. Guest is on 106 not out.
No wickets have fallen since 2:15. Michael Hogan, who took both of the wickets that have fallen so far today, is returning from the City end. He might need an ice bath at some point later on today. If indeed they have ice baths. I've never really understood them, but I know they're very... I'm going to say popular. They're not popular, but they're prevalent, aren't they?
Yes, popular among physical conditioning staff, possibly.
Yes, yeah, but not necessarily amongst the athletes. But I've never had one myself, surprisingly enough. 15 overs to go in the day. 268 for 2, and here is Michael Hogan. 2 for 43, his figures. He's in with 2 slips and the new ball in his hand. And Wayne Broadcast goes for a pull shot there and misses the ball by about a foot.
It was way outside off stump to try to pull, wasn't it?
Far too far outside the off stump, which is why he missed it by about a foot. Very strange.
If you want to tweet us at Flash Sport, at NickWeb 2017. If Welsh listeners have anything of good cheer to pass on.
Any kind of observation, welcome. So Hogan is in again, and Guest this time gets bat on ball and just plays it straight into the ground. And there's no run.
So Guest's career best, the next milestone that we might reasonably expect.
You'd expect him to get there today, wouldn't you?
Given that he's only 10 runs short of it, or 11 to surpass it.
I don't think he's going to do it before my next update. Oh, he might. If he gets a bit of a move on. Come on, Brook. He waits now, and this one is... Ooh. I'm not sure what it's doing, really, because he tried to turn it into the leg side, and the ball disappeared from view completely, because I think he trapped it between bat and pad. It just landed at his feet. He's got one of those very shiny backs to his bat as well, with the stickers on, which is reflecting the floodlights here at the county ground. Here comes Hogan again. This time Guest drives him, but he doesn't time it. Goes straight to the man at mid-off. There is Kieran Carlson. No run.
Labuschagne warming up as if he wants an over with the new ball to add to his 1 over of seam and 1 over of spin so far in proceedings.
Seems unlikely. Well, the over, if he wants to bowl another over of seam, I would say very unlikely. Because he was brought on and he got both batsmen to landmarks, then went off again. His next delivery strikes the pads of the front pad of Brookcast. He just walks away, a little stiff-legged almost. I think that's hurt. And Wayne Madsen spotted that, so he's come down the pitch just to make sure that he doesn't get himself ready too quickly. You wouldn't do.
Yeah.
It's rush, isn't it? Really, if you're just feeling a little pain. Lloyd at first, slip northeast at second. Hogan bowls and the ball goes past the edge of Brookcast's bat through to the wicketkeeper. Final ball of the over. 17 overs, 4 maidens. 5 maidens. 2 for 43 now. Michael Hogan, exemplary. Derbyshire 268 for 2.
It has been exemplary, and none of the Glamorgan bowlers has really been carted, but there is, when not much spin is being bowled, we've had, 6 overs of spin today, 5 from Salter and 1 from Labuschagne. A little bit of sameness to the Glamorgan attack. They haven't got an out-and-out paceman, though I wouldn't say that to Michael Nisa with ball in hand. An out-and-out speed merchant, as Nisa is into bowl and beats the edge of Madsen's bat outside off stump. They're working hard with this new ball, but since the exit of Graham Wagg, they haven't had a regular left-arm seamer. Wagg still tearing it up in national counties cricket and at club level. But they couldn't agree terms at the end of the 2020 season for a continuance for the former Derbyshire man. As Nisa ever willing in bowls, and Madsen on the back foot chops it down from bat onto pad, and the ball rolls down towards the slip area. 268 for 2. Jamie McIlroy is, I think, the only left-arm seamer on the staff at the moment. He only played a couple of games last season, and one of those was at the Oval, which was enough to strike dread into the heart of any bowler of any description.
Did that not go well?
As Lisa is in to bowl, beats the outside edge again of Madsen's bat. Surrey 700 odd for 4 in reply to Glamorgan's 600 odd for 6. It was not a game where a result ever looked, a positive result either way, that is, ever looked remotely on the cards.
But the first time 2 residents of South Wales have commentated online on a cricket match in London, I would have thought.
I'm not quite sure where Churchy's main place of residence is these days. As Nisa is into bowl, edged past slip, down to third man for 4. Well, Nisa's having Madsen in a little bit of difficulty in this over, but it's another 4 runs to his account. 69 to Madsen, 272 for 2.
I know Edward keeps telling us that this is the flat pitch and all the rest of it, but the edge has been taken and was taken with the first new ball a number of times, inside and outside edges. Brookcast early in his innings had absolutely no idea where the middle of his bat was, it seemed, but he battled his way through it. And now we've seen Wayne Madsen, who was on 65, get a genuine edge down to third man.
Nisa bowls, and that's struck Madsen, possibly on the glove, rolls out towards square leg. No run. Well, Nisa is as if stung into life by my comment that Glamorgan didn't have an out-and-out speed merchant. Is bowling with considerable hostility in this over, and skill.
It would suggest that if you do put it in the right areas, as they say, whatever those areas might be, you can upset the batsman.
Nisa looking to do just that, finds Madsen defending. Ball trickling to cover, no run, 272 for 2. Derbyshire, 2 points. Glamorgan, nul point.
Well, Greg Watts, who last week asked me a question that I couldn't really answer. Why are double centuries recorded in the stats only as a single century, which is a terrific question, I had no idea. Says that his question this week is that once a game's in play, how much influence does the coach have on proceedings, such as when to declare or who goes out to bat, or is it all down to the captain? In football, the manager makes all the decisions. Well, the coach will have some influence. The captain is clearly more influential in cricket than most other sports because he has to do the bowling changes and field placings and all the rest of it. But when your side's batting, I'm sure that Billy Godleman would. He certainly won't do it yet because they haven't got enough runs, but he would declare in conjunction with Mickey Arthur. Michael Hogan begins a new over from the City end, bowls to Brooke Guest, who turns this into the leg side. You heard Wayne Madsen bellow the word 2, and that's because there are 2 runs there. They get comfortably back for the second. Guest moves up to 108.
You're getting overexcited, Dave, talking about declarations before the end of day 1.
It wasn't me. It wasn't me.
It was a sound-alike, look-alike.
Yeah, well, I was merely,
Fletch Davison.
I was merely reading out an email as Hogan bowls to Brooke Guest, who defends it straight back to him. I know every time I book a stream, I booked all the streams for the season.
Wow.
Which I thought was very efficient of them.
Oh, it is.
I've only had to change the starting time of 2 of them. But now they keep sending me in advance. I've just got the stream through for the Worcestershire game, which isn't until 2 weeks today.
No, they tend to operate a couple of weeks in advance,
I
don't
know, but then I forget where it is, and I find it slightly irritating, but it's there. Next delivery is turned into the leg side by Guest.
they? Screenshot it, that's what I do.
I just flag it up. There we go, it's all flagged.
Ooh.
Lovely.
Put a flag up. Ooh, there's posh.
Yeah.
This is a man who understands a laptop better than I do.
Oh, I wouldn't say that, really. I do like this laptop now. I looked at how much it was. I thought I might buy one of them. I won't be. It's a touch screen as well, though.
Ooh.
I don't like that.
No?
No. It unnerves me. Hogan bowls. It's defended by Brooke Guest.
You're not a man for the tablet, then?
No, not really. I've never had one. Well,
No,
I've had a Kindle type one, but I've never had a proper. I don't like the company that makes them.
Ah.
I mean, I've got one of these for interviews, but that's the only thing I use it for. I don't use it as a telephone.
Quite, yes.
If you know what I mean.
I do, because that's all I use mine for as well, recording stuff.
I'm much more of an Android kind of guy. Next delivery from Hogan is defended by Brooke Guest up to mid-on this time. That's the end. Oh, no, it isn't.
Dave Fletcher is the electric android.
Paranoid Android.
Marvin.
Yeah.
Douglas Adams, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, in case you wonder what we're talking about.
Splendid.
Marvellous.
I'll give you the answer at the end. Here is the next delivery from Hogan. He leaves it alone, I think. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt this time, Brooke Guest. He remains on 108, 9 away from beating his previous high score. Madsen has 69. He's a mile away from his. 274 for 2, Derbyshire, with 12 overs remaining in the day's play here at the County Ground.
Well, Derbyshire inexorably building a solid position in this game, and a position which will exert some sort of scoreboard pressure in the minds of the Glamorgan players when they eventually get out to bat, but that's some time away at the moment. They're going to take 8 wickets as Nisa bowls and driven into the onside. They'll go through for quick single. Carlson fields, but looking to shy at the stumps, finds the ball flying from his grasp. And it is 1 to Madsen. Moves on to 70, 275 for 2.
Brighter tomorrow, I'm told, in my ears here.
Lovely.
Listen to the weather forecast.
Good.
Temperatures up a bit.
Yeah, it's meant to gradually better during the course of the game, isn't it? Apart from the vague possibility of the odd shower on Sunday morning. But it shouldn't, at the moment, be enough to disturb the course of the game.
I'm suggesting Saturday night is when the rain will come, but it will disappear by Sunday morning.
All right, okay.
Which is even better.
Nisa to Guest, who took a new guard and steers the next ball to mid-wicket. Or reaffirmed his old guard. Checked it anyway with umpire Neil Pratt. Continues grey and chilly this evening. The Glamorgan flag, the daffodil, in conjunction with the fortunes of its team, is looking a bit limp and wilting. The Derbyshire flag is fluttering more boldly. Nisa to Guest, who's beaten with another defensive prod outside off stump. And Nisa's getting a little bit of encouragement out of the new ball, but not as yet a wicket.
He's just getting more and more frustrated at the moment, isn't he? He's just banging his hands together. Bless him. Bowled nicely, but without reward.
Yes, you can almost imagine Nisa as who's the seafarer in Popeye with the beard?
Bluto,
Yes,
isn't it?
that's the guy. Yes, steaming at the ears. Nisa is in to bowl, outside off stump. Guest shoulders arms through to Cook.
Is that a tattoo of an anchor he's got on his forearm? I'm not sure that it is. I'm not sure that Bluto has any tattoos. I'll have to check him out online. I should be back momentarily.
Popeye's got the tats, I'm not sure about Bluto. 275 for 2 here on BBC Sport Online. Fletch Sport or NickWeb 2017 if you wish to tweet us. As in comes Nisa and bowls, and Guest drives pleasantly as far as Van der Hoogten at mid-off. But he's round to stop the ball. .275 for 2. The sky continues implacably grey. The clouds reasonably high, though. Been no real suggestion of rain today. As Nisa bowls and slightly hurried into his shot, Guest dabs it down to fine leg. Harris fields. Single taken. 276 for 2. Guest 109. Madsen is on 70. Partnership is worth 161. And they're doing their best to bat Glamorgan out of this game. Looking at the accumulation of bonus points, we've got 25 further overs to go. So maximum might be on the cards for Derbyshire if they step on it a little. Hogan into bowl. Guest drives back to the bowler, no run. Remember, it's 110 overs in which you can get bonus points in the first innings. And for the batting side, they go from 200 every 50 runs up to 400 for a maximum of 5. For the bowling side, it's 3, 6 and 9 wickets for a maximum of 3. Glamorgan don't have anything at the moment. They'd desperately like to get some sort of breakthrough before the end of today as Hogan bowls and Guest plays on the leg side. There's no run. A bit of waving from Sam Northeast at slip. I think he's suggesting that he'd like a little bit of change. Maybe a 12th man on the field temporarily. In comes Hogan again, bowls outside off stump. Good carry, but nothing to concern Guest as he shoulders arms. Allows it to go through to Cook once more. North East is still waving from the dressing room, for the dressing room, suggesting that maybe he wants a temporary break from his duties in the slips. Can hardly recall North East fielding the ball today. As Hogan in bowls and again beats the outside edge as Guest pushes forward. Well, this new ball has provided more plays and misses than the old ball, certainly, as Dave Fletcher
Entirely tattooless Bluto.
brings up a cartoon of Bluto,
Entirely.
Popeye's nemesis, I think. Oppo, anyway.
Yeah, yeah. Well, he fancied olive oil, didn't he? I believe.
It's very nutritious. Oh, that's olive oil.
That would be good.
Hogan into bowl, and Guest again propping forward again. Ball ending up in the keeper's gloves. Never quite sure with Guest. He's got
No,
one of those
yes.
styles in which he may be playing inside the ball deliberately. And we may be doing him a disservice.
Just occasionally we'll say that he is, but give him the benefit of the doubt. But I'm not entirely convinced. I'm sure if I asked him tonight, which I don't think I will, I'm sure he'd tell us that he was.
Hogan in, bowls, and there's a squawked semi-appeal. May have been a bit of inside edge as the ball rattled into Guest's pads, but a decent over from Michael Hogan, who continues to be economical. 19 overs, 2 for 45, 6 maidens in there. That's more than anyone else has bowled today. And Glamorgan will miss him when he's gone.
Thanks to Ken Davis, who's tweeted me. He's a Wrexham fan. Also Cincinnati Bengals and Derby County. And also a supporter of stringed instruments, apparently. Says Bluto was indeed tattooless. Yeah, he sent me a picture of Bluto and Popeye together, both wearing very similar sailor suits. There's a big appeal here, and he's been given. And that's the end of Wayne Madsen. He's gone for 70. And Michael Neser finally gets the reward that his bowling has deserved. Umpire took his time to decide, but Madsen goes for 70. 276 for 3 now, Derbyshire.
Well, that was one of those confusing appeals where the ball hit the batsman possibly on the boot, ricocheted up the keeper, and you're not quite sure what they're appealing for.
No, I didn't mention anything to do with the mode of dismissal, if I'm entirely honest.
And having watched the replay, I think it's LBW.
That's what I put. Michael Neser deserves a wicket, though, doesn't he? Madsen goes for 70 from 126.
He's bowled with decent hostility, hasn't he?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. He's bowled really nicely.
And Glamorgan finally have a bonus point in the 87th over. 86th over, at the end of the 80s. Was that the last ball?
I think it was, yeah, I think it was.
Madsen's gone. 70 off 126.
That was the first ball of a new over. The scoreboard's the scoreboard's just gone mad.
It's frozen.
That's 127 deliveries, I believe. I'm sure John will announce it in a minute. Diaz deploys the new batsman anyway. I've just stopped looking at pictures of Bluto and concentrate on the cricket, really.
Like before, as the final verdict. It's one of those where it might have been a double appeal because the ball ended up in the keeper's hands. Welsh fireman deploy. As,
Sorry, no. His first delivery's turned into the leg side. Welsh fireman.
who else was
of course. Oh, yeah, that nonsense. Sorry, I thought there was something clever with his name.
No, he's not called Sam.
No, well, yes, he's the only from
Pontypandy.
Pontypandy, absolutely.
It's the only Welsh fireman you recognise, is he?
it's only one that I've seen, that I would say that I'd seen, certainly unless Hugh Pugh, Barney McGrew, Cuthbert Dibble, or indeed Grubb were Welsh, and there's no way of knowing, I don't think, because Nisa is in a bowls to deploy, who leaves alone outside the O stump.
I think with a name like Hugh Pugh, there's a decent chance.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Either name could be spelt with a W or a GH.
When Madson's average for the season is down to 72 after being dismissed today. Still not a bad average. This next delivery from Nisa is defended by Deploy, who won't really relish the prospect of going out to try and begin an innings with just 9 overs or so remaining and the floodlights on here at the county ground, but he's coming ahead of Matty McKiernan today.
Sorry, it's Pew Pew, isn't it? Not Hugh Pew.
Is it? I don't know. It's a while since I've watched it. Trumpton?
Yes.
Yeah. What about the Trumpton riots? And goes Nisa again, turned to the leg side by Lear's Deploy.
Half man, half biscuit.
Oh, absolutely.
That was about all that was left after Edward Bevan had them, half a biscuit.
Yes.
No, Pew Pew, Barney McGrew, Cuthbert Dibble and Grubb. Sorry. Okay. They're twins, apparently, the Pews.
That'd be their surname then, of course.
Yeah, two Pews.
Yeah, 2 Pews. They all looked fairly similar, though, didn't they? Hats down over their eyes. No suggestion that they might be Welsh. In goes Nisa again and bowls to Deploy. Now, was that pad first? No, says the umpire. In fact, Nisa didn't appeal. End of the over, a successful over, a wicket maiden for Michael Nisa. He's got 1 for 44 from 16 overs, deploying it to get off the mark. Guest has 109 and Derbyshire 276 for 3 now.
Creator was from London, scriptwriter from Kent. But I think there's bound to be a Welsh grandparent in there somewhere, isn't there? Pew and Pew are surely qualified for Wales.
Did Postgate have anything to do with them? Oliver Postgate, no?
I think so, but have to get back on the right page, or indeed to the game of cricket, which is probably what we ought to be concentrating on.
I think you may.
Rather than... Here's Hogan, bowls, and Guest plays on the onside, no run. So Glamorgan at 1 point, Derbyshire 2. 23 overs for Derbyshire to get another 124 runs for maximum points. They'd need to go up 5 and over. They'd need to step it up a bit. But of course it's perfectly possible with batters well set. Lanky Hogan racing in again and Guest driving, tumbling stop from Salthrop Point on the old wicket just to our right. No run. Mind you, I think half the Midlands probably played for Welsh Fire at some point last season. There were several changes in squad.
I didn't take an awful lot of notice, I've got to say.
There's Hogan bowls and Guest dabs it down on the offside. Thinks about a single. And there is none as Callum Taylor comes bouncing in.
I see a tweet from Edward about one Welsh player in the Welsh Fireside. Is that about right?
There was one last season. There isn't. There aren't any. Isn't any. There is none at the moment.
There are no Welsh players. Yeah, it makes little sense to me, but there we are.
Hogan bowls and Guest defends. Back to the bowler, no run. .278 for 3 in the evening gloom here in Derby, but I'm sure there's no gloom in the Derbyshire dressing room. metaphorically speaking anyway, because they're thoroughly in control of this match at the moment. Despite the dismissal of Madsen LBW Nisa, Hogan bowls, Guest on the back foot, defends. Now, in terms of the post-match interview, will you be constrained to not do Brooke Guest if he's still there?
No.
You don't worry about that sort of thing.
I think if he hadn't have got to his century, I wouldn't have troubled him, but I've already been offered him, so I've said yes. Which seems eminently sensible to me.
Indeed. Hogan pounding away in towards us. Balls. Guest drives to mid-on, and there's no run. He may well have a career best to celebrate as well as century. He's just 7 runs short of his previous best of 116. 278 for 3.
I've got to work out. There's a number of logistical things to work out. The umpires are just consulting about something there.
Oh, it's not the is the the light from the floodlights taking over from the natural light. Do you think it's that discussion?
Yes, I think it might be. I think it might be a discussion they don't have to have at Chester Street, of course, because they've been given special dispensation to have floodlights on at all times, according to the commentator up there, and the father of one of the fast bowlers. It was quite a heated discussion, that one that we had that evening, when it was far too dark for cricket to be played. Here is Nisa in and bowls, and that one has beaten Leah's deploy. All ends up. The left-hander, comfortably beaten by that delivery from Michael Nisa. They don't look as cold as they've looked in recent times, the umpires. I've seen matches with umpires where you can barely see any part of them, including their faces.
Yeah, they've been... I think the black gloves make them look rather more sinister when giving the appraised
like the Grim
digit.
Reaper. The Grim Reaper is here. There's Nisa in again and bowls. That one is pushed out into the offside. That'll be 4 runs and he's off the mark. Finally, Lear's deploy. Nice shot. And he'll be delighted to have finally got himself off the mark at the 12th time of asking, although the runs have just been given to Brooke Guest. It is deploy, isn't it? It is deploy.
It is deploy, who's left-handed and has cover-driven a 4.
Yeah, he's the left-hander. So we'll have to keep an eye on that because Guest remains on 109 and deploy is off the mark because he's on strike now, having hit a boundary. Madness. Here's Nisa bowling to deploy again, and deploy this time defends. I think the scorers realised next door now, so that'll all be rectified fairly shortly. But the logistical, I've got a suit and a shirt and a tie in the car.
Right.
And some shoes that aren't posh, but they're posher than the ones I'm wearing now. So I've got to bring them up, and then I'll have to do my rap with Radio Derby, as well as do a clip for the morning. So it could be quite a testing 20 minutes or so. So I get changed as well as Nisa is in. That's left alone outside the off stump by Lear's deploy. I may have to ask for privacy. I won't. I'm not massively bothered.
Well, now that they've got a camera on the web stream,
Camera that could be entertaining.
Late night Fletch, Fletch Station,
Yes.
Fletch XX, whatever that might mean.
Yes. Quite. Deploy Wade still not been credited with those runs, and this time he defends out into the offside, where Carlson does the fielding. There is no run. They've still got 3 slips. It is 282 for 3. I think of that we can be certain.
Deploy having 4 runs. We have witnessed with our own eyes. We have 2 sources, Fletcher D and Webb N, and the BBC procedures.
Although having said that, Cricinfo's given them runs to deploy, but he's got them at 280 for 3. So good luck. I think it is 280 actually. In next delivery is pushed out into the offside square by Lear's deploy. It's the end of the Nisa over. Slightly shambolic. They've now gone to Hogan with 20 overs and 2 balls, and he hasn't been bowling for at least 5 minutes. It's a bit of a mess. It's a bit of a mess. And because it's a bit of a mess, what I'm going to do is just nip down the corridor, if you don't mind, before I do my update at 6 o'clock.
Right, if you could be back reasonably imminently, because I have an update at 6 o'clock as well.
Oh,
We'll send Mr. Bevan this way
Well,
anyway,
Yeah,
because I've got some writing to do. But Mr. Fletcher's taking off like a startled stag, and will sprint down the corridor. In the seniors match, it looks as though England are on the way to victory over Wales, chasing 165 in 45 overs in Newport, England, to 88 for 1 off 24. It's the over 70s game. .282 for 3. As Hogan in to bowl, and off the back foot, Guest defends on the onside, no run. So Guest should have 109 and deploy 4, and we believe the total is 280 for 3, which is halfway between the two scoreboards. They're having a rethink. Hogan in to bowl, Guest off the back foot, playing out into the covers, no run. 280 for 3 then, Derbyshire. Guest has 109, Deploy has 4.
do you a favour here, because somebody shut that door next door, and it's locked.
Ah,
But I do have the code.
thank you. Hogan into bowl, and Guest forward to defend, and there's no run. Going down to a little bit of a quieter pace of the game now in these closing overs. There are 8 overs remaining of the day's play. And Derbyshire 280 for 3. Hogan, ever willing, bowls outside off stump, not one to threaten the bat. As the overall total is correct at 280 for 3. The batters are correct. Deploy 4, Guest 109. They're considerately not scoring for a few minutes while the scorers sort themselves out. And Michael Hogan is indeed bowling his 21st over.
I think to
Hogan bowls, and Guest drives to mid-on, no run.
don't lump both scorers together, you might get shouted at.
Okay.
I think it's 1.
And my advice to those operating club scorebooks is, if it doesn't add up, fiddle the leg buys. No one notices. No one suffers. It's a painless way of fixing a scorebook. Hogan bowls, and he's bowled him! Guest has gone for 109. He sadly doesn't get to his career best. Michael Hogan has a 3rd, and Guest has his off-stump knocked back. He's gone for 109. He's batted really well and put Derbyshire in a commanding position, but he couldn't quite see the day through. With 6 overs left, Derbyshire 280 for 3. 4.
Yeah, very nice delivery from Michael Hogan, which, if I was a Glamorgan batsman, I'd be slightly concerned about, as Brooke Guest acknowledges the applause from all around the ground. 251 deliveries, 10 fours. Well batted, Brooke Guest. We will get to speak to him at the what was I trying to say? At the close of play. That's what I'm trying to say. We'll get to speak to Brooke Guest at the close of play. Out comes Matty McKinnon? Looks more like Sam Connors to me. I'm sure we'll find out at some point. But it looks like Sam Connors, the night watchman. It doesn't. Yeah, I just said Edward Bevan is rejoining us now, and I was just suggesting, Edward, that if I was a Glamorgan batsman, I'd feel slightly concerned about these wickets tumbling, because it's clearly doing all sorts out there now. It doesn't look like Matty McKinnon to me. Let's see who it is. Turn round, for goodness sake. It is Sam Connors, as I suggested. Sam Connors has come
Night watcher.
as a night watchman here.
The new batter for Derbyshire, Sam Connors.
I thought it was him. Michael Nisa.
They bowl well again with the
Yeah, they are.
new ball.
They have. No question about it. Nisa around the wicket balls to deploy. This one is pushed out into the offside.
I suppose as a bowling side, and you being like this, and you pick up 2 or 3 at the end, it helps from morale, doesn't it? Because it looked as if it would be something for 2 overnight.
Yeah. But again,
2 new batsmen now. Isn't it?
so the Connors is basically protecting McKeon, Dahl, and Alex Thompson. And they are good batsmen. This next delivery's on leg stump, turning to the leg side. Connors desperate to get down the other end to protect his batting colleague.
One thing I perhaps would question here with what we got, 6 overs to go, you got a deep mid-wicket.
Yeah.
So there's one there. He's bowled much better, isn't he, with the second new ball, Nisa.
Nisa's bowled beautifully, yeah. With this ball, he's troubled the batsman consistently, hasn't he? He's in now around the wicket, and that's defended by Duplo. They do go through for the single, but the ball just dabbed into mid-wicket, Edward.
Anyway, what does he bat, Connors? 10, 11?
Well, he bats 10. He bats ahead of Saranga Lakmal, but he is an 11, because Saranga Lakmal is probably a 12.
Because normally these days you bat down to 11.
Yeah, no, Derbyshire, they've got a tail, because you've got Lakmal and Ryan Sidebottom, who aren't particularly good batsmen. Sort of falls off a cliff after 8.
So what are you saying a straight ball might do for him?
Could well. He says in and balls, and he defends. He does. He can hold a bat. He can hold a bat. He's only got that shot, though. I think that's what I'm saying. He's got
Forward prod.
Yeah. I might ask you if you could just take over now while I go and do a
Certainly,
radio.
old boy. No need to ask. Yes, if Glamorgan could pick up 1 or 2 wickets, they'll have thought, well, yeah, we're well back into the game. But as Fletcher's mentioning there, has got a strong batting lineup. So Nisa comes in, bowls to Connors. Connors is appeal for LBW. He's given him out. So another wicket fall, 281 for 5. And the night watchman goes. He lasted just 2 balls. And it's 281 for 5, and those wickets have fallen rather quickly as far as Derbyshire is concerned. It was 279 for 2 to 276 for 2, so they lost 3 wickets for just 5 runs. So good fight back here for the Welsh county as Connors departs. Will we get the conventional batsman in now, or will they send number 10 in? And that's the question I'll put now to David Fletcher as soon as he's back with us. I'm just saying there, Fletch, that Duke say, right, let's have the proper batter in here now and take it from there. Or do you send another 90 in?
Well, it looks like Matty McKinnon, so it's the man who was going to come in, or who would have come in. So presumably he sits in the pavilion watching the night watchman, but keeping his pads on, which is, I find slightly bizarre, really, but there we go.
What do we know?
What do I know?
So that's another wicket for Nisa. So he has now picked up, what has he picked up? 2 wickets. And
2 for 49 to Nisa and 3 for 45 to Hogan.
Taking full advantage. So that's 3 wickets for 5, I work it out.
Sam Collins was
276, 281. 276 for 2.
Yes, 276 for 2 to 281 for 5. Yeah, yeah.
So Collins departs. I never say without troubling the scorers, because you do trouble them to put his name down and say how he got out.
They have this looking to record on his details, haven't they?
Yeah. One ball left at the new batsman, who was McKiernan.
Yeah.
He got runs recently, didn't he?
Century at Grace Road. Yeah. His first in first-class cricket. This is only his 6th first-class match, I think.
Here is to finish over Nisa, and that's squirted somehow down to, I think that's one of the quickest balls he's bowled all day, down to third man for a single. So Glamorgan now have reduced Derbyshire, it's fair to say, to 282 for 5, and all of a sudden, when they will walk off the field tonight, relatively happy. I still think the ascendancy is with Derbyshire, but thoughts of 450, 500 are slowly disappearing.
Yeah.
Do you agree?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, they'll get to 96. They'll have 14 overs tomorrow. 300, a distinct possibility. 350,
Yeah.
not so much. Tim Van der Houten's going to come on from the City end to replace Michael Hogan,
Yes.
which is interesting.
Yeah, he's bowled very economically. He was gone 35 off 16.
Yeah.
Back to 3 slips all of a sudden.
Unless Hogan, I don't know how many balls he bowled in that last
I'd
spell,
given him
but-
another one.
Yeah, I'd have given him he's just bowled. No, he's already disappeared. But yeah, I'd have given him another one against the brand new batsman in
2 of them.
Matty McKiernan. He's faced just 1 ball so far, and he turns his 2nd ball, bowled by Van der Houten, into the leg side. And there's no run. So the only good thing about Sam Connors coming in and going out is he's not going to be worried about his batting tomorrow before he gets into his bowling. Derbyshire's leading wicket taker this season with 15.
That's one way to look at it.
Always trying to get a positive spin, Edward.
Exactly.
Always trying to get a positive spin. Psychologists would love it. 282 for 5. A good day's cricket.
It does.
McKiernan waits and defends this next delivery back towards Van der Houten.
I would let Nisa off the leash now and say to him, 2 overs you got left, give it all you've got.
Yeah.
Also, I'm like you, I'm surprised that, a couple of overs for Hogan and he could have a good night's rest, but they've taken him off and perhaps they've thinking.
Van der Houten's not going to go for many runs, but is he going to get the
Exactly.
extra wicket that would really put the icing on the cake? That's left alone by McKiernan outside the off stump. He's bowled a few of those, mainly from the racecourse end where he's bowled most of his overs. A bit too wide of the off stump, and the batsmen haven't had to play. But as you say, he's bowled economically.
On this flat pitch, I think Glamorgan's bowlers have bowled, as you say, economically. I suppose Harris had been just a little bit expensive, 49 runs and 14 overs, but they've stuck to their task, I think is the popular word.
Houten's in again, and that one is pushed into the leg side by McKiernan.
So, yeah, survival is paramount. The umpires are going to have a shot.
I wonder.
Batsman will say, yes, take us off,
Yeah,
take us off.
it's really dark out here. I can't see anything. I mean, it is gloomy, and you can see shadows. If they go off now, we would lose 4 overs and 2 balls, which isn't a disaster. They are going off.
Right.
So bad light is going to stop play here. It won't immediately mean an end to the day's play, I don't think.
But probably.
But probably, yeah. 282 for 5 with Duploy on 5 and McKiernan on just the 1. 3 wickets for Michael Hogan, 3 wickets for Michael Nisa. A good day for the Michaels. They've taken all 5 wickets, and the players are marching off. If they do resume, we will be back. Wickets today, Billy Goldman for 15, Masood for 60, and then a bit of a clatter In recent times, Wayne Madsen for 70, Brooke Guest for 109, Sam Connor's third ball for a duck, the night watchman, and Leo Staploy has 5, Matty McKinnon has 1, Derbyshire 282 for 5. If they come back, we'll be back. If they don't, we'll see you in the morning, but one or two of the spectators have already made their minds up, and I can't say that I blame them.